Hello, my lovely, lovely little imps. How are you doing today? Punk Corpse, Ugly Pie, Anya is tired, Eurus McProl, Argo, Jazz Dog, Uncle Gumbald, Punk Corpse, Purpley Beachon. We have Big Orange Jew, Alchemist, Zonia Live, Lilith 600, Ziggy, Richards. And of course, not to be forgotten, of course, we have the lovely YouTube chat, Genie Bottle, Brady Posey, NBC Katra, Hobo Sapiens, Pierogi, Ustag, Ryoma, Error Code, Respondent, Jonafied, and many, many more. Welcome, my lovely imps. And please, if you are here and you haven't pressed like on the video or subscribed to my channel, please make sure that you do so right now. Yeah? Thank you very much, Catch-Up Butterfly. I've put a lot of work into this look. I'm ready. I've been ready for the belt. I've been ready to vie for the belt for quite a while. Thank you so very much, Poison Sumac. It means the world to me. It means the world to me. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. You see, things have gotten a little bit wild. You might even say they've gotten a little insane. There's been a lot of references to the Joker. There's been a lot of claims being tossed around. There's been a lot of, abuse being tossed around. But see, the funny thing is that when you're gonna make lots of Joker references, and yet you're going to represent the true villains of the film, you might just find yourself getting what you deserve. And I think today, we might discover that a lot of us are going to get what we deserve. Won't we? See, everyone, I have been a part of this scene for a very, very long time. I have been putting in the hours. I have been building the networking. I have resolved conflicts with various content creators. And I've appeared on the Hippy Dippy podcast so many times I've lost count. It's one of my favorite shows. I've been a part of it for a long time, and it means the world to me. Thank you very much. It's not a cookie. I think I might win tonight. We'll see. We'll see. But guess what? One way or another, whether I win or lose, the reality is that I have put in my time. I cut the promos. I show up. I do the hype. I advertise the panel. I get people involved. I recommend people to the panel. I talk to the panel hosts. Thank you, Vermin. I appreciate that. And I know a lot of you are here only for me. And you know what? That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Vox Humana. We put a lot of work into this look. But in the panel scene, there's a problem with respect. And I'm tired of getting emails that say things like, "Hi, we'd love to have you come on a panel to argue the topic, are trans women real women?" And, you know, I just find that a little insulting, you know? I find it a little insulting that even though I'm known for spice, even though spice is one thing, that I have been the target of an unfathomable amount of harassment that won't even be acknowledged by some of the people in this space. And, you know, I thought that today we would take some time and go over some of that. You know, because I've heard a lot of things lately. I've heard a lot of things being circulated around about me. I have heard of many claims, some of which we are going to review here in just a minute. But one of the claims that really bothers me is this idea that every streamer is just the same. Oh, you're all mean to each other. You all insult each other. Why does it matter? All you do is insult each other. That's what streamers do, isn't it? Well, You see, there's a difference between being mean, between being spicy, between bantering with one another, and trying to ruin other people's lives and careers. And there's only really one content creator, maybe two, in this space that I can say genuinely engages in that. Vosh is the spiciest boy around, and he doesn't do any of that shit. Vosh is as spicy can be. Vosh brings out the most spicy insults ever, and guess what? Vosh still has relationships with creators in this entire space. The Surfs has taken on some serious debunks. They've gone deep dives. They got good relationships with everyone in this space. There's only one big name in this space that engages in the type of behavior that we see all the time, that has become normalized, and that his fans will tell you all over the internet, everybody's like this. Everybody's just like this. This is how every streamer is. Every single streamer has a fan base that floods in and harasses people at every notice. Every streamer, when you have a conversation with them, you end up getting your site DDoSed. Every streamer acts as a gateway to, or a spotlight to websites like 4chan and Kiwi Farms. But we all know, every single person in this space knows that that isn't true. Anybody who watches anybody other than the omniliberal knows that no space on the internet is like this. No space is that toxic. Almost none. There are a few, of course. But on this side of the internet, not many. Not many. And we all know it. And the thing is, every content creator knows it. Every single content creator in this space, whether they say it openly or not, knows exactly what I'm talking about. And almost every single viewer in this space, unless they're a single stream viewer, knows exactly what I'm talking about. And it's about time that somebody takes the time to show exactly what I'm talking about. Because I'm not exaggerating or making up a single bit of this. This is a recurring issue that damages the lives of the talent in this space and makes this space worse. You want to know? Let me tell you a quick story. How many people here know counterpoints? Anybody know counterpoints here? Give me a little hypers in chat if you know who counterpoints is. Yeah? Yeah, give me a little, or yup, works too. Yeah. Yeah, you know? Fun fact about him. Guy is a civic nationalist. Yeah? I don't really like that ideology. Me and counterpoints have been at each other's throats since we met each other. But you want to know what counterpoints has that Destiny doesn't? Basic human respect. When Connor and I got in a intense fight, he made a video on me that was really personal. And I didn't even call him out. Well, I did on stream. I reacted to it on stream. And do you want to know what Counterpoints did? Counterpoints messaged me, and he said, actually, yeah, you're right. I did go above and beyond the pale there. I went too far, and I'm sorry, and I'm going to take the video down. And I noted that, and I said, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that we're not going to get in this level of shit flinging. Because it's one thing to get spicy on a panel. It's one thing to insult each other. It's one thing to call each other's political takes out. But when you start going after one another's careers, when you start trying to destroy the other person's life, when you make statements like, I genuinely think these people should be bullied off the internet because it would be good for them. And people like Counterpoints don't do that. Every single person on the stream later tonight on the Hippy Dippy Rumble has been putting in the hours, working. Most of these people shot promos for this event. You want to know who didn't shoot a promo for this event? Destiny. And that's because Destiny has no respect. Destiny has no respect for the other people in this space. Destiny has no respect for the people who give him a platform. Destiny has no respect for the art of streaming. Destiny only gives a shit about himself and his bottom motherfucking line. And we all know it. All of us know it. And when he sits here and says, I'm the only one doing this, and I'm the only one doing that, and I made this space, we all know he's lying. because he didn't make any of these people. He didn't make Vosh. He didn't make Bad Bunny. He didn't make me. He didn't make Doe. He didn't make Marcy. He didn't make Dr. Heemed. He didn't make Aristocracy. He didn't make Anatomics. He didn't do any of it. In fact, most of the time, all he does is make our lives worse. It's funny, there's this narrative going around that my channel was somehow made by this absolute clown of a man. And I would love for people to show me the analytics on that, because when I had a debate with Destiny, all that I got was a absolute fuckload of harassment. I got nothing but harassment. My channel didn't grow. You want to know what grew my channel? Chud Logic supporting me early on. Vosh supporting me early on. Having conversations with people like Eris. Having conversations with people like Prime. With people like Dylan. The real fucking champions of this space. The people of this space. None of it. Not a single drop. People like Xanderhall. There's a great example. Fucking Xanderhall, who comes on here to hang out and talk about random stuff all the time. People who make things, not just destroy them or attempt to destroy them. Because let's be real, Destiny's attempt to destroy numerous people has utterly failed. All he's able to do is cause pain. His goal is to cause enough pain that you want to stop. But he doesn't even succeed at destroying people. Because everybody I know that he's gone after keeps going. You want to know who doesn't, though? The people who get love-bombed by him. The people that he tries to control, that he tries to influence their content. They all disappear. It's almost like Destiny is a desperate, cloying remnant of a bygone age. A total ancient with a foot in the proverbial grave, and that his touch actually ruins people because, I don't know, it kind of seems like that's what he wants. It kind of seems like what Destiny really wants is to have control of his little pond. See, he thinks he's a big fish in the ocean, but he knows deep down inside that he's a big fish in a small pond, and the rest of us are trying to make that pond amazing and grow that pond. And he just wants to be the biggest fish because he can't go any higher. He's been surpassed by people like Hassan. He's been surpassed by people like Vosh, and he knows it. He knows it. So, without any further ado, I want to review something because, I thought this might be a good opportunity for us to watch something that got published just the other day by a good friend of mine, Dylan Burns. So I'm going to bring up a video, and we're going to react to it, and we're going to fact check it, and we're going to see.
Okay, well,
for ourselves what was said. Shall we? Maddie Boom Boop, thank you so much. Your look is dope. Thank you very much. Thank you for the luck. We're gonna watch it. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. Oh yeah, it's a rough one. It's a rough one, but we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it. So let's do it, shall we? Without any further ado, let's watch and react, because I got a lot to say about this. Oh my god, do I have a lot to say about this. And I think you all are going to be shocked at some of the things that come out of Destiny's mouth here. So without any further ado, let's do it. Let's do it.
Probably not racist, it's just like...
all I did was post a picture of you. That's all I did.
Oh, I saw that, yeah, and she thinks that I'm like some crazy transphobic person.
I posted a picture of you in response to a thing. There was this thing, it was like, post your favorite pet. Yeah, I posted a picture of you. It's Stephen Bonelli. Like, be nice to him, right? It was it was a jab at you, if anything, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
To see the
And before we get started,
where
if
she's
you're
just
here,
like
every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, I am here cranking out original content for you all to enjoy. Whether it's my opinions on gender, whether it's my opinions on politics, whether it's news coverage, React, Cooking Mama, or all of the really, really fun conservative takedowns that I do, give me a fucking like, because I deserve your likes. And come on, let's hit the likes. Let's hit the subs. I want to see you back here. I want to see you. And you want to see what I have to bring, because I have a lot more to bring than whatever nonsense you're going to be seeing in the near future. All right? A lot more. Let's continue. Let's watch it. Thanks for the likes, everybody.
I can't believe that somebody all this stuff, like, and then like dredging up my like suicide, like somebody who just attempted suicide would post an image. It was just a picture. I remember that like old Simpsons like thing where they pluck out the picture, like it's a SpongeBob thing, and they pull out the picture. Just a drawing, boy. It's just a picture of you. And the just fucking tidal wave of nonsense that developed into, where I had to deal with for like the next 3 to 4 days, random like 20 to 30 viewer like people like coming out and be like, Dylan, the Nazi platformer, Dylan, the this, the that.
They're all
I did was make fun of you. I didn't even compliment you.
But I'm saying, like, I've had like pretty strong relationships with a lot of these people that just like fucking flip on a dime. Like
I had strong relationships with all these people, and they flip on a dime. Everybody. Oh, it's everybody. It's certainly not me. Everyone is a two-faced liar except for me.
Whole reason why me and Bad Bunny had our huge split was because I was tired of getting shit from her for not defending her enough, and then getting shit from my community who said I was simping for her. That's the whole origination of our breakup. And everyone in my chat that was old enough remembers that like Bad Bunny would say some crazy shit like, oh, I think bisexual black guys are fucking disgusting. And I would be like, okay, well, she's probably not racist. It's just like, I understand, blah, 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 blah. And my community would roast the fuck out of me for it. And they would call me a simp. And then she would DM me on Twitter and be like, why do you let your community shit on me? It's like, well, probably because you say some crazy racist, homophobic shit. You're fucking crazy.
What? That's what League of Legends does to the brain, man. You gotta stop. You're gonna be like that.
True, Dylan! True! That is what League of Legends does to the brain.
Woman.
Nice. Good one.
A great one, actually. How you been? How was the vacation?
Okay.
Anyway. Destiny,
what's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah, what's going on?
Why is it so difficult to have a relationship with you?
What do you mean?
It just feels like...
What an interesting question, Dylan. That is a really interesting question. Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard to have a relationship with Destiny? Interesting question. Let's see what he says. Let's see what Destiny's input is of it.
It just feels like it's like any time I have any sort of relationship with you in any way, right? It could just be like, I just exist, right? And I'll get an like, so I see that Dylan was posted in Destiny subreddit, or I just posted that picture of you as a reply, and the shitstorm that caused with Bad Bunny and the rest of everyone. Or just being in any way associated with you, just doing any stream.
Now, by the way, real quick, I just have a quick note to make. Does anybody here remember when I had my cancellation going on about me with the RGR situation? Do you remember when I went on Dylan and Dylan grilled the absolute hell out of me? Sorry, no, I'm sorry. That wasn't even for the RGR one. That was for the Descrub King. My 2-hour conversation with Descrub King, which resulted in a 900-word essay being written about how I am dangerous to women and bad for feminism. And then I went on Dylan's show and I got grilled. Does this look like a grill to you? No offense to Dylan. I love Dylan. Me and Dylan have had very, very long conversations, and I respect Dylan a lot. But just look at the difference in the way that this space treats Destiny versus the way this space has treated people like me. Just take a look at it. Take it all in. We know there's a double standard.
Whatsoever. It seems like the amount of just like fecal matter that is then scooped out of the nearest waste receptacle and then thrown and smeared on the walls is an inordinate amount of shit.
Yep. Welcome to my life.
Oh yeah, totally. Welcome to your life, dude. The guy who jokes about burning bridges with his years-long friends. Welcome to my life. Welcome to my life, dude.
Did you ever watch the Joker movie?
Oh, God. No, I have not. I don't watch Marvel movies because I'm an alpha.
It looks like it, yeah. You ever watch the Joker movie? Let's see. Let's go.
There's a scene in that about how public services don't get enough funding, and the reality is that a lot of these people probably need 2 or 3 times as much therapy, 2 or 3 times as much medication, and 100% less Twitter, and that's where all these problems come from.
Looks like Destiny didn't watch the end of the movie, huh?
Most of these people are actually fucking crazy, and instead of like doing healthy things to improve their life, to improve their mind, to improve their body, they spend all of it screaming and shouting at each other on Twitter because it makes them feel better, because it's the only solace they find in life.
Remember, this is the guy who is, I'm sorry, I believe he's on, let me get the count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. He had 9 Twitter accounts. 9 Twitter accounts. And he was tweeting about me while on vacation with his family. He was tweeting death threats at Doe while on vacation. Oh yes, but this is the guy who should pontificate about public services and people needing therapy and people needing help and how they're mentally ill and how they're insane. Oh yes, truly he is the one to speak on all of this. For sure, everyone. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. You don't even need to take my word for it. Just ask yourself, do you believe it?
I'm curious though. Do you ever think about like...
Oh yeah, you want to see the death threats? Because guess what? I got them. Let me just grab this one for you here real quick. Let's take a look. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Oh, how wonderful. This is so incredible. Let's take a look, everybody. Shall we take a look? Oh, hey, look at that. Here we have Doe, and then we have Gammy saying, if they want to be a deer, we should be allowed to hunt them like in real life. And then Doe says, hey, I don't ever do this, but can everyone report this tweet that is literally calling for my death? Which it is, by the way. It is. If you're saying that person wants to be a deer so bad, maybe we should hunt them and kill them. That is a death threat. It may not be an actionable death threat, but how are you ever supposed to know that through Twitter when there's hundreds of people saying, I want to hunt you? And I happen to know there's a lot more than this. There's a lot more than this that got sent in DMs. And then, of course, you get Destiny here. That feel when you get hate for respecting someone's identity. After this, he nuked his account. I wonder why. Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why he had to nuke his account after making that one, huh? But, oh yes, but remember, it's everybody else. It's everybody else.
Dialing it back. Wouldn't it make your life a lot easier?
Gayfesh says he nuked his account 20 minutes after tweeting that, and then he nuked his account multiple times over the next following days. He tells people, and this is funny, I'm gonna call him out on this, because he says, oh, I regularly delete my tweets. It's a safety measure. Is deleting your tweets 20 minutes after you retweet death threats of somebody, after you whip your fans up to sending more death threats? Is that really regular deletion, or are you trying to hide something? Ask yourselves that, everybody. Think for yourself. Ask yourself, wait a minute. Is this person trying to hide their wrongdoing, or are they being an honest actor? Because, I don't know, 9 Twitter accounts, that's a lot of Twitter accounts to go through. And he's not getting banned every time for ban evasion. Because everybody knows which Twitter account is his now, and he's still got it.
Wouldn't it mean you would probably, like, you know... I mean, I assume there's a certain amount of people in your community who love, like, you being, like, the unbiased truth teller, whatever, like, the perception is. Do you ever think about dialing it back?
The unbiased truth teller. That is what he sells himself as. You see, I have a background in sales. I know a bit about sales. Something you'll notice about me, by the way, and all of you can attest to this because every single one of you who has seen my show knows I am a political edutainer. I don't sell myself as some kind of philosopher king who knows everything. But you're going to see Destiny do it here. You're going to see him do it all the time, despite the fact that in the past, he literally railed against Sargon for doing the exact same thing. But oh yes, truly unbiased truth teller. Well, some people are buying, I guess. I'm not.
I mean, there's like a lot of things that have like, I assume like relationships have suffered. Like,
I think the problem is that I have too much. I mean, I'm obviously explaining this in the way that makes me look the best. I mean, we can go down.
I'm obviously explaining this in the way that makes me look the best. Interesting. You know what we would call that? Lying. If you're retelling history in a way that makes you look the best, that's called lying. Isn't it, everybody?
Other roads we want. I have too much real life experience to deal with these like fake fucking losers. I put up with too much horrible shit in my life.
Fake friends.
I've had
Fake friends.
Different things happen to me. I've been in too many different situations. I would not be able to stand being around so many fake fuck victim babies that like want to act like their entire life is miserable. When
fake fuck victim babies. He says literally, 30 seconds after he just said that everyone is out to get him, and everyone else who says you're an asshole, you direct harassment and hate to all of us, you make our lives hell. Oh, they're all the fake victims. But it's truly Destiny who everyone is against.
They've got like 20 hours a day to post on fucking Twitter while mom and dad pay for them to live in a house, while mom and dad pay for them to get their shitty arts degrees so that they get. Who
is this a reference to? Who is this supposed to reference? Can anybody tell me which of the people has an arts degree that he's been talking about recently? Do I have an arts degree? Do I live with mommy and daddy? Nah, I don't. Does Vosh? Well, Vosh has a sociology degree and he doesn't live with mommy and daddy. No. Bad Bunny? I don't know, actually. I don't know anything about Bad Bunny. Doe doesn't. So who the hell is he talking about? It's almost like he completely invented a person to try and strawman and smear every person that he's talking about. Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird how that's what he always falls back on? He falls back on fake invented straw men. Interestingly, the exact same fake invented straw men that people like, Steven Crowder, Sargon of Akkad, Ian Miles Chong, all of these, Mike Chernovich, all of these people, all these big figures on the alt-right, they used to love to say that. Very interesting, isn't it? Let's continue.
Pop on Twitter and then complain about how high the student loans are, even though they're never going to make a payment on them. I fucking hate most of these worthless fucking people, especially when you've got like racist, disgusting anti-LGBT people like
nice. I hate all of these. I legitimately hate all of these worthless people.
Bad Bunny out here, like screaming like racial slurs at me and like calling for me to get banned. When you've got like these insane losers like Demon Mama who are mentally ill and encouraging other people to go down the same mentally ill avenues that they do, encouraging people.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Totally insane people like Demon Mama. Oh yeah, sorry. Does anybody have the stream where I encourage people to become mentally ill? That sounds like a completely made up, like Trumpian tier lie. But let's continue because I promise you, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse.
People to self-diagnose mental illness. When you got like these mentally crazy people, like dear people on Twitter talking about how gender and all of that stuff is arbitrary and meaningless, despite the fact that like so many...
Really funny. Once again, another complete misrepresentation. Never once has any of these people, but we know who he's referencing. We know who he's trying to kick at, arguing that these things are arbitrary and made up and meaningless. That's not what anyone said, ever. The argument was that they are arbitrary, thus that they can be changed by our social decisions. See, I know how to read different people's arguments, but do you know who doesn't? Destiny. And you have to ask, why?
Trans people kill themselves over these very topics. Like, I have absolutely no desire whatsoever to be more amenable or friendly towards these people. They were irrelevant, and they'll return to their irrelevancy eventually.
No, we're not, dude. You've said that. You've been saying about that. You've been saying that about me. Your fans have been saying about that about me for 8 months. 8 months since I creamed you in front of your little fans. And guess what? I'm still motherfucking here. I'm still here. And so is everybody else that you go after here. We ain't going anywhere. But you know who might be? You know who I get the feeling that he might be feeling like his time is running out? Like Destiny is irrelevant. Like people don't look for the content that Destiny produces anymore. They don't really like a guy sweatily swearing at League of Legends and losing his cool on people in his chat. Less and less people are enjoying that. He's purged his community so many times. But we're not going anywhere, are we? Of course not, Cacophon, and he's wrong. He lied. He lied. And we're going to talk about that. Don't you worry. We got plenty of time before the panel. We're going to talk about all of it.
I'm just here to ride out the turbulence till it happens. Fuck these people. I would never do anything to appease these worthless subhuman fucks.
Nice! Worthless subhuman fucks. By the way, the omniliberal. Just so you know, that is the words of the omniliberal, of the probably the most prominent liberal streamer on this entire platform, on this entire side of the internet. But it's gonna get worse. Get ready. It's gonna get even worse.
But that's just me.
Well, I do not endorse nor condone anything you just said.
The last SJW. And remember, this is also the guy who says nothing that he does is performative. So I have to ask you, is it true that nothing he does is performative? Or is he really this mad? It's funny, he makes fun of me for the are you mad, are you mad, are you mad? You know, are you mad, are you mad? You know that thing that he did? He makes fun of that. But if he's not performative, he's motherfucking mad. He's got himself in a corner here, doesn't he? Let's continue, though.
But I do want to say that, don't you think you kind of like, you go out of your way to like poke them? I mean, I think
I block, so every time I get into an issue with these people on Twitter, I start block. I block so many.
Wrong. That is not true. Do you want to know when Destiny blocked me? You want to know when Destiny blocked me? It wasn't when he was tweeting about me unprovoked. It wasn't after, and he certainly didn't block any of the other people he was harassing. He didn't block Doe. He doesn't block, I mean, maybe he's now blocked us. I don't know. But at the time, he didn't. He says this because it's unverifiable. He does the thing, again, this is very Trumpian. You say things that you can't verify. Nobody can go into his phone and confirm it. But I can tell you this, I remember when he blocked me. He blocked me about 12 hours or so after he tweeted "you're fat" at me, essentially. He tweeted a thing that said, it would be a shame if you had a heart attack, and then he tweeted a link to an article, a Science Journal article about obesity. That's when he blocked me. But previous to this, I've been unblocked. He doesn't block these people. He knows he doesn't block these people because he likes to quote tweet them. And interestingly, I can show you a clip. We'll do this in a little bit. We'll go back and show you the clip where he openly admits that he believes that quote tweets do drive harassment. And then he does quote tweets of people that he supposedly believes are mentally ill. And I, again, have to ask you, line up the logic here. What we have is a liar, a person who lies and who knows that his audience knows what they're supposed to do when he quote tweets somebody.
Any of these fucking people. But like the problem is, like, the thing is that when you reach a high level of socialism, you turn into an ultra capitalist. So they need me because I'm the only person that will actually like associate with any like politically driven content as a larger content creator because I enjoy it, because I like these conversations because they're important to me. But like Mike.
Yeah, totally. So, Destiny, the guy who only crashes panels when there's somebody that he can chase down, like me. Remember, he's crashed multiple panels with me on it. Interesting, though. You know, it's interesting that he says, oh, they need me. They're the hyper-capitalists. They need me to succeed. But let me ask you, what streams does Destiny get the most fucking views on? Drama streams. It sounds like he needs everybody else. He needs all of us. Or else he doesn't have content. His own fans complain about his crappy League of Legends streams. They complain about his bitter, obnoxious, boring streams where he sits around and plays resource harvesting games. It sounds to me like he is the one who needs us. Because I certainly don't need him. I haven't done a segment on Destiny in fucking forever. Until now. Because I'm fucking tired of it.
He isn't talking to any of these people anymore because he's got Hassan to leech off of. Vosh won't talk to any of these people anymore. Hassan.
Wrong. I recently had a debate with Vosh. Also, really funny that he brings this up because, does anybody remember the recent big panel that Vosh was on? This is an interesting one. This is a real one. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me just give you a second. Does anybody remember the panel where every single person on the panel was essentially against Vosh? The one where Vosh was engaging with a lot of content creators who don't even have affiliate yet? Then Vosh went on to talk about George Bush and everybody got real mad at him, and he engaged for hours late into the night with a lot of small content creators. Vosh has small content creators on his show all the time. And while I admit that Hassan is a little bit distanced, the idea that there is no other one, hell, you want to know what's really sad? Even Mike from PA engages more effectively and more frequently with smaller creators than Destiny does. Destiny is lying to Dylan's face. And we all know it. Every person, even his audience knows it, that he's lying right here. Isn't that sad? What a sad state of affairs.
Definitely won't talk to any of these people. So I'm like the only avenue to clout that most of these people have. And shitting on me is the easiest way to farm like any type of clout ever. Like you can build careers off of it. Like shitting on Destiny as a lefty on Twitter is the equivalent to like standing up in a fucking movie theater and saying the Pledge of Allegiance as a Republican. Like you get so much credit for it. Totally. And it's like the safest thing you can do. So if they like never mention me again, like most of the time it's like random fucks on Twitter are like, I don't know, maybe other people don't notice it. Maybe I come off as unhinged and I should document it better. But most of the time this starts is usually from some fucking loser subtweeting me. So whether—
Oh, interesting. Oh, wow, that's super interesting. Usually it's some loser subtweeting me. Does anybody remember the Big Joel tweet from the other day where Big Joel said, man, people really shouldn't be assholes on the internet. And then Destiny assumed that was about him and freaked out on Big Joel? Anybody remember that? Yeah, he seeks out. A subtweet specifically doesn't tag somebody in. How does he know it's about him? Or does he just think everything is about him? Huh. Very interesting. You see, we reached out to a lot of content creators. We reached out to ask them, hey, when you engage with Destiny, what started it? And guess what? It's almost always Destiny who starts it. In fact, you want to know what I remember? Does anybody remember the most recent drama I had on Twitter with Destiny? The most recent drama that has started this whole fucking storm? Where he tweeted, unprovoked, a clip of me with the JCS criminal science guy talking over me talking, implying that I was an insane criminal. I didn't tweet him. I didn't subtweet him at all. He did that out of nowhere. Destiny, once again, is a liar, and he's lying to Dylan's face. And the silence that Dylan has here really says everything.
It's Big Joel who compares women to objects in order to win debates with me.
Oh yeah, totally. That's a very honest representation of Big Joel's position. That's a super, super honest representation of Big Joel's position, isn't it, everybody? Anybody here who knows what Big Joel's position actually is knows for a fact that that isn't true. But he never has to provide sources. See, because his audience is trained to never ask him. He makes sure that the only contact that people have with dissenting ideas is with him talking over it. That's why he never posted my debate. Interesting how that works. It's all unverifiable. It's all subtweets, things that you can never prove. And yet, of course, Destiny is willing to, on this incredibly solid evidence, he's willing to argue that people should be bullied and targeted off the internet. Very, very interesting.
Or whether it's that Sean dipshit who's some like top 1% income earner who made all of his money by exploiting the labor of another person that wrote all the material for his videos of him.
Citation needed, buddy. Citation needed. And also, do you really want to say, is he really trying to make the argument that he makes Sean? Sean's YouTube channel is ridiculously successful. Sean has one of the most successful YouTube channels on YouTube. And supposedly Sean is supposed to be dependent on Destiny? Come on. Come on.
Whether it's the crazy fucking deer thing on Twitter, and I'm
nice, dude.
not saying that as a derogatory thing. She genuinely, or it wants people to use it pronouns for it, or whether it's Demon Mom.
Based. Oh, hey, look, here I come up again.
Who's like the fourth iteration of me, like created by some crazy developer that didn't get paid enough, okay, after me and Vosh, or wherever the fuck she comes from, or whether it's like whether it's fucking Bad Bunny, who I took from so fucking far right and threw her so fucking far left. I don't know if she even wakes up and remembers her political identity in any given day. I don't know, like all these.
Hey, do you remember? Wait a second. Hold on a minute. There's a problem here. There's a real problem here. He's talking about how, oh yeah, I brought I brought Bad Bunny to the left. Oh, that's really, really interesting. You know, because, does anybody remember who challenged Dusty on his right-wing positions? Does anybody? I think it was a guy by the name of Irish Laddie. Does anybody know what happened with Irish Laddie? Who's Irish Laddie? What's Irish Laddie's, name these days? What does Irish Laddie go by online these days? Vosh. Oh, he goes by Vosh. Oh, it's weird. Damn, Destiny. Maybe you should learn something from your subsequent models. It's funny, too, because, again, we can have another little fact check here. I never watched Destiny at all. I've gone back now, these days, and I've seen tons of his debates. I think I saw one of his debates previous to joining the space, and that was his debate with JonTron, which I think everyone has seen. I think everyone's seen that one. But I didn't watch Destiny's content before then. I was familiar with him, of course. I was very open to having conversations with him. And sure, you could say that I hung out in Vosh's chat, and Vosh supported me because I knew Vosh. But, you know, that sounds like a social connection, doesn't it? That sounds like an actual social connection. But see, Destiny just seems to trace everything back to himself at the end of the day. Oh, Vosh was a chatter in my community, and then he became a streamer? Well, that means Vosh is a clone of me. And Demon Mama hung out in Vosh's chat, and then now does her own show that doesn't even really have a lot of similarity with Vosh's show, besides the debate stuff, I guess. And that means that she's a clone of me. Let's continue.
People are insane. I would be better off. I almost messaged you and said I want to do your fucking show or whatever.
No, you didn't.
Because I like you.
No, you didn't, buddy.
I really, truly don't want any. Like, none of this benefits me. I don't like. One, they want.
Fun little fact about this. I happen to know that Destiny didn't join until after I was already confirmed. Interesting. Almost like another unverifiable little lie he can put out there to anybody. Very Trumpian, my friend. But I happen to know the truth. I know. I was one of the first people, if not the first person, to sign up for this. And he didn't join until after he found out I was on board.
Don't debate me or talk to me, so I don't get like that type of views from it. Two, they're all smaller.
I debated him. Lance debated him. Vosh debated him. Everyone. Oh, and in fact, I happen to even know that Doe, who publicly stated that Doe would have a conversation with Destiny, and Destiny never did it. But he was certainly more than willing to harass Doe. He was certainly willing to harass it, wasn't he? Yeah, Eris.
Than me. So it's not like I'm like farming clout from fighting with any of them. Three, every time I associate with any of them, they all take like the safest, most politically correct positions possible. So anything I argue against has the possibility of getting me.
Wait a minute. I thought that I was the insane screaming SJW who came on to tell you were a transphobe, which I didn't do, by the way. Even though he insists that is what I did. We've all seen the debate. We can watch the debate after this if we want to. But we know what actually happened. I reviewed it on my stream. I reviewed it on my Demon Mama Roasts Demon Mama stream. And we know what he actually said there. We know what I actually said there. And he's since then said that I'm the most insane SJW that makes everybody look bad. So which one is it, Destiny? You're holding two conflicting opinions. You're saying that we always take safe positions that get you in trouble, but you're also saying that we're insane SJWs who say the most craziest things on the internet. Weird. Almost like those two don't link. A weird little pattern of thought.
Canceled, even when they're giving dangerous medical advice. 4 or 5, all of them constantly try to get me banned. Anytime I get into a fight with any of them, the whole fucking like Down Syndrome Avenger squad assembles, and then they start.
Let's play that one again real quick. Shall we play that one again?
Banned. Anytime I get into a fight with any of them, the whole fucking like Down Syndrome Avenger squad assembles, and then they start.
Let's play that one more time. Shall we?
Even when they're giving dangerous medical advice. 4 or 5, all of them constantly try to get me banned. Anytime I get into a fight with any of them, the whole fucking like Down Syndrome Avenger squad assembles, and then they start spam Twitter, like, or spam fucking Twitch support at me to try to get me banned. Like, I don't want to associate with any of these.
I have never once even advocated for Destiny to be banned. In fact, you all know, my viewers know, I've advocated for the opposite. It's so funny. The victim complex here is it literally flies in the face of verifiable reality. You can go find all of the videos I've done. You can go, I can tell you the video right now. Destiny versus DSA, an old school drama mama from way back in the day when I explicitly stated that I didn't think that Destiny should have gotten deplatformed. But no. Oh, we're always spamming Twitch support at him. We're always, oh yeah, he just makes these things up. It's really weird how that works. It's almost like none of this is even true. I don't think he said a single true thing this entire time. Let's continue.
Fucking people. They're literally insane. And I mean that on like
Dad.
3 different levels. Their political views are bad, they have actual mental illness and problems, and they're just horrible fucking people. Like, I don't want to have anything to do with any of these fucking people. Like, I block all of them anytime I start with them, but they can't help but like subtweet me and shit. Like,
okay, here's another thing real quick. Let me talk about that. Do any of you remember when I did the video, titled, why your mental health is important, BPD. Let me see. Let me bring up the video right now. I'm just gonna show you, because you know me, I love my receipts. I love my receipts, okay? Let me just show you exactly what I said most recently about all of this. We're gonna watch it for just a second, because I think it's important that we get, you know, a little bit of truth here. This is my video titled BPD and Why Your Mental Health Matters. And I'm going to bring it up real quick. We're just going to listen into it real quick. Here we go. You ready? Let's go. If it'll play. If YouTube will let me play it. Tippy-typey, tippy-typey. In Darkest Dungeon. Here, I'll show you this. Wait, this is not the right spot. Here we go. That's not the beginning. You're very welcome. Lady Kelgana, I promise you your life will get better. If you have BPD and you don't know it, it makes your life very difficult. Knowing you have BPD is one of the most freeing things in the world if you have BPD. Because then everything will start to click together. I promise you, it is the first step to starting to understand. And guess what? This is sort of a random thing. Come in, please. Please come in. Yes, I do. Oh my goodness. We're just gonna watch this for a second. Because you, and if you're wondering why we're watching one of my videos, it's because I'm tired of being told absolute lies. I'm tired of people all over the internet being told, absolutely verified lies about me. This is a small little departure, and I'm gonna take these horns off in a second because this is actually hurting a little bit. However, let me tell you something. When it comes to BPD, I have been somniostatic. A lot of people treat BPD like it's a fucking mental death sentence. It's not. It's not even close. It's not even fucking close. It's just that everybody's so afraid of BPD for so long that people would avoid diagnosis, which means they would get worse. I promise you, do not be afraid of BPD. BPD people are some of the most amazing people you will ever meet. It is severely, severely stigmatized, and there is zero reason for that. It is completely bullshit. Soma, thank you so very much for the tier 1 sub for 3 months. Thank you so much. Oof. Anyway, we're going to try to take that off for a little bit, and I'm going to clean up my hair here. I'm going to tell you in a second. There's a thing. Hold on. I'm going to take a small moment here. I know that we're not really, like, into the content or whatever. Do I play musical instruments? Yes, I do. I play piano closely. And I'm learning guitar. Listen again. Closely, I used to play guitar, but I'm way out of practice. And I've been relearning it, but slowly because I've been fucking crazy busy. Okay, let me tell you something real quick. So, BPD is a personality disorder, as they call them. BPD is a personality disorder that is generally categorized by severe mood swings, usually relating to relationships, splitting, which is when you tend to see yourself if you're an internal splitter, or others if you're an external splitter. Hello, Lonnie. As either black or white, depending on in emotionally intense situations. So let me explain a little bit. This is just a little bit of an awareness stream. I'm trying to get better and braver about doing this. So then it's been helpful to people in the past. So I'm going to do it again. Splitting is like when you get stressed or scared. Split about doing this a little bit.
Listen
this is
about
just
this.
A little bit of an awareness stream. I'm trying to get better and braver about doing this. So then it's been helpful to people in the past.
I'm trying to get braver and better about doing this. You hear me say that? Do you want to know why I said that? And those of you who saw this live know why I said this. Because before this, I talked about the fact that I have been very, very reluctant to talk about BPD because I was afraid that it would be used against me. And guess what? It is. It's being used against me. My fears were not unbased. Wait. You know what I mean. My fears were not unbased. I literally said this right here in my video. And I've said it many times. And yet, jumping back to the present, here we are. Here we are. Unfounded. Yeah, not unfounded.
What do you think about, I don't know if you know about, and I'm not doing this to like trudge anything up, but the fact is, you of course, you still have relationships with people, and I assume you still want to like collaborate with people and like be friendly with people, right? Like you've always been extremely professional on my shows. You've always I've never.
Yeah, but that doesn't count for anything. I think even you would throw me under the bus. Maybe not. I would hope not. But like I had an incredibly personal, intimate relationship with Bad Bunny. We were fucking hooking up for like months. I visited her.
Oh yeah, everybody knows if you have a relationship with somebody, that doesn't mean that you could have done anything wrong. Just notice here, I had a relationship with Bad Bunny. And? So what? What are you talking about? What does that say at all? That doesn't say anything.
2 times we had a lot of personal conversations. When she had like a fucking rape issue come up with one of her mods, I offered to fly out there and just hang out with her a couple days, not sexually, but just to hang out. I offered to give her a place to stay because she was freaking out. Like, I've had like really positive relationships with all of these people. I've never
Oh yeah, also let's remember that Destiny says that if you invite somebody over to your house, you should expect that you're going to fuck them. So I don't know, maybe Bad Bunny didn't feel comfortable taking an invite from Destiny knowing that was his approach. Bit interesting there, huh?
Even though she's fucking spam adding Twitch support to get me banned, I've never like leaked our personal combos, never like fucking leaked their nudes or any crazy shit like that.
Does that do anything, by the way? Does just adding Twitch support randomly on Twitter do
I don't
anything?
know. Who knows? Maybe that's the only way Twitch support noticing. But I'm saying like I've had like pretty strong relationships with a lot of these people that just like fucking flip on a dime. Like the whole reason why me and Bad Bunny had our huge split was because I was tired of getting shit from her for not defending her enough.
Was he bragging about not leaking her nudes? Yeah, he did. He just bragged about not leaking her nudes. What a good guy! He didn't leak the nudes of his ex. Oh, wow, Destiny! You're so great! I hope everybody sees you for the unbiased truth teller that you are.
And then getting shit from my community who said I was simping for her. That's the whole origination of our breakup. And everyone in my chat that was old enough remembers that. That like Bad Bunny would say some crazy shit like, oh, I think bisexual black guys are fucking disgusting. And I would be like, okay, well, you know, she's probably not racist. It's just like, I understand, blah, 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 blah. And my community would roast the fuck out of me for it. And they would call me a simp. And then she would DM me on Twitter and be like, why do you let your community shit on me? It's like, well, probably because you say some crazy racist, homophobic shit. You're fucking crazy. So if somebody like her can be so broken away and hate me so fucking much, like, Jesus Christ, I don't know how much closer, like, both physically and, like, emotionally, I can get to somebody and still have them break off like that hard.
If anybody ever disagrees with me, it's because they're wrong. No matter how close I get, it doesn't matter. If they don't like me in the future, if they don't agree with my behavior in the future, it must be because they're betraying me. Couldn't possibly be that you did anything wrong.
Like, I don't know what the fuck else I can do, right?
Bad Bunny is an interesting case. And I do think there's something, like, specially strange about Bad Bunny. Because I don't know what launched her into such the recent, like, parade. I don't know if you saw it. I have no clue. I think you retweeted it or said something. But all I did was post a picture of you. That's all I did.
Oh, I saw that, yeah. And she thinks that I'm, like, some crazy transphobic person.
I posted a picture of you. In response to a thing. There was this thing, it was like, post your favorite pet. I posted a picture of it, like, it's Stephen Bonelli. Like, be nice to him, right? It was a jab at you, if anything, right? And to see the thread where she's just like,
just wait, everybody. Listen, we don't need to come to a conclusion as to whether we think Destiny is a transphobe or not yet. Because I'm telling you right now, this video gets worse. Just keep waiting. Just keep watching. Stick in your seats, everybody.
I can't believe that somebody all this stuff, like, and then like dredging up my like suicide, like somebody who just attempted suicide would post an image. It was just a picture. I remember that like old Simpsons like thing where they pluck out the picture, like it's a SpongeBob thing, and they pull out the picture. It's just a drawing, boy. It's just a picture of you. And the just fucking tidal wave of nonsense that developed into, where I had to deal with for like the next 3 to 4 days, random like 20 to 30 viewer like people like coming out and be like, Dylan, the Nazi platformer, Dylan, the this, the that.
And all
I did was make fun of you. I didn't even compliment you.
They're all trans, non-binary, like ASD, like fucking 52, everything.
Like, I don't care about that. I don't.
Yeah, you might not care about that, but if you try to say anything back to any of them, you're instantly transphobic. You're instantly
weird. It feels like he. What? What does that have to do with anything? What does them being autistic, or being trans, or being non-binary? What does that have to do with anything, buddy? Don't worry, it gets worse.
Ableist, you're instantly harassing smaller creators.
Okay, so
you're instantly bullying. Like, holy shit!
I will say, I don't know. I don't follow your shit, right? I don't follow your shit. Like, I don't know if you've ever like posted, because I see people do this all the time. They'll just like screenshot the pronouns under that and be like, Lamau pronouns in bio. Or I don't know how you're responding to them, but I saw only one instance.
Let's just should I bring it up again? Should I bring it right back up again? I feel like I should bring it up again. You know, maybe I should bring it back up again. Maybe I'll just bring up this little image again. Huh. Let's do it. Let's bring it up again, shall I? Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, you don't do anything. Yeah, it's not like you go and literally retweet death threats against somebody. It's not like you just call people fat randomly and say they're gonna die of a heart attack. Interesting. Strange how this all works out.
This where somebody got angry. It was like Destiny called like a trans person a cockroach or something along those lines. And then I looked at it. And wait, let me finish. They called you a cockroach, and then you said they looked like a cockroach. That was the thing.
But so that's because they're trans. And ever since the fucking new patch dropped, and now the trans buff has been including all non-binary people, literally everybody gets to fucking class as fucking trans now, and now everybody on Twitter can call me transphobic when I say anything fucking bad about them ever. And it's like fucking insane to me. Like, I've been like defending trans people on this platform for like 6 fucking years, where anybody ever did politics on this fucking platform. And now I'm like the most transphobic I'm the most transphobic person, like, on the entire website. Like, it's unbelievable to me. Like,
Can we listen to that back again? Let's do it again. Let's listen back, shall we?
Wait, let me finish. They called you a cockroach, and then you said they looked like a cockroach. That was the thing.
But so that's because they're trans. And ever since the fucking new patch dropped, and now the trans buff has been including all non-binary people, literally everybody gets to fucking class as fucking trans now, and now everybody on Twitter can call me transphobic when I say anything fucking bad about them ever. And it's like fucking—
Now, my lovely imps, I want you to put a little mental note on this particular spot, okay? Now that the trans buff dropped and everybody who says they're non-binary is considered trans, put a little pin in that for a second. Put a pin in that for 1 second. Remember this.
Insane to me. Like, I've been like defending trans people on this platform for like 6 fucking years, where anybody ever did politics on this fucking platform. And now I'm like the most transphobic I'm the most transphobic person, like, on the entire website. Like, it's unbelievable to me. Like, dude, these people are insane. And I mean that in every sense of the word. Like, holy shit.
Well, I will say, and I do want to push back here, is that you have, like, sometimes, like, terrible messaging. And what I mean is—
Oh, Dylan. Terrible messaging on your show. Dylan, I gotta call you out here. I love you, buddy. Please, remember that. I really do. I really care about you, Dylan, and you know this. But he just said on your show, he just went out there and called everybody who disagrees with him, and I quote, I mean, I already played it, right? We know he called them the, and I quote, this is a quote, Down Syndrome Avengers. But that's just bad messaging. Oh, it's just bad messaging, isn't it? That's just bad messaging. It's just, he's just joking. It just looks bad, buddy.
Specifically about that was, like, I remember a while ago, and I just looked at the tweet. I didn't even dig into it because I didn't even want to, like, get into that nonsense. It had to do with, like, whether somebody disclosing whether they have a penis is, like, rape if they engage in oral sex. And considering the fact that, like, you know, I've, like, had to help, like Riley Grace Rochong, like, publish, like, articles in, like, Maryland Matters about the trans panic defense. And that's an extremely sore spot for the, like, trans community. Like, messaging in that way, like, obviously is gonna cause a lot of fucking heat. Like, if I came out and I said something like, like I said, I don't know, like let's say I found something about like Dachau or like something about some historical event that was a little bit off, and I'm like, these historians get it wrong about the Holocaust, and I'm like, they actually were wrong about the location of this vehicle in comparison to this vehicle.
That's not bad messaging. That's not just bad messaging. That's bad everything. It's a bad argument. It's bad messaging. It's a bad look. It's cruel. That's not just bad messaging, Dylan. I'm sorry.
Like, just like, the first line
I mean, but you're being
is,
like pretty sure. You're being pretty vague there, but I'll defend every part of my tweet. Not only will I defend it, but any real life trans person that touches grass will also defend it, because if you're a real life trans person, the last thing you want to do is probably hook up with somebody that will fucking kill you if they don't know that you're trans. Like, that's the lived experience of trans people. Now, I don't—
What do you know about the lived experience of trans people, Destiny? What do you know about the lived experience of trans people? Do you want to know why the trans panic defense is such a big deal? It's not because of just personal relationships. It's also because of sex work. It's also because of, because sometimes people don't listen to you and they still freak out. Sometimes, you want to know something that's also funny in the trans panic defense? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you a story of a thing that's been well known. Has anybody heard of trans regret? Not when you transition and you regret it, because that's very, very rare. But when people fuck a trans person and then they can't handle the idea that they'll be gay, and so they kill that trans person, because that's a thing that happens, and people get off using the trans panic defense because they claim that they were raped, quote unquote. And that is the argument that Destiny defended. And he's saying right here, oh, I'll defend using the lived experiences of trans people.
don't know what it's like online, where everybody's in fucking poly communes with fucking furries, and the only types of sexual interactions they get are when they touch themselves, or like talking to people in their fucking Discord groups.
Called yiffing
but in
Destiny.
real life,
so what's wrong with that? What's wrong with polycules? What's wrong with furry people? It almost sounds like Destiny's just trying to lean on every single word that he can come up with to call people degenerates without saying the word degenerates. Doesn't that kind of sound like what he's doing? Doesn't it kind of sound like he's going on an unhinged rant about how much he hates degenerates? It really sounds like that, doesn't it? He just avoided saying the word degenerate.
what?
Oh yeah, he did call us subhuman. Why not? Just say degenerate. Destiny, embrace it.
Called yiffing.
Sure. I think in real life, I don't—
True, thank you. I forgot to switch the camera. There we go. Here we go. Let's continue.
I think it's very controversial to say it's pretty non-consensual to fuck somebody or to have a sexual interaction with somebody while you're kind of sort of misleading them about your genitals. I don't think that's very controversial. I don't think anybody in the real world, trans or cis, thinks that's a controversial opinion. It's literally only like people online that are like, oh, so you think you should murder people that are having sex trans? No, I never fucking said that. I've never said that in my life. Like,
Is there
Actually, it's funny because see, Destiny also, during that little drama, some of us remember, you can't find it because he deleted it, but we all remember when he said that he believes you have a right to defend yourself against rape using violent force. So, no, he didn't say you should do that, but he said it's justified. Huh. What? Oh, another dishonesty? Interesting. And then he deletes it so you can't find it in the future? How very, very interesting.
Anything that you've ever said around trans issues that upon reflection, you're like, maybe I shouldn't have, like, maybe I should have opened that differently, or maybe I should have, like, maybe I was wrong there. Is there anything upon reflection?
You know what? You know what I think? I think I have better takes on trans issues than the majority of the trans community that I see on this shit platform. 100%. And I'll defend that opinion to the death. I'll defend that opinion to my fucking death. Because most of the trans opinions that are given on this platform, especially by some of the people that are super big in those communities, are dog shit. Absolutely dog shit. And yeah, I'll defend it to death. And if any trans person wants to argue with me about any of my takes or opinions related to trans people or anything that's come up, I'll defend it to the death. Because every time I brought a trans person on here, by the end of the conversation, they've 100% agreed with me and they've walked back every criticism that they've had. That has happened.
Oh, really? Remember the time I went on there? Did I walk back anything that I said? I didn't walk back a single thing.
Every single time. So, like, if anybody wants to argue about it, or if you think I have a bad take about something, then go for it.
Damn, man. I thought I had a problem with hanging myself. Okay.
Damn.
Fuck. That is an opinion.
Does Destiny look like a calm, rational, unbiased individual here? Just tell me that. What do you believe, chat? What do you believe?
You just stated? Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Let's see. Let me bring this up. Where did it go here? Somebody just said this. Coconut says, the silent trans majority. Yeah, the silent majority. Damn, he's pulling all of those. He's pulling out all the Trumpian ones, isn't it?
I'm like, people have watched me on panels. I love every human being to death. I love all people. It's okay. Jesse Lee Peterson would have me say, I love all people. People have watched me on panels where somebody will ask a question and I feel uncomfortable stepping in to answer because there's another trans person on the panel and then they start answering it.
Oh, wait, you mean like the time when he crashed a panel that I was on talking about trans stuff so that he could then derail it, talk about how I have an incoherent definition of gender when I don't, and then also proceed to literally not be able to tell the difference between gender and sex? We all remember that panel, don't we, everybody? That was the 10-hour panel. We remember it. Oh boy, do we remember it. Does it seem like did it seem like Destiny do you think that Destiny was manifesting girl boss energy when he plowed into that platform and crashed it, interrupting a bunch of trans people, including myself and Mixed Vivian, in order to put in his takes? Also, Destiny, I thought you were non-binary. What do you mean?
And the answer is so bad and not even really correct. Like the difference between like gender expression versus gender identity. And they'll like give this completely, and I don't feel comfortable stepping in and explaining it instead, but it's like, holy shit. And I see this happen so many fucking times. Or I don't know, like it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. I just don't want to associate with any of these insane fucking people. Let them go run around in their own little fucking polycules and their own little communes and their own little unicorn farms or whatever the fuck they want to do. And just let me do like the politicking over on the side and play some League of Legends. That's why I played League for the past 6 months, okay? I don't want to play League and get left the fuck alone by these insane fucking people that are like so desperate to fucking cancel.
Then why are you on the panel? You've never showed up for a Hippy Dippy. You don't fucking show up for this stuff. You've been on there like 2 times max. You don't care about the space. Just go do your own thing. Bo. Oh! Turns out he does care. Turns out he's so desperate to care. He so wants control over this space that he's willing to do this.
Me or get me banned or attack me or whatever the fuck they want to do. Holy shit.
Do you not think that much of this might be attached to the fact that
Does this look like a guy who doesn't care right here? Does this look of absolute despair look like a guy who doesn't care? Nothing that I do is performative. Oh, nothing that he does is performative.
Oh, the Demon Mama might pin you this Friday, and you're just going after a character to
Thank
poison
you,
the well.
Dylan. Aw, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate that.
Is she gonna be on that thing or whatever?
Yeah, the Friday show.
Oh god, I hope you bring up her self-diagnosing takes. It's probably some of the most, if anybody should be banned from any platform, it should be her for that garbage tier. But I'm glad that she like exposed how she shops around for fucking mental illness tags like Pokemon badges or whatever. Jesus Christ. Didn't
we just watch my video? Didn't we just watch my video where I very, very vulnerably talked very explicitly about how if you are able to get a diagnosis for BPD, it can seriously help your life? Interesting. But yeah, I shop around for mental illnesses like they're Pokemon cards. In fact, it's very funny. It's really funny. I wonder what he thinks. I wonder what his representation of my take is going to be. I know, because I've seen this. Do you all know? Let's find out together.
What a horrible fucking video. Thank you for reminding me of that. We have to review that.
Can you tell me what video?
She talked about how it was more important to be able to self-diagnose because you don't want doctors gatekeeping fucking illnesses from you or whatever.
That's not what
you
I
need to be
said.
able to self-diagnose better because doctors don't get it right or like some...
That isn't even close to what I said. That isn't even close. I would love a citation for that, Destiny. But, you know, yeah, women do be shopping, I guess. It's interesting that that's not even close to what I said. And we're going to talk about the actual take after this. Nobody watched the video. Nobody actually watched the video. Of course, they don't. They watch Destiny's coverage of the video, which is part of what he wants. He wants you to watch his coverage so he can color it however he wants, so he can lie to your face. It's not what you outright said, but it came across that way to a lot of people. Well, a lot of people have motivated reasoning and should probably listen to the actual argument and engage with the argument instead of making up things about me to be mad about. It's very interesting how that works. Don't worry, we're going to talk about it. Yeah, here's a much more accurate summary. Melodic One says, Demon Mama says, you know, self-diagnosis gets a bad rap, but it's an important step to formal diagnosis. Destiny, wow, you should be removed from public life. You're literally insane. Yeah, wild how that works. Wild. Well, Simric, I think you're probably a minority.
Dumb shit. Like, it was an insanely irresponsible take, especially today on the internet, where people are unironically doing that shit.
Oh, totally.
Somebody link me this and we'll watch this later. Apparently she responded to my response. I haven't even watched that yet, but...
Then you're going to respond to her response of your response?
I guess, if I watch it after, yeah.
Genius. So, I wanted to get around to the idea that, obviously, like, whether or not, like, you block or do the whole thing, your name is, like...
Without self-diagnosing to some degree, says Chris, no one would even go to a psychiatrist to be looked at. Yes, that was the core of my point. The core of my point is that people becoming aware of mental illnesses, learning about them, and recognizing the symptoms in themselves can help them make a better decision as to how to proceed with their life happily. That's what I said. But no, see, Destiny can't engage with the truth. He has to engage with the lie because he knows that he is wrong. And let's just take a moment. Let's just take a moment and let's compare for a little bit of hypocrisy. If Destiny is saying I'm irresponsible for saying that self-diagnosis is important, which, by the way, I have tons of information on this, in addition to the personal opinions of legitimate licensed professionals. Why does he call so many people mentally ill online? If he thinks self-diagnosis is so bad, what about him? What about him going around calling people the Down Syndrome Avengers? That's a quote, by the way. What about him saying take your meds? What about him saying these people need way more? That is just a bald-faced, astronomical hypocrisy. And the fact that his audience isn't even reacting to what's on the screen, the fact that his audience is right here, not even reacting. They don't even care. They don't care that that is an astronomical hypocrisy, that Destiny has spent the last 17 minutes of this video screaming about how everybody on the internet is mentally ill and they need help and making the decision that he thinks they should be off the internet, but he's against self-diagnosis? Weird how that works. Weird how that works.
Controversial name, to say the least. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess I don't view you in the same way like I guess other people view you. I know that you're controversial, but when I posted that picture, I didn't think of, like, the nuances of, like, how posting this picture will affect the person above, or how this picture will be affected by, like, the emotional trauma of people have by, like, seeing a picture of you. I feel like I could have
here we go. Destiny, to be fair, she's admitting she's insane. Nice. Oh, sick. Oh, yeah, let's bring that up, shall we? Shall we bring that up? Yeah, we shall. We shall bring it up. Look at that. I don't get my gender or social construct takes from you, dipshit. They're healthier than whatever dog shit takes you spew because you're desperately seeking the attention you couldn't get in adolescence on Twitter. More attention-seeking instead of argument-making. I'm disappointed in you. Aren't you supposed to be rational? I'm still waiting to hear someone criticize my argument instead of whatever stupid shadow you're fighting in your own head. Up your meds, schedule more therapy, improve your diet, and get off Twitter. A happier world awaits you than this, I promise. Huh! That seems to fly directly in the face of everything that he said just now. Almost as if Destiny is a screaming, heinous liar who literally cannot speak the truth. Strange.
a picture of Donald Trump or like Bettino Mussolini, it would have gotten a less vitriolic reaction than me posting that picture of you. And I guess like having to think of the nuances as somebody who like generally like I guess I don't want to say like I'm your I guess associate, like I'm an associate of Destiny Bunnell, like I don't know whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? What would be the advice you would generally give to anybody who just knowing that just being in your general purview means you're gonna be like getting the trickles of the feces getting like smeared on the wall?
The same advice that I give to literally every single person. I don't think you should associate with me at all. I don't think it's worth it online right now. I think that all the people that are dedicated to that, all the denims in the background, all the bad bunnies in the background, all of the other little motherfuckers, and I know a lot of them too, that are in the background constantly shit talking me to other people, constantly pressuring other people not to associate with me, I wouldn't deal with it. If I was a smaller content creator, I probably wouldn't associate with me. I don't think it's fucking worth it. To have that many fucking losers breathing down your fucking neck, crawling around like fucking worms, like trying to get you like in trouble or canceled or like thrown out of friend groups for associating with me, I wouldn't.
Oh yeah, a lot of people don't know the history with that Destiny has with denims. I highly recommend. You know who has talked about it? Denims. Denims has talked about it. Destiny had a drama with Denims a couple years ago. Denims stopped streaming because of the horrible experience she had with Destiny. Interesting. It would be a shame if anybody looked into that.
Waste my fucking time with it. That's what I would do personally. I don't think that being my friend in a public sphere, at least politically, is ever fucking worth it. But I've given that like advice to every single person that I've talked to, I think.
No, it was not it wasn't about the N-word Andy. Not at all. Nope. It was about personal shit that happened at Destiny's place, and Destiny lied about her. Over and over again. That was 2 years ago. Denims is back making content now. She's published stuff about this. You can ask Denims about this.
Advice to me, so if you're in my position, you would just cut ties?
Yeah, or I would say like, Destiny is a abhorrent person. I don't agree with any of his views, but I bring him on my show sometimes, like I do Rob Noor, because I think it's important to represent the other side of the political aisle. I want to know how fascists think, so that's why we bring Destiny on.
Well, you know what, Destiny? If I was to follow the advice of a transphobic, racist scumbag like yourself and cut ties, then I would be collapsing and caving into fascism. Therefore, I can't cut ties with you. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. Okay, buddy?
Wonderful. Okay. You have any thoughts about this Friday's lineup? And Trihex and Hunter and everybody's gonna be there. Any thoughts?
I haven't even gotten to it yet, but I like looking over. There's a ton. I literally just got back in today from vacation, so I'm just like looking over shit.
Destiny didn't cut a promo. Low effort Andy. Looks like I was right. That he's not even gonna put in the effort to make a promo for Dylan's show. He's too good for that. See, Destiny is too good to make a show like the rest of us.
That happened. Checking out the discourse.
Yeah. What do you think about you and Trihex being in the same thing?
We're fine. People think that we
I know you're fine. I'm not asking you. You're gonna cooperate with the man. Would you like to face down your good friend, your good pal Reno?
Well, it'll probably be like just like interacting with any other person, I think.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
You have a good one. Okay.
Okay. I love you. Be careful. Okay.
You too.
Bye.
And don't have any more bad Twitter takes, at least for this week. Okay.
What Twitter takes have I had that are bad? Name one.
Name one bad Twitter take.
Ready? I'm gonna name one. We're gonna go there. We're gonna do it. We're gonna name it. You ready? You fucking ready? There's one. I've just showed this one a couple times. That's a pretty bad one. Is that one gonna come up? Nah. Is it the trans panic one that's gonna come up? Nah. Is it the time that he repeatedly tells people to go take their meds even though he's supposedly against self-diagnosis, but he's totally fine with diagnosing people over the internet and bullying them over it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go to Twitter right now. Let's see if I can find anything.
Do it. Go for it. I welcome it. I'll defend every single one of them to the death.
Okay. Wait, you delete them all. Fuck.
Every now and then
True,
I do.
Dylan. Oh yeah, here's where he says every now and then I do. Do we remember? 20 minutes after he tweeted the death threats at Doe, he cleared his account. And then he did it again, multiple times. Oh, every time and again though. He's lying. And he's lying to his audience because he knows his audience will never check and they do not care. His audience doesn't care about the truth. And if they do, they won't be his audience for very long.
Okay, just to keep my account safe.
Your friend deletes them.
And then the server is like, oh, in before he deletes it and hides it. Okay, dude.
Which you did. We have them archived because of that. I archived them in the moment because of that. I got archives of all of these.
Damn, I can't say I don't like that one. I liked it. You know what? I found it.
Uh-oh. Oh, God, it's the football one, isn't it?
No, you're right about that.
True.
Football is a boring sport. Okay?
True.
And it's called soccer. Number 2.
True. Amen.
Now,
Oh, meltdown. Oh, yes. I'm the one having the meltdown, for sure. Is everybody, hey, DGG, are you enjoying the meltdown? I love it. I would love it if you fact check anything in here. If you would all even give a shit about what you claim to say, which you don't. I mean, let's be real, you don't. You're willing to eat up every single lie that Steve shoves down your throat. He'll sit there and lie to your face over and over and over again. He'll tell you that I'm bad for self-diagnosis, but then he'll diagnose people over Twitter and his and what he'll and then what he prescribes is harassment and bullying to accounts that are almost always smaller than him. Strange little bit. Strange little patterns.
This Among Us shit isn't funny anymore, okay? Okay? It's been going on for a little too long. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. It's not an anti-meme. You can't anti-meme something from perpetuate. Look.
Wait, link me the tweet. Link me the tweet.
You gonna tweet? I can't because he deleted them because he's trying to hide them. The Surfs was right.
They got like 1,000 likes.
The Surfs was right.
Every time. It's good engagement.
1,000 likes. Okay, well, you know what? Trump said when the looting starts, the shooting starts. I got a lot of likes too. I mean, that doesn't mean it's a good thing to say.
Well, hey, listen, Trump was also president, so.
Oh, you know what? Maybe one day.
Seems like he's.
Maybe one day. Okay, you have a good one, okay?
Okay, be careful, bud. I love you.
See you Friday.
There we go. And there you have it, everybody. Why are you even saying the Surfs was right when you know why he deletes his tweets, Pepe? You know why he deletes his tweets. He deletes it to hide them. He deletes it so that he can't get in trouble for it. He deletes it because he knows he's breaking the rules, and he doesn't give a shit. He knows that he's a hypocrite, and he doesn't give a shit. And his entire career is predicated on lying to his audience so that they keep giving him money, so that they keep thinking he's Mr. Rationalist, that he's not performative at all, that everything he says is true and honest and genuine, and not just him venting out his personal problems with every creator in this space. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Was there a Dylan? Was there an edit at the end? Let's look at it. Let's look at it.
The thing goes
Block.
skitty block, and the boom.
Okay. Are you mad? Sorry, we got Lycan in here. Wait, Lycan, are you Lycan GTV? Lycan, are you Lycan GTV? Are you the same Lycan? Nice. Dude, come on. Dude, that's so sad. Dude, this is sad. What, are you his, does he pay you? Can I ask you that? Does he pay you to do this? What do you get out of this? What do you get out of coming over here and wasting everyone's time? Is he your friend? Do you think Destiny's your friend, buddy? Yes, I am. For you? Yes, because you aren't him, Lycan. You aren't him and you don't represent him. You are a chatter. You are some random chatter who's appeared on a couple of panels. Of course, I'm not going to give you any... Why would I give you the time of day? I am very confident in my stances. Prove me wrong, you coward. So funny. These people, it's so sad. It's so, remember, all of them, just remember, all of this claims about mental illness, and then he says, oh no, my people don't harass people, they come into the chats, they fucking say stupid shit, they waste time, they go, why aren't you responding to me? They literally sea lion. Is that parasocial arena I smell? Oh, it is. Very much. Very much so. It's very, I never said you were harassing me, Lycan. Do you see how desperate you are? Are we witnessing this? We're just witnessing this right now. We're witnessing the desperation. The sadness. How embarrassing, my friend. Listen, you're your own person, right? Get your own identity. Sure thing, buddy. Good one. Oh, hey, wow! Hey, did you borrow that one from Destiny? You just gonna copy everything he says? What's next? What's next, buddy? What's next, friend? Hippy Dippy starts in 30 minutes? Yes, it does. The Hippy Dippy starts in 30 minutes. Was that Lycan from the debate panels? Yeah. This is what they do. Of course he's watching me react to him, because it's funny. You know, there's a saying, let me tell you something. Anybody heard of the book Game of Thrones? Anybody? Anybody heard of the book, the series, A Song of Ice and Fire is the name of the book series. Great book series. There's a saying in there that goes, words are wind. And it's true. Words really don't mean all that much. Well, they can in certain contexts. But you wanna know what you look at? You look at actions. And what do you see? Destiny reacting to me. After he had a meltdown on somebody else's stream about me, where he called me the, I'm sorry, let me quote again, Down Syndrome Avengers, in addition to a whole bunch of other people. And Destiny's reacting to me. You know why he's reacting to me? Because if he wasn't, he'd be playing some boring game and he wouldn't be getting the subs. So good for him. Congratulations, dude. And congratulations to his audience, who are coughing it up. And they're probably doing it proudly, just like, Lycan here. They do it for free. And I want to talk about something else. Thank you so much, Somniostatic. Me and my partner put in a lot of work into this. Sure. No, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in talking with people like yourself. Thank you, though. I've had talks with you, and I came away unimpressed. I despise Destiny, but could that argument not be applied to you? I'm genuinely curious. Go watch my content. Go take a look. Go watch my content. See what I talk about. See what I do. See the original content that I make. The fun react where I add GIFs all over the screen. The unique original commentary. That's what I do. That's what I'm doing. Go look at it. You can see it. It's all public. It's on video if you so desire to look. Hey, Bun, we don't really like that word here, so please. I'm sorry, but I understand where you're coming from, but we don't use that word here. Can somebody, I'm sorry. We don't do that. I'm gonna give you I know that some communities are cool with that, but we're not. I've been pretty clear about that. So a lot of people have a ton of opinions about this, that, and the other thing. They like to say whatever, They like to say whatever they want to make up about me. There's these unbelievable. I even went over this on stream recently. I went over the like stories that people on DGG make up about me. The like completely where they get every single detail of the situation wrong and it's verifiably incorrect. It's so funny. Granted, that's all you do when it comes to a debate featuring Mike. Well, I mean, that's because it's not serious. See, I'm not a self-serious asshole. I'm serious where I need to be, and I'm a political edutainer. I'm very honest about the way that I do things, unlike other people. Thank you, Azazel Bedazzle. Really appreciate it. Don't you worry. Yeah, the based lore master gets every detail incorrect. Every single detail incorrect. I look like Goth Alice in Wonderland? There you go. Interesting. Yeah, it's a little bit of a Queen of Hearts look. Aw, thanks, Acelaces. I appreciate that. Goth Dorothy? Maybe. Now, hold on. We have a bit of time. That's not the topics. The topics aren't, the topics are going to be probably me. That's probably what it's going to be. The topic is, realistically, let's be honest. We know where the panel's gonna go. The topics haven't been publicly announced, so I can't say them, but we know that it's gonna be about me. And I welcome it. Because I have nothing to hide. Because I don't lie. Yeah, there's no place like hell. There's no place like hell. Now, let me talk about one thing, since we have some time. Let's talk about my self-diagnosis take. Now, some people have criticized me in good faith, like Dr. Heemd, who said that maybe I shouldn't use the term self-diagnosis. And okay, sure. If you want to say that, if it's a semantic thing, if you think that term is not good, that's fine. But I really prefer when people engage with my actual arguments. And what I said in that video is true. What I said in the video is correct. That getting to know your own symptoms, understanding different diseases and personality disorders that have been discovered, and being able to have good conversations with professionals, if that's the right path for you, is a good thing. In fact, self-diagnosis is incredibly important. Most therapists will agree with this. I've talked to a whole lot, and and awareness about your own body is the one way that doctors can actually find out what's going on, specifically when we're talking about mental health. In addition, oh, Destiny's lurking in the Twitch chat? Of course he is. Of course he is. Thank you, Garden Variety. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. When I talked about the self-diagnosis take, it was a very, very simple to understand take. The idea is that getting to know your own potential symptoms can help you live a better life. Contrary to popular belief, not everyone needs a formal diagnosis, and there are downsides to formal diagnosis. Anybody who has been diagnosed with autism knows this. In fact, Vosh talked about this. Interesting that I'm not the only one who said this, but I'm the only one getting blown up about it. Does anybody remember when Vosh talked about how he thought about how his life might have been different, better or worse if he had gotten an early diagnosis? That's actually a very real thing. Lots of parents have to weigh whether they want their kid to be formally diagnosed with autism, because the way that our system engages with this has certain drawbacks. If you have a formal diagnosis of autism, you might be put in special education classes whether you want to or not. So, self-diagnosis is super important. Also, let's just remember the state of the United States. Many Many people do not have access to healthcare. Tons. In fact, it's such a huge issue in America that this has been the preeminent debate in the Democratic Party for the last couple of years, is the problems we have with healthcare. Damn, even Biden is trying to expand healthcare because mental health is often not even covered by insurance, even when you have it. So how the hell are you supposed to even get a formal diagnosis when you know that you might have to pay $1,000 to go in there? Don't you think that self-diagnosis might be a little important? And interestingly, in my video, I never said anything about putting your mental illnesses or whatever, or your diagnoses in your bio or anything like that. This is just an SJW stereotype that's as lazy as every other one. Might as well just say that red hair makes you stupid. It's exactly the same. Joyless Llama says, Vosh said that he was diagnosed early, but his family chose to keep it quiet so he wouldn't be placed in special classes because his symptoms were mild. Interesting. DGG is currently calling for Doe's death. Get some screenshots for me, will you? Yeah, if you have a problem with bios or presentation, sure, have a conversation about that. But they're lying about what I said. Because they know I'm right. Because they know I'm not lying. TIS says, that happened to me when growing up with ADHD. I had to go to a different classroom throughout the week for my reading comprehension. Yeah, and usually it has nothing to do with whether you do well or not in school. They just do it because you have the diagnosis. Just Alan said, I had to change school 3 times to avoid going into special ed classes once I got diagnosed with epilepsy. Epilepsy, which isn't even a learning condition. Yes, and we all know that there is an endemic problem with special ed courses in the United States being underfunded. No one has refuted my take. Once again, we find a position where no one argues with my actual take. Instead, they just say I'm crazy. Because that's what they like to do. Because these people are liars. That's all that they can do. They can lie about me, and Destiny will whip his audience into a fury saying that I'm dangerous to be on the internet. I'm a moral threat. But they don't have an argument. They really don't. Yeah, it's a documented fact that doctors are very bad at diagnosing autism spectrum disorders in people who are assigned female at birth. All they have are straw men. That's it. Joy Drillkill says, I was put in a special ed program and something like this happened to me. This is a ProPublica article about special ed children being locked away. The quiet rooms. Children are being locked away, alone and terrified in schools across Illinois. Often, it's against the law. Interesting how that works, isn't it? Here, I'll show you the article. This is from ProPublica, an incredibly well-respected news outlet. ProPublica is remarkably well-respected. The reflection room, the cooldown room, the calming room, the quiet room. Shut inside them, public schools across the state, children as young as 5 wail for their parents, scream in anger, and beg to be let out. And I never, ever said, never once in my video did I say you shouldn't talk to a doctor. Ever. For many people, that is the right path. For me, it was the right path. And it's also really funny. It's also super, super, super funny. Because, in all of this has all been conflated with my status as a trans person. Just remember, we haven't even talked about that yet. Destiny said I was not a real trans person. Let me tell you a personal story, okay? Let me tell you a little personal story real quick, okay? Ten years ago, I started hormone therapy. After about a year of going to various therapies, One of the therapists my family made me go to was a Christian therapist who told me that I should wait until I was 30 to be sure as to whether I wanted to transition or not, while I was actively telling them I was agonized because of my gender dysphoria. I have changed all of my documents, every legal document that has to do with me up to the federal level. Every single one has been changed to my name, has been changed to female. Bam. I have had a surgery that required me to go through 2 psychological examinations before I had it, because that's what insurances require. That surgery was done by one of the foremost trans doctors in the entire world. I have been in therapy for 7 years consistently, and none of that matters. None of it matters. And interestingly, do you want to know what I talk about in therapy now? Harassment. Hate. I talk about the number of people who literally message me saying that you are subhuman. I hate you. You should be driven off the internet. Who tweet pictures of, who send pictures of nooses at me. Who send pictures of people dying at me. That's what I talk to my therapist about. I talk about the never-ending harassment. I don't talk about BPD because guess what? I got the treatment I need for that. I've had that worked out for a while. But it's funny. And what this shows, this kind of illustrates my point exactly. That people like Destiny do not care. They will invent a narrative about you that could not be further from the truth, and it still doesn't matter. Even though I've got right here a fucking passport with my legal name and my legally changed gender on it, a process that was expensive and difficult to go through, I'm not a real trans person. I'm a non-binary grifter lying on the internet or whatever else. Interesting how that works. Interesting how none of it matters. The facts don't matter at all. And Destiny knows that the facts don't matter. See, that's the thing. I know he knows this. And this, I can't know. Truly. There's no way to prove that Destiny knows this. But I think he does. I think he knows that he's manipulating his audience. I think that he likes that. And I guess we're going to find out if his audience will keep letting it happen. But until then, feast your eyes on the insane SJW fake transsexual herself, the Demon Mama, the scariest and most dangerous person on the web. Hey, Riverboat Jack, good to see you. Do we have enough time to open a package? Oh, I don't think he'll go that far. We got enough time to open a package. We're gonna open a quick package. Oh, we got a fan one, too. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we got a fan one and a non-fan one. Yeah, I got 2 packages. I have 2 packages from my box. Here we go. I'm gonna show one of them. Actually, I'm gonna show both of them because they're really cool. I know what these are. Well, I know what one of them is. The other one isn't, but it looks like it's from, a fan. There's something in my teeth? Oh, it's the makeup. It happens. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. That was so kind of you. That was so great. Thank you so much. That was so kind of you. Of course, Zonia, just because I disagree with you doesn't mean that I'm gonna ban you. I ban hecklers. I ban people that I'm tired of. I don't ban people that are, like, disagreeing with me. People disagree with me all the time. That's like 90% of my content, is people disagree with me and having conversations with my chat. I'm, like, super engaged with my chat. Hold on, I'm gonna show you all something really cool. This is super cool. This is a piece of art that I ordered as a little gift for myself. It's a new notebook. Are you ready? Look at that. Look at that. Handmade vegan leather interpretation. Dark Souls 3 seemed one-of-a-kind custom notebook. Look at that. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, and it has buckles and everything. So beautiful. This was made by Atom Fashion on Etsy. Atom Fashion. They used to do Warhammer stuff, but now they do like leatherworking and stuff. Look at that. It's so beautiful. This is Dark Souls 3 theme. Yeah, this is the Eclipse from Dark Souls 3. It's the Eclipse symbolizes the time in which the world must be refreshed by relinking the fire, by consuming great souls in order to continue the status quo. That is what that represents. But it also represents an opportunity for change. Because, of course, the chosen undead, the Lord of Hollows, may choose to usurp and change the world forever. I love Bloodborne. Bloodborne's my favorite Souls game. Now let's open the other one. Let's open the Fanmail. Oh, I'm gonna need the knife for this. Hey, Fawn, if you're listening, can you bring the knife for me? Fawn, if you're listening, would you mind bringing the knife so I can open this? Would I like to hear a secret unreleased song? Yes. Snowdrift? Yes. Yes, I would love that. We have just enough time. We have 15 minutes before we have 10 minutes before I gotta be in there. Hey, thank you very much, Fawn. Yeah, right, thank you. Just need to open up this package. It's very well taped. Whoever sent this, did a good job taping it. Now you're here. That's fine. I like you. This is gonna be a little hard to open, I guess. Oh wow, this is like super sealed. Huh? No, I'm good. I think I got it. Let's see if I can brute strength it. Oh, yeah, we can do that. Can you DM that to me? Here, hold on. Let's listen to the remix. Oh, yeah, Jazz Dog is making a remix, by the way. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to Jazz Dog's remix, and then we'll listen to the other one. Here we go. Here we go. Let's listen while we open this.
This is so cool. Look at that. Demon Mama. Woo! Look at that. It's the Mama Mauled and everything. You know I've been a little maldy, but I think it's a justified mauled. This is amazing. Can you put this on the sofa back there? I think right there would be fine. Yeah, we'll put it up on the wall tonight. Yes! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know who you are. You know who you are. I know you didn't say that I could put your name on stream, so love you. Oh my God, that's so amazing. That's going up tonight. I have a couple other things I'm working on right now. We're gonna have a whole bunch of art up on the wall soon. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Now we got another one to listen to before we go. We got 5 more minutes. We got just enough time to listen to this song. This song is a song by friend of the show Snowdrift. Let's listen. Beautiful. Snowdrift. This is a preview. I thought we did. Maybe it's Drift. Snowdrift, no parasocial, but oh my God, do I love you and your work. Snowdrift, you are amazing. You are incredible, and I hope you know that. Now, we gotta get going. We gotta make this happen, okay? I'm gonna go jump in, so everybody, hold on to your britches, stay comfy, like the stream, and subscribe if you haven't already. You get to listen to bangers like that all the time because we have great relationships with people like amazing artists like Jazz Dog and Snowdrift Moon. Oh,
What's that? Let me see. Let me get this all set up. I have to get set up onto the Discord here real quick. So, yeah. Give me a second, everybody. Just gotta move some cables around real quick. Oh, hey, there's a note. Wait, I missed a note. I'm gonna read this note after stream. I didn't realize it. Okay, just gotta move this over. We're gonna get all set up here. We're gonna make sure that this works. We're gonna make sure it looks good. It's gonna be wonderful. Oh shit. I'm so close to you right now, you can almost feel it. Don't get any ideas. This is the problem with the audio sound. I still haven't fixed it. We'll get there. We can have a little scuff as a treat. Okay? We can have a little scuff as a treat. Yeah? Scuff, 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 scuff as a treat. There we go. That. This boosts it up. Okay. Let's get in here. Because that's because I am a Tim Burton character. In fact, I'm better. I'm an original. This is actually funny. I got a score on this. This was made by, I can't remember the name of the designer. I have the tag. This was made by a local designer for who's like literally world recognized. It was made for a charity, and afterwards they made like 4 versions of this dress, and then they donated it to local local secondhand shops, and I happened to come across it, and I had a tag and everything that was like, hey, this was originally created to raise money for this event. If you found this, congratulations. You just got a really cool dress. It was super cool. I have the tag here somewhere. I just don't have it on me. Can you all not hear her?
Demon Mama, if you get into a big shouting match with Destiny, please do actually. That'll be very fun to witness, and I'm gonna need Lonnie to make some popcorn when that happens.
The question is Destiny gonna be on time? Because he's got like 1 minute.
He'll be late.
He'll be disqualified if the rules hold. Damn, that would really suck. He's pretty mad though. He was watching my stream before this.
Oh, is he mad about? I didn't get to see your stream.
Yeah,
Mom.
he's
I was
like
catching up on some stuff, but...
he's like super pissed off. He was actually hanging out in my Twitch chat. That's how mad. Like that just goes to show you how much like I've been able to get under his skin apparently. And I haven't even really done it. I haven't even really dropped any hot takes or anything. I mean, today I did. Today I exposed his him completely for that meltdown he had on Dylan Burns earlier.
I mean that's where I ripped. That's where I ripped your clip from. Was from the self-diagnosis video that you put out.
Oh yeah, that video was fantastic. Really proud of it.
We can agree to disagree.
Yeah, that's fine.
You don't have to agree to disagree. You can just call her wrong. It's okay.
I mean, you could say that, but you'd have to actually prove that. And, you know, I know you struggle with arguments these days, but...
Well, I don't struggle with any arguments at all. I'm not the one usually ducking most of them.
Yeah,
if you want to prove it, though, I'd welcome like any conversations with any medical professionals related to how harmful your views on mental health are.
Totally.
I think it would probably be like good.
Super awesome.
Oh dear, it's happening.
So is this going to be... So that's your thing? You're going to try and make this all about me? I'm flattered. I'm flattered, honestly.
Well, the show hasn't started yet. We're just in the pre-lobby, and you were talking, and I responded to you.
Just kind of interesting so far.
Penises.
Yes,
Hell
that's
yeah.
the word we needed. That's the word we needed.
Precisely.
Don't know why we needed it, but that's the one we needed. It's not the one I wanted.
Listen, I'm just sound checking, alright? Sound checking
Alright.
my penises. And root beer.
And root beer. Well, maybe a good burp on the mic would do as a good sound check.
Well, listen, I know that I'm getting older because I thought root beer was fucking disgusting when I was a teenager, and now it's delicious, and I don't know what to do about that.
I fucking love root beer.
Yeah.
The other one is ginger ale too, right? You like ginger ale
just
too?
randomly.
Oh.
Yeah. In my
Bro,
30s.
ginger ale, I don't know why, but
Officially
ginger ale with
old.
like whiskey, ginger ale with like peach whiskey is fucking A1, okay?
Well, I mean, I
It's
think that was
awesome.
probably the whiskey, but, you know.
Dude, the best thing is like
add a little bit of ginger ale there,
greasy
and it
lamb
doesn't
chop and
stink
some whiskey.
going down. So like for girls,
Yeah.
just add a little bit of ginger ale in there. Doesn't stink going down for them. You drink your straight whiskey
Wait.
like I do. What?
But
So
does
when-
this thing going down for them? I missed something.
So when this starts,
I think he's
do
implying
do
that
we
girls
get
are weak.
The mic by just going wait, or hey, hold on. Like, is that how we get the mic?
No,
That's how we
it's I
start.
reclaim-
That's definitely
it's
how
I
we start.
reclaim my time. Okay. Okay. Counterpoints. You should know this already.
Yeah.
I reclaim my time.
You
Well,
scream
I-
"re" until they stop talking.
Yeah, I use yield a lot. I like yield.
So, someone missed it.
Trinex is still missing.
Banned. 2 minutes late.
I don't want to be mean to Trihex. I like him. He seems like such a nice dude.
Well,
Hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
I can, yes.
Wonderful. Okay. I want to thank you all for coming to the second ever Hippy Dippy Rumble. We have a long cast of characters and individuals here, but of course this is an episode of class. I know everyone here is good friends, right? And will be cordial in tonight's events because we all know that Vosh, that scoundrel, that ruffian, that disgusting man who would be outclassed by many intellectuals like Jimmy Dore and Jackson Hinkle, lost the belt because he disrespected this business. So I'm happy that we have all of you here today to bring class back to the business, whoever becomes champion. Now, I'm going to go over the rules of the championship. The first rule, of course, is that when I'm talking, nobody else is talking. I do this purely to maintain order. There will be no outros and intros, because this event is purely based on what you can do in the time periods allotted to you. At the end of every round, a panel of 3 judges, Katarana, Danabo, and surprise guest judge, Vadim Newquest, host of Creationist Cat, will be judging your performance. If you do poorly or do not talk enough, you'll be eliminated. If you do good enough, you'll stay in. I want no complaints. The odds of you winning the championship, considering the amount of people here, is 6.25%. So please enter this knowing that most likely you're a Humegalol who is going to lose. If you do that, then you can't get your feelings hurt. I'm looking at you, Xander.
Yeah, I'm a WHO Megaloi now.
Now, besides that, the other rules is no slurs, nothing against TOS, and no attacks based on immutable characteristics. That means no going after anybody because of their race, gender, sexual orientation, identity, or anything of that sort.
What
As
if
long
I'm
as-
beautifully stupid?
That's fine.
Is religion fine?
Religion? Oh god. Let's just pretend the question wasn't asked. Anyway.
Well, what about if they're Jewish? Is that like religious or ethnic? Is that okay?
Okay, we're not. Okay, you know what? We're not going after religion. We're taking that off the table. Thank you very much. So, welcome to the championship. We're going to start the first round, which will be about 25 minutes before the first person is voted off and replaced. The first topic is, how is Biden doing as president? How is he doing as president? Is he doing a decent job? Is he doing a bad job? I will introduce you all because we don't have time for intros. The people on your screen right now is American Nacho on the top left. Next to him is Counterpoints. Next to them is Demon Mama. Next to them is Destiny. I, of course, am Dylan Burns TV, your luxurious host. Next to me is Sprouticus. Then it is Trihex. Then Xander Hall. Then Lonerbox. You can find all the information in the description of the YouTube video that will be produced afterwards. You may begin. Please remember to follow the rules, and remember, always be nice. Make sugar your favorite spice. You may begin.
All right, guys, what do you want to start with? Do you want to start with his response to COVID, his infrastructure plan, immigration? Where do we want to start?
I can start with something.
I want to start with the fact that the first problem Biden encountered, he directly handed it off to his vice president. Like, the first actual problem he went into office and encountered, it was, okay, this is Kamala Harris's problem.
What problem was that? What problem was that?
The immigration and the border wall.
So
yeah,
wait,
she went over to, what was it? I think it was Guatemala, where she did like a statement about it, where she talked about how they're going to be giving, I think it was $2 or $3 trillion in aid. I forget what country it is. It's in South America, and it's got, we have a lot of immigrants that come to there due to the crime and the corruption of the government. She said she's going to, the Biden administration's going to be funneling a ton of money over there to help root out the corruption and stem the crime.
It didn't even want her there, though. First off, that country didn't even want her there. Second off, she still hasn't been to the border. The closest she got was 30 miles away in San Antonio.
So wait, are you? I'm sorry. There's a couple things here.
One at a time. Wait, one at a time. The first person I heard talk was Destiny, so I'm gonna give it to him.
Yeah, so number one, delegating things to your VP is not a bad thing. I don't know why we make that sound like a bad thing.
Yep.
And number two, who the fuck cares if you actually go to the border wall or not? I mean, I guess we can talk about the optics of how that looks, but I think it's probably more relevant to talk about border wall policy, whether or not you have a photo op the border wall.
It's not just a photo op, though, is it? It's more than a photo op. You're going down the border to see what's on the ground with your own eyes, because that's really how you get a perspective of what's going on, is when you look at it through your own eyes. You can say no, Destiny, all you want, but this is how presidents have done it for decades, okay? When something goes down, they go there. And Biden decided that it was Kamala Harris's problem, and Kamala Harris didn't even go there. The entire Biden presidency has since been a joke. All Biden did about COVID was he adopted Trump's plan with a few minor changes.
This is like pivoting off. Like, okay, hold on. This is really silly. It is absolutely normal for presidents to delegate tasks to their vice president. This is a completely invented grievance. If we're going to talk about things that Biden has and hasn't done, I have a couple things I could bring up. One of the things, a bit of a topic that's in my wheelhouse that Biden has done really well, which is a civil and social victory, is that he has now instated a federal policy by which trans people can have without needing a complex and incredibly lengthy process, actually change their gender marker and name on their passport. Again, without a whole pile of paperwork that's necessary. That's really, really awesome. In fact, they're also going to be adding in an option for a non-binary gender selection on passports, which is huge and not something that's likely to be undone. One of the things that I most praised about Obama was the fact that Obama actually put into place a policy by which you could get your passport changed just with a note from your doctor. You no longer need that now, which is fantastic. I support that very much. The only problem with Obama's version was that it was immediately undone by Trump. This is not one that can do that. By adding a non-binary option, it becomes very difficult to undo. That is a civil rights victory. With regard to COVID, I mean, look, anything is better than what Trump did. Trump literally went around saying that COVID wasn't a problem. Right now, I'm just checking, just out of curiosity on Bing here, fatal cases of COVID in America is a 612,000. So, I'm just gonna say, damn, Biden's done a pretty good job getting the vaccination out to people. We've had a significant drop in deaths from COVID after Trump left office.
Nearly half of all adult Americans are fully vaccinated.
Yeah,
it's been pretty significant.
Pretty pog. Way better than
his first day in office. In his first 100 days in office, Biden enacted, I believe it was executive order to mandate mask wearing on federal property and mandatory quarantines for international travel. $2 trillion in spending on COVID relief. Pretty damn significant, way better than Trump. Trump's administration didn't have any plans whatsoever for vaccine rollout. They found that during the transition. Biden's plan, far more constructive, an actual plan for starters that exists, and has had a much larger effect. We're actually starting to see things go back to normal.
Also, real quick, real quick. I want to piggyback on it.
Wait. Counterpoints. Hasn't said anything yet.
Sure.
Grab it. Counter.
I thought I was on a panel with a bunch of leftists. Why are we blowing a neoliberal fascist? What are we doing here? Like,
did you want me to bring that up?
I'm sorry, have you ever seen me call Biden a neoliberal fascist? Because I don't know if you're aware of my content, but I spent basically the last 2 years, almost 3 years that I've been doing this, shilling for Biden over Trump. Okay, there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever at any point that I've been doing this that Biden was a better pick than Trump.
I thought this was all tactical. I thought it was all tactical because, Trump was like the actual fascist and, the Biden and the Democrats are just this like ineffectual fucking stopgap for fucking.
Who are you arguing against?
Wait. Who are you arguing against? If you want me to complain about Democrats, we can talk about the infrastructure bill and those that won't vote on it or that won't support it. But I'm not going to take away achievements that Biden has made because I have criticisms of him. That's not how you
exactly. This is very silly.
You're
also,
taking them away from Trump.
It's super. Wait, hold on. I don't care about Trump. Trump isn't president anymore, dude.
So far, for COVID. The large majority of what Biden has done so far for COVID was following Trump's guidelines and how he was going to act in the future.
Nobody buys that. Nobody buys that. That is not true.
Very little to no changes to the actual plan, and Biden just carried out what Trump was going to do. That's all.
Trump didn't even.
There was no plan.
There's no plan. There's no plan.
The transition to a total Biden administration, there was no plan.
Pause. Game Mama was the first to grab it. Game Mom is the one who gets to talk. Then Loner Boxes. I've had Loner Box say anything yet.
Appreciate that. So there's a couple of things I could say here. First of all, if we want to go into critiques of Biden, I do have a very solid critique that I would like to make of Biden, but I think that it's fair to give credit where credit is due. Even me, a extreme lefty, I think it's very good. We are in a time of extreme crisis, and that the good things that are done should be praised. I think that the goal that he has of pushing through the human infrastructure plan is absolutely necessary for our economy. Keep in mind, a pandemic is a disaster that affects individual people. It affects individual people. They get sick, and that damages the economy. We need stuff like that. But if you want to know what my critique of Biden is, well, my critique is that he doesn't have an answer that's good enough for climate change. Climate change is a global threat. I mean, I've been doing so much research on climate change recently, and it is horrifying. If you even go look at the flooding in Germany, literally unprecedented flooding in Germany, if we have something like that happen here, I have no doubt, given our preparedness for something like the pandemic, that we're not ready. And I think that Biden needs to be willing to do aggressive action, and I just don't think he is. I think he's too committed to trying to play bipartisanship with people who are straight up obstructing him every step of the way, sometimes to the degree of just straight up inhumanity. The unwillingness to even engage with the idea that we might need to provide some relief during a global pandemic, and we're supposed to be ready for climate change, a climate change that is surpassing every single prediction that we've had so far, which were already dangerous. Yeah, I'm sorry, but Biden needs to really spine up on that. If you want my criticism of it, that's the biggest one. Climate change is terrorizing our entire country already. We have a drought currently declared in where I live. We have droughts all over California. We have fires. We've begun to have smoke seasons. We're going to be having flooding if we get heavy rains. This is a super, super serious issue that Biden, I mean, for all of his talking about wanting to do an infrastructure plan, simply hasn't pushed hard enough. They need to play dirty. This is a matter of being willing to play hardball with the Republicans.
So I have a quick question.
Demon Mama, wait, can I go first?
Sorry, Alexander, can I go there? Because I was.
Loner was next, and then we'll throw it to counter. Just want to be clear.
Cool.
Just to put the.
Wait, I thought next after me. Wait, is Lonerbox after me, or is it Lonerbox me, then Lonerbox, then counterpoints?
I don't
know. Act like a man. Okay. Yourself.
Okay, really quickly. So, Demon Mama, I understand that. However, it seems like from what I've been.
Xander,
Yeah.
I said it would be Loner.
Okay, let Loner do it. Okay.
Thank you. Just to put the COVID relief bill into context, that was, with accounting for time, that was the biggest fiscal stimulus in American peacetime. So I think I heard someone in the background saying that it was more private companies that, no. As for Connor, leftists having a favorable view of Biden. Okay, I'm a leftist. I hate Biden. I wouldn't trust him to sit the right way on a toilet seat. But looking at what he's done so far, politicians are not leaders. A politician's job is to read the room, power relations, public opinion, etc., and make a decision. As far as that goes, Biden has so far broken with a very long-lasting economic orthodoxy in America that was the legacy of Obama, of Clinton, Bush, Trump. The idea that by basically introducing the idea that state intervention in the economy in a time of pretty desperate social need actually works. I'm from Europe. We do it all the time. You should try it. When it comes to, but of course, there's plenty of room for criticism, not just from a leftist perspective. We'll complain about everything. The climate plan and the jobs bill do have plenty of flaws. They don't really live up even in some ways to the standards of the people who promoted it. It's not very cohesive. The infrastructure plan doesn't really melt that well with the climate plan. The way that their high-speed rail project is very limited compared to how many roads they want to build. Well, building roads means you get more cars, and that doesn't really gel very well with the climate plan. But so we can talk about that. But yeah, I mean, sometimes liberals do things right. It's okay.
Okay, so I have a quick question for the leftists or whatever that I think would be helpful to ask. Is basically like oftentimes we bitch about how the right wing is like fiscally conservative when it's inconvenient to do so. And as far as I understand, inflation is basically like the printing of money in relation to economic activity. And as much as we want to pretend that we can just do what we've done with the stimulus, which I think was good, by the way, and necessary, we have seen some logistical shortages. Right now, when it comes to housing, I think housing is up 30%. I think the value of vehicles is up 30%. I think construction materials, some construction materials are up 200, 300%. And as far as I understand, I literally just talked to an MMT guy a few weeks ago, is that basically it's not necessarily the printing of money that's the problem. It's the printing of money in relation to like no economic activity. So are we willing to concede as a panel that basically you can't endlessly print money to solve problems, or that these things need to be balanced, or like is the right wing completely useless and we should just print whatever the fuck we want, whatever we want?
I don't think it's.
I think it's just a matter of. I don't think
it's an MMTer's like job is going to be to look at everything through the lens of like printing money. But I mean, when you look at coming out of like a historic downturn in like the global supply chain, if you're going to see prices that are inflated, it's probably not inflation caused to monetary policy. It's probably inflation caused to like a failure in the supply chain. So like there have been factories all over the world that have had workers laid off. That have like been closed for long periods of time, or that have had other problems or other shortages. And when that happens, it's going to drive up the cost of goods, especially coming out of the pandemic now when people are starting to buy things more than they were before. When these factories are trying to get the production back online, you're going to start to see prices be inflated. But economists are going to be worried to call that inflation until we've gotten like a few quarters through it to see where the prices ultimately end up at.
Okay, at the risk of being productive on a Rumble panel, basically what that conversation boiled down to was the fact that that's been the case all of the time. Whether you're talking about the Weimar Republic, Venezuela, or any of these prior examples, it basically is a relation of like logistical breakdown in relation to printing of money supply. So I know that you're saying like it's the logistical issues, not the inflation. But that's basically was like the historical analysis that was presented to me, was that was always the case.
Well, yes, but we know there's...
One second, almost done. And then COVID, very specifically, is basically like one of the most drastic downturns in economic activity. You're talking about like, I don't know, 30% of like the workforce basically going to a work from home or partial work model. We're talking about retail and restaurant kind of revolutionizing over the past 2 years. So I would say that we don't know what the fuck is going on, and we don't know what's going to happen. So all I'm looking for is a little bit of concession and nuance, and I'll leave it there.
Well, it's not so much a matter of concession, though.
Comparisons, because you can think about...
Mama was trying to go in after. I'm going to give...
Yeah, go.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, look, it's not just a matter of concessions or anything. Like, printing money isn't the only way to reallocate funds. We have funds that go all over the place. We have a ton of money that goes into the U.S. military. We have a ton of money that is lost in tax cuts that have been made to the highest of the highest income earners in the country. We have taxes that have been cut based on the size of enormous companies like Amazon. These are ways that we can get the money that we need. But what we do know is that there's been that COVID has killed tons and tons of small businesses. COVID has killed employment. Like there's a retail worker shortage in America right now because it is so difficult to get everybody back in for things that are opening up. And of course, that's not even getting into talking about what happens if there's like a second wing of this pandemic with Delta variant, Lambda variant, whatever. The problem is that it's not just about printing money. Sure, that's one possible solution. There are many possible solutions. And I think the Dems need to be pushing very hard on that. Because here's the thing. If what you're saying is true, that there's logistical issues, well, the logistics has been knocked out. It seems to me that it would be essential this is the perfect time for the government to say, we need to jumpstart this logistics. We need to get things up and running again. We need to fund small businesses so that people can start making things again, so that people can start working again. We need to make sure that people have buffer so that they don't become homeless and lose their homes. That worsens the economy. Just so you know, like people who don't have a home, it's really hard for them to get a job or work. That's going to seriously impact people's abilities to get their businesses up running, especially if we're talking about corporations, like massive corporations who were able to weather the pandemic, and then they're going to have like outdated hiring practices where they're not going to hire people because, maybe you don't have the right level of experience or whatever. They're going to have shortages. So we seriously need the government to step in and go, we've experienced a global pandemic that has killed a shocking number of people. We need to jumpstart the economy. I don't care if it's done through printing money or if it's done through reallocating taxes or if it's done through moving funds from somewhere else. But the reality is that America is a country that's supposed to serve the people. We're supposed to be for the people. The people make it up.
I'm gonna call a time on that. That went on for a while.
No, it's perfectly fair.
I'm gonna throw it to Zand and Loner because Loner's the one who talks well.
Yeah, so I agree mostly with Demon Mama on that, but I think one of the things that people are missing out on is that a huge part of the pandemic was also a realization that certain industries are kind of outdated. I think the biggest example of this is movie theaters. You're seeing some movies being pushed into theaters and some people returning, especially as vaccines get rolled out more. But you're also seeing some areas where movies are not being put in theaters, and instead they're being viewed even more so on streaming services. I didn't go to a movie theater to watch the new Black Widow movie. I watched it on Disney Plus. So you're going to see a lot of movie theaters shutting down, people losing jobs from that. Not to mention, a huge way that the economy is fueled is by people spending. You got to spend, and that typically results in the economy growing. Unfortunately, right now, due to the pandemic, a lot of people are short on money, or they're hoarding it because they don't know what's coming. They want to make sure they can pay bills. If people have the money to be able to buy things, not just their basic, groceries that they need and whatnot, you're going to see the economy grow. A lot of people have been staying inside, saving their money. If they even have money, they might have lost their jobs. Stimulus bills are a good way of dealing with this, and I've
not to cut in on you,
looked much into printing more money.
No, I don't want to cut in on you, but I do want to add to that.
I'm gonna block that cut in and go with the Loner. I'm sorry.
Because every time when I hear people talking about this, I feel like it's always worth reminding people just how not very overwhelming a lot of this is. Like it's overwhelming in the sense that America hasn't really done anything like this since, I don't know, maybe the 60s. But like if you look at the comparison to other countries, like one of the things in this infrastructure plan is like that they said was groundbreaking is like 500,000 electric vehicle charging points. Well, compare that to Germany, much smaller country, they're going for 1 million. So as far as comparing to other countries, like this isn't as dramatic as it might seem. And then I don't know, with inflation, then yeah, if there are inflationary pressures, then you have to maybe raise interest rates or, God forbid, raise taxes. And maybe that's why this kind of plan is starting with Biden kind of testing the waters, because there's going to be a big political risk there involved down the line. But it's not that. Well, far, it's pretty underwhelming.
I think there's another thing.
Moving back a little bit.
I'm giving it to Sprouticus, and then I'm going to give it to Trihex, who hasn't talked in a while.
Moving it back a little bit, there's a reason. Demon Mama brings up all the people who aren't working, right? There's a reason people aren't working. It's because Biden has failed to do his job. Biden has failed to end the federal unemployment bonuses that people are getting. People are getting paid way too much to sit at home and to not be going to look for a job, and that is what is hurting the job market. What Biden needed to do was needed to end those benefits and start pushing people to go out and get a job. But the reason they're not is because they're comfortable getting money. They're comfortable not working a job, and they're just going to continue to get this extra money and not work a job until Biden ended it. Now that Biden did end it way later than he should have, states are still continuing to keep this going. States, even like Indiana, with the Rhino, who is the governor of Indiana, it's still going in Indiana. But this is the reason you see the in job market It's not because people don't need money. It's because there's too much money being sent by the government to these people to where they don't feel that they need to work.
Do you mind if I cut in there?
Yeah,
since I was referred to?
I
was referred to directly. Do you mind if I pop in?
Unemployment that are not getting a job because they think unemployment is enough. I don't think there's a lot of people doing
that's
that.
just empirically false. Like the most.
I mean, it's not empirically false.
It is.
If you look at
This is Trumpian nonsense.
There's no
There's
correlation with
4
unemployment
people
rates.
talking at the same time. Okay, Trahex.
Well, actually, before I even clap on that, so way your earlier point here about like the crisis at the border wall and all that, bro. I think you're consuming way too much Fox News propaganda because what you're really rooting here is the idea that if like ex-politicians not visit the border to see the crisis going on right there, that obviously they don't care. Subordinates can't go, traverse there, visit there, and then relay information to the appropriate people so they can carry out the agenda required necessary to what they were told in the first place. But I even go back further here because whenever, because the frame you gave there was one that's reminiscent to me of like whenever someone like AOC visited the border detention centers and cried and was like really distraught from what she was witnessing. That got played up in ex-partisan mainstream media outlets as like look at them doing their thing now. So honestly, I feel like what you're doing there is the same shit that you see elsewhere. Whenever it's the side you want to hate on, doing it as well. So I think that point was completely garbage. And then going into the whole thing
I
about...
want to say, you're getting a lot of points deducted right now for terrible fucking mic quality.
I am?
You're the wrong mic. It's like that.
Ooh. I'm sorry. No one told me.
I'll bring it back to you after somebody else grabs.
Yeah, my bad.
Do you mind if I respond to that real quick?
You're going to try and...
Do you mind if I respond to what you said?
Because but go ahead.
I mean, you addressed me directly. I just want to address that. So first of all, like this stuff about like, oh yeah, people who are already struggling and unemployed, they'll go get a job if you force them to go out. That is just ridiculous. First of all, that doesn't happen in any other country. Like Canada was giving a universal basic income, and their economy had people were still spending, people were still buying food. It's very stabilizing. The idea that like you make more money on unemployment than you do with a job it's just ridiculous. People aren't going out because of a couple reasons. One, they can't find the work. Two, they can't actually get the job because of whatever reason. Or three, they're still scared of the pandemic, or their workplace no longer exists anymore. Like this is just like literally like stock, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like I don't feel like this is a serious argument. The idea like, oh yeah, if you give them unemployment during a global pandemic where over 600,000 Americans have died, that it's just like it should reflect on them. This idea of like secret welfare queens sucking up everything, that's so ridiculous. This is fear mongering. It doesn't have any basis in reality. And also to build off of that, no, because I have a point, another point that I want to say, something that I wanted to respond to. Zan,
I'm gonna give you 15 seconds.
That's fine.
Move it on because we only have 3 minutes left in the round.
I wanted to address something specific that Zan brought up, which is, it'd be amazing to see something that we had in America for a very long time: public arts projects. You want to get people spending, you want to get people out doing things in the economy again. Have the government fund and put some stuff out there. Movie theaters are gone under. Let's get that stuff back up.
Never once did I suggest.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
After
never
this
once.
route, we're going to Destiny, then Trihex, and we're ending the round.
Never once did I suggest that the extra unemployment benefits wasn't needed during the coronavirus. We are in the recovery stage. It needed to be ended far before Biden actually ended it. And actually, where you see a lot of people not going to jobs, a lot of people that are seeking for jobs, it's low-skilled jobs. And these low-skilled jobs, in some states, in most states, they're making more money off of the federal unemployment benefits than they would be if they actually went to work. So the idea that you're saying that people aren't doing this, it's fear-mongering. It's not. It's not fear-mongering at all. And going back to Trihex, talking about the border wall, or the border. So Kamala Harris was in charge of the border. It's been precedent for decades that presidents and whoever's in charge of whatever goes down and checks it out with their own eyes, not send someone else down to come back and report to them. That's just been precedent, especially when you're going through a crisis like we were going through the border crisis.
Meaningless.
But not only that, but
Biden
actually reversed a lot of what was going on. Right, so Biden actually made the border a lot worse than it was during Trump.
Sprout, we gotta cut you off. We're running out of time. I have to throw the Trihex Destiny. You both got like 30 seconds max.
Okay. Whatever you were talking about earlier is a bunch of nonsense here. Ultimately, it's inadequate wages going on in the first place right there. They've always been trash. They've been stagnant for a very, very long time now, since, 2009. Increasing the minimum wage is an overwhelmingly popular thing. It's even been popular in Republican Utopia, Florida. And that has failed to be done because too many moderate Democrat senators are pieces of shit, obviously, and I can shit on both ends on that spectrum completely here. And obviously, you should be pro some kind of injection of wealth into like this declining, shrinking middle class because the poverty floor in this country is really, really bad. And long story short, it's really, really bad for the economy overall when you have a declining, shrinking middle class altogether. Just kind of keeping some bullet points here, as I'm short on time.
Okay, gotta throw it over to Destiny.
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors about, firstly, Canada didn't have a UBI. Secondly, there's a lot of points being brought up about how unemployment insurance might be causing an increase in unemployment in states. A ton of economists have dug into that data. They've looked at like different industries that are affected by unemployment insurance, different industries that aren't, different states that have ended early. Most economists believe that there's like a marginal impact, like a very small impact on unemployment insurance on the current unemployment rate. So the idea that UI is going to be working is probably not true. To bring it back to like, has Biden done a good job or not a good job? The amount of stimulus that the United States has poured into its citizens over the entire coronavirus pandemic period has been higher than I think any other country in the world.
I use Discord all the time.
We spent a ton of stimulus in this country. A lot of that came from the Biden coronavirus relief bill, which I think is awesome. That is a form of UBI to people that have children that file for their child tax credit early. I think it's one of the coolest things that Biden's done, and I think that's why he's been the base president over the coronavirus period.
Round's over. I have already been told by the judges who's getting kicked out for this round. So, 3 votes. Oh, 2 of them actually. Wait for Vadim.
Wait, I missed the rules. Who votes? Does chat vote or does
No. Fuck chat.
Okay, fuck chat.
True.
Fuck chat, yeah.
Oh, interesting. No chat vote this time.
Well, with 2 votes in, I don't really need to wait for the 3rd vote if we already have 2 votes in for the same person. I'm sorry to say, and Vadim, please send it through Twitter DMs in the future. American Nacho, I'm sorry to say, you are out of here. I gotta say, you have gone the furthest in Hippy Dippy history with saying absolutely nothing in the contestant's history. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, and I think it was a huge statement on centrism, and I love it.
Yeah, true.
Okay. You really are like doing nothing. I'm sorry. See you later.
Oh.
Okay.
Cool. Like that.
Wonderful. Okay, next person. Aircraft Sparky has entered the arena. A conservative commentator on Twitch and YouTube. Okay? You guys can go to the next topic. It is the death penalty. Should it be abolished? Should it be kept? You may begin.
Should be abolished. It is on the onus is on those that support the death penalty to prove that it provides any useful function to society. I've looked into it. It does not. It seems it has no effect in deterring crime. It doesn't seem to make people feel as though justice has been served. I think the utility caused by the likelihood of innocent people being falsely found guilty and given the death penalty is bad. I think that the cost of it is far more than housing a prisoner for the rest of their lives. There is no reason whatsoever to have the death penalty. It is stupid.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with Xander Hall. Yeah, I think that I really.
Anybody that disagrees?
What's that? No, I agree 100%. Yeah, wait, do we have people who are on with the death penalty? Yeah, look, I don't think that the state should have the ability to declare the future life or death of somebody who's already been apprehended and has been imprisoned or whatever. I have problems with we could go further into the prison system, but we don't even need to talk about that. The death penalty doesn't do anything for us. It's barbaric. It makes us look terrible. And in addition, it leads to a lot of very questionable situations. I mean, we've had, I think many people on this panel are probably aware of the extended torment that certain death row inmates have had when their execution goes incorrectly. As it turns out, there's no real humane way to kill somebody, and there's a lot of room for that to go wrong, and that is sickening and disgusting. And I don't think the state should.
The big thing to point out there, I don't mean to interrupt, but I feel like this is worth bringing up, is that a lot of the time there can be lack of access to the proper chemicals used for lethal injection, which is mostly what you use now, and so they revert back to older or not as useful chemicals, which can result in a prolonged and much more painful death. Not to mention, and I guess we can get to this in a moment, but I mean, there's tons of cases of people who were apprehended by the police, who were falsely identified by witnesses, because sometimes when a witness sees something traumatic happening, like a murder, they may misidentify. The police can bully and coerce false confessions out of suspects. there's a lot of cases that can occur and have occurred of the wrong person getting the death penalty. I believe 165 or more people since 1976 have been exonerated after being on death row, and those are just the people who were found to be innocent.
Isn't that a good thing, though? Isn't that a good thing that 165 people who are on death row were found to be exonerated because the courts actually did their jobs with the appeals process and found out that these people actually weren't guilty? And
what about the ones that didn't?
Weren't
Yeah, what about the ones that didn't, dude?
Okay, so
156 cases in jail.
I want to hear him finish.
So you started this off saying I'm making that people who are pro the death penalty have the onus to do this because they have to prove it. You would then therefore, following your own logic, have to prove that there was a large amount of people that died from the death penalty that were innocent. So I'm going to look forward to you coming through with that thought process.
That's ridiculous. No, that's ridiculous. The onus is on you to prove. Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. I have to say this. I'm so sorry.
It was directed towards Xander Hall.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. All right. Fair. It's very quick. Spartacus, if you had a bowl full of jelly beans and you pulled a bunch of them out and you found that 152 of those jelly beans were poison, would you feel very confident in continuing to eat that bowl of jelly beans? Because that's basically what you're advocating for here in a more simplified way. If there was 156 people that were found to be innocent, that were taken off of death row, do you think there's a lot of people that haven't been found? Not to mention, that's not even getting into the fact that once you kill a suspect, you now have gotten completely rid of the ability for that suspect to contribute more to the case to find out if there were accomplices, someone who made them do it. I think there was a case that Sean talked about in his video on the death penalty from the UK in Wales, where a guy took the fall for his neighbor who murdered his wife and child because he was trying to protect that neighbor and didn't know that it wasn't an accident. There's so many cases where executing the person who's the suspect gets rid of any ability to continue an investigation into the case.
Yes, so, and also, wait, I want to build off that, please.
What?
Listen, I just want to build off this.
Okay,
I want to
build.
Got
20 seconds.
That's fine. I only need 20 seconds. Listen, so this is, again, you misunderstood what Zan's argument was in the beginning. You have to prove why we should kill people and what benefit that provides to society. Because as it is right now, it doesn't seem to be providing any benefit, and it's incredibly expensive. The appeals process, holding somebody on death row, is ridiculously expensive to our entire country, in addition to the moral issues that are brought up with the death penalty.
Okay, I feel like most of the arguments...
Okay.
I feel like most of the arguments that are brought up in against the death penalty don't really work. The jelly bean analogy doesn't work. Would you eat one jelly bean or would you eat a jelly bean out of 150 if one was poison? I mean, like, we essentially make this deal every single time we get into a car and drives, every single time we get into an airplane and go somewhere. Like, we make this deal all the time. In terms of whether or not it's barbaric, I mean, like, it's the death penalty, of course. But if you've decided as a society that you want to punish somebody that's committed certain capital offenses with death, I mean, barbarism probably isn't that far away from what you're trying to do. In terms of, like, could it go wrong? Yeah, a lot of things could go wrong. That's not an argument not to do something. And in terms of being expensive, I mean, again, that's a societal decision to make. I'm opposed to the death penalty because I think that it fundamentally betrays what the justice system should be about, which is rehabilitation. When you have an idea that you can commit an offense that's so heinous that, like, you ought to be killed or removed from society, I think that that type of mentality guides, like, the entire way that we view the criminal justice system. And I think that we should change, like, the idea of, like, punishment or retribution into something different, like rehabilitation. But I find that most of the arguments that people use that are opposed to the death penalty end up just, like, not really working because they don't really make much sense. We've gone through the jelly bean one, we've gone through the, like, he's a barbaric. Like, something else people will say is that, like, oh, well, life in prison is actually more cruel than the death penalty, so that's why we shouldn't have the death penalty. It's better punishment. Okay, but what about the people now that have to suffer for life in prison who were innocent instead of those that could have been executed, which would be better? Like, I find that most of these arguments just don't make any sense.
Well, I mean, I actually agree with Destiny on this.
Destiny's point. Can I respond to Destiny's point about the jelly bean thing?
You've interrupted me twice trying to respond.
Well, okay.
Sorry, Spartacus. I love you, buddy.
Okay, so there's a lot of people who talk here. Everybody who just tried to talk, raise your hand quick, okay? I haven't heard Counterpoints talk, and I haven't heard Erica Sparky talk, so I think we're gonna have to start with them.
Okay. So I'm going to give you some Bailey instead of some Mott. So there are certain crimes that I think should be punishable by death. Those include infanticide, terrorism, and torture murder. If you were to look at these as anecdotal cases, basically as individualistic cases, I almost guarantee you I could convince some of y'all that these motherfuckers deserve to die, basically. I also think that you can raise the evidentiary standard to beyond a shadow of a doubt. Doshkar Sarnaev is an example of that. Anders Breivik is another example of that. People who we know beyond a shadow of a doubt committed the crimes that they committed. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Doshkar Sarnaev is the Boston bomber. He killed, I believe, believe, an 8-year-old amongst his victims and named dozens of other people. I believe Anders Breivik killed around it was between 100 and 200 people with bombings and executions. Some of those people he literally executed right in front of each other, simultaneously moving on and on. Last time I got into this debate, I was told that I was not allowed to describe the crimes that people committed, which I think is I get it's Twitch TOS or whatever, but that's insane to me that we can have a conversation about whether or not death is a valid punishment for a certain crime, but we can't talk about the kinds of crimes that we're talking about where death should be administered. So basically I said that we don't have to go with the current standard with which, innocence is basically, up to doubt. We can go with beyond a shadow of a doubt, thing. So then to overcome some of your objections, you said no humane way to kill somebody. I refuse to believe that. There's probably pounds and pounds and tons of heroin on the fucking street. Let's go get a fucking purity test and send them out on a fucking OD. That's an easy fucking solution. Administrative cost. Again, if we move to the beyond the shadow of a doubt statute, then we basically don't have to have as sincere of administrative costs to retry the case dozens and dozens and dozens of times. We can literally say, did this motherfucker do it? Yes, he did. There's the 99.9999999% evidence that they did do it, including their own admissions and digital forensics and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, buddy, you fucking killed a 8-year-old. Blah. Here's some heroin.
You still haven't shown why we should do this.
Hold on, wait.
What's the reason? Why?
Final point. Social utility. Okay. Final point. Social utility. Anders Breivik bitched about having a fucking PS2 after murdering 200 people and said that was cruel and inhumane. Fuck that motherfucker. He deserves to be in the ground.
Okay. Yeah. So you still haven't provided an argument for why we should do it. I do also agree with Destiny, though I think that the argument that the death penalty sets the standard for the rest of our prison system and our justice system. I think that's a valid argument, but I will note that does basically boil down to a barbarity argument. Our prison system is ultimately barbaric. It doesn't work towards justice. It works or rehabilitation. It works instead towards punitive solutions that often don't even work. And this is the thing. People say, oh, well, it's more torturous for people who have to live in life. Well, maybe we shouldn't be torturing them. They've been apprehended. Maybe we should try to make a genuine effort to understand what led to people to be in these places, keep them away from where they can't hurt anybody. But why? What benefit? Nobody has actually been able to put out what benefit is there from killing these people, from having the state have the ability to summarily execute somebody. This is basic. You have to answer that question, and it hasn't been answered. It simply hasn't.
All right, I want to respond to counterpoints really quickly.
Okay.
First of all, there are just some crimes that are just so heinous. The only way, there is no reform for it. It is nothing but retribution that needs to be had. I'm looking at child murderers. I'm looking at people who do adult things with children. Yes, I believe that they should get the axe. And no, it should not have to be something clean and so humane. I am all for get the guillotine, let it drop. Gravity does its work and is cheap, recyclable. Man, just think of all the great things that can happen. When you look at it, there are just some crimes that are just so heinous that there is no chance for reform. We're not going to let them back out to the public. Why should people even bother with feeding them anymore? Look, if you're a mass murderer, if you kill 30 people, chances are you're not going to be reformed, nor are you going to get out of prison. That is heinous. Now, there are states that do not allow the death penalty, and that's all well and good. Look, the people have made their decision there. But in the states where it does exist, allow it to exist. It is a state-by-state deal. States' rights is a real thing. And the people have decided that it is perfectly fine. I'm all for bringing back the electric chair. I don't care if they suffer when they die, just as long as they die and the world is rid of them.
Nice.
That's what.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very, very good feelings argument.
Let me respond.
Very nice feelings. Very nice feelings.
Stop. Yeah, Lonabox has not gone yet, and I want to make sure he has a chance. I don't want him to nachos.
Next.
Yeah, at least he's honest.
Guardian angel. So there was one argument there, and it was retribution. That's kind of what you just said. Retribution for who exactly? The victims, the relatives of the victims? Because you all said that you obviously don't want innocent people getting executed. So that means typically what we have now is people have to stay on death row for a very, very long time before we actually determine 100% whether or not they were guilty. I think there's been research done on this. I can probably find it, that this does not provide any comfort or closure to the families of victims because it's an ongoing process. It is limbo. It's indeterminate. It's stressful. it doesn't provide the thing you're saying it provides, and that's actually the only argument that projectile.
Actually, I didn't claim that it gives closure to the family at all. I didn't claim that at all. Because
so that was the response. That's a response to counterpoints. That was towards counterpoints, I think. I want to respond to both of you guys really quickly. Sorry, what's your name on the top left?
Aircraft Sparky, how you doing?
Aircraft Sparky and counterpoints really quickly. So I think both of your claims are downright un-American and ineffectual. The idea of our justice system, idea of the American, you can laugh if you want to, but I mean, it's a simple fact. The American justice system, the entire idea around it is that emotion is completely separated from the court proceedings. When you're being tried, you don't have there's a reason why you have an unbiased jury of your peers. You don't want the types of people who have an emotional bias against the person who's on trial to be punishing them. That's not what our justice system is about. Not to mention, I already brought this up earlier, but I guess we can dive into it further if you'd like. Once you've executed a suspect, they can no longer talk. There's been, and just like Counterpoints talked about before, cases where someone was found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it happened in Florida back in, I think it was like the 80s, where a couple came out of a hotel and the wife was shot. The husband identified a person. The police interrogated that person. The person confessed. Guess what ended up happening? One, the husband missaw, and the person who confessed, guess what happened, was bullied into it by the police. This happens plenty. It was found without a reasonable doubt in court, and you know what happened? Because that person had a confession bullied out of them, the police did not go after a warrant to search the person's house to see if there was any evidence they actually did it. Turned out he didn't do it, and it was all on the police. Our justice system, unfortunately, is flawed. There will be cases where someone is found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at all, and it's just not the case. And you don't want to.
And I'll point out, one thing, very short.
Wait. I don't care because the round's over.
Okay.
Oh. He's gonna tickle some balls.
This is the 15-minute round.
Yeah. You actually brought up a good point, though.
Yeah, my great point is that the round's over and we all stop talking.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. So, I'm getting the votes in right now. The first vote, I'll actually read the votes out. It's more suspenseful. The first vote is for Sprouticus to be knocked out. The second vote is for Trihex to be knocked out. And the last vote is also for Trihex to be knocked out. Trihex, it seems that the lack of talking this round was the decider.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Trihex.
It's all good.
Still a beautiful man.
It's all good.
Yeah.
You want to know how you're the real winner? You got to play Skyward Sword. Before I did. I didn't get the remaster today. I pre-ordered it too.
No, that's all good. My Joy-Cons broke, so I ended up playing with my Pro Controller, which really sucks for that game. But
sorry, I'm doing what I can.
Fungus. The only thing I was gonna have before I dip out here was I was gonna say that I was gonna make sure that we in the beginning were gonna challenge our framing that we were not gonna conflate here support or against death penalty automatically being indicative of whether we are for or against life in prison or assisted suicide. I feel like oftentimes the three things kind of get automatically conflated together. And I was gonna hop in here and tier that, but it was already so heated from the very jump of some subjective stuff altogether. But it's all good, y'all. I gotta go to bed. I got you tomorrow anyway. So keep lifting. See y'all next time.
Have a good one, Trihex.
Eat me.
Have a good one.
Yeet. Okay, the next person is Hunter Avalone enters the ring. Hunter Avalone. Wonderful. Now, the next topic, and I only released the first two topics because I wanted to make sure that the rest of them would be spicy surprises. Because we don't have surprise guests, so we at least need surprise topics. And this one's gonna be an easy one, and I think we can all come together. The issue is mental health. Specifically self-diagnosis.
All right, I'm getting the popcorn out on this one. I'll get in once or twice, but I'm getting the popcorn out for this one, baby.
Okay, you may begin.
Self-diagnosis.
Yeah, I can open on this because we all know who this is referring to. Come on, we know who this is going towards. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, self-diagnosis is super, super important. It is usually the first step that people take before they get a formal diagnosis. Very, very valuable process. And many mental health professionals recommend this with regard to mental health. In America, a lot of people grin and bear it. They think that there's something wrong with them, but they don't look at it as a matter of mental health. They look at it as a moral failing. Being able to recognize in yourself the symptoms of various conditions is incredibly important to actually being able to get treatment and care for those issues that's right for you. Now, mental health is complicated. In America, a lot of people don't have health coverage. And in fact, good on Biden for pushing Medicare to have mental health coverage, which it is going to do if his package gets passed. We'll see. Which would be great. But a lot of people don't have mental health coverage in America. They might be looking at a $1,000 bill just to see a therapist or just to see a psychiatrist. Being able to recognize in yourself the symptoms of a potential mental disorder is incredibly, incredibly important to having a good prognosis for that disorder. And not every single disorder requires medication or structured therapy. Some people, like, say if you have, I don't know, ADHD, maybe you just find out that you need to change your habits a little bit and you're doing a whole lot better. That is a fantastic and important process. So yeah, that's my stance on self-diagnosis.
But with self-diagnosis, I agree. It can be an important tool for going towards.
Oh, thank you for agreeing with me. Appreciate that.
But when you put it in the terms of it is arguably more important than a medical diagnosis, is asinine to me. I don't know how this is more important than a medical diagnosis. And to go as far as to say the only when you go to a world where doctors say that are the only people that can say you have a mental health disorder is a world full of asylums and gatekeeping is absolutely insane.
Okay, so I'm glad you didn't address any of my arguments.
Doctors are the ones that go through 8 years of college for this. Doctors are the ones that are trained to understand what mental health disorders are and which ones are which, because it can be very easy to misconflate one mental health disorder for another, such as you can think you have depression when actually you have anxiety.
And
for sure. You're not going to fix the
let me address some of
and
these.
anxiety in the same way.
I get you. I hear you.
It's insane.
Hold on a second. Let me address this. Let me respond to this.
The thing that we're not acknowledging here is the fact that. All right, who's talking?
Okay.
Can I respond to that? It was directly at me.
You guys have many mouths. Okay, yeah. Demon Mama, I'll let Demon Mama respond, but we got to keep this short because these rounds are getting shorter and shorter. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Doctors are also the ones who lobotomized Rose Kennedy. I think I got the name right. Doctors also did lobotomies.
No, this is bad, Demon Mama.
No, this is not bad. Don't interrupt me.
You can't go anti-doctor.
Please, excuse me, please. If you are all going to be excuse me.
Over me when I'm trying to respond to you.
Excuse me. I literally.
Demon Mama.
Wait a minute.
Better than this.
Excuse me.
She's not.
Excuse me. Wait, is this real?
But seriously, this is anti-intellectualism.
Can
this
you
is
stop?
Like when Lauren Southern came on.
I literally didn't even get to finish my point. I didn't even get to start my response.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is not anti-intellectual. This is recognizing that there are flaws in our medical system. There are great injustices that have been carried out by our medical system. That doesn't mean that I'm anti. I've literally never once advocated for anti-doctor and anti-doctor anything. In fact, stop it.
That's what you're doing.
Hunter, I understand, but you need to let me finish a point. I know you're very, very ready to jump at whatever straw man you have summed up about my position, but I would really appreciate if you would let me finish my point.
Okay, I gotta say, we don't have a limited time, so I'm gonna give Z-Mama like 30 seconds and nobody interrupt her, okay?
Yeah, I am never once have stated anything that is anti-doctor. All I've pointed out is that there are problems in our system for a very long time. Until just about 10 years ago, it was considered a mental condition to be trans, just to be trans. In fact, within I think it was about 30 years, it was considered a mental disorder to be gay. We recognize these are errors. Our medical system is not perfect. The idea that the medical system is beyond reproach or that we can't point that out is absurd. Now that is truly anti-intellectual, and doctors will tell you this. In fact, if you go to any major mental health
30 seconds. Done.
Okay.
30 seconds is over. Okay. I'm going to go into Destiny because
Yeah, I didn't even get to respond to a single thing that was thrown against me.
Self-diagnosis is not the first step to anything. That's not true. No doctor will tell you that. Recognizing symptoms in yourself is not the same as diagnosing a disease in yourself. This is a crucial error that a lot of people make. A self-diagnosis involves you finding some disease that you think you have, and it might lead you into starting to misidentify symptoms because you want to identify with something or you think you identify with something. Self-diagnosis is absolutely not the first step to anything. It's recognizing symptoms in yourself and then giving that handful of symptoms to a medical professional that can help diagnose you if they feel it's appropriate for some condition, help you get treatment for it. Many mental health professionals do not recommend self-diagnosis. That is absolutely not true. You will not find a single medical professional that will tell you, oh yeah, you should definitely diagnose yourself with a disease and then give that disease to the doctor when you're going to talk to them. The idea that many people don't have mental health coverage, that it costs $1,000 to see a therapist, $1,000 is really high generally for a therapist. Yeah?
We gotta move. I'm
sorry.
Yeah,
okay, go. That's fine.
Let me go next.
Wait. Everybody shut the fuck up, okay? I didn't say anybody go next. Xander Hall.
All right, yeah, so I think...
No, Xander Hall. I was fucking asking you... Okay.
I'm not the host. I think you're the host.
Yes, okay. So we're going to throw it to counterpoints, okay? Because he had his hand up for the longest period of time. But I also want to say, this topic is going to go on for a few rounds, okay?
Very cool. All right, awesome. Yeah, so basically, as the enlightened centrist here, I think I can split the difference. So I think what Demon Mama is saying, and excuse me if I strawman, is basically that being aware and cognizant of symptoms and being aware and cognizant of different diseases can help you basically figure out what your problem is. It's very Jordan Peterson of Demon Mama to say that you need to pick yourself up and, you need to analyze your situation. You need to imagine hell below you and heaven above you, and you need to strive towards the ideals and through your society by identifying your problems and then working them through them slowly. I know Demon Mom is a massive fan of Jordan Peterson, so that's basically like, I really appreciate that about her. I think the term, hold up, we're almost there. So I think the term that we're getting hung up on is diagnosis, and I think the problem here is that diagnosis often involves, correct me if I'm wrong, basically involves coming to a conclusion about a series of symptoms about a disease that basically would confer all of these symptoms. I think that if we were to split the difference here, and this will be my final point, is basically recognizing the symptoms and being informed on the symptoms so you can feed that to a professional so you can get an accurate diagnosis would be the difference between these two perspectives, and I'll yield right there.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
a lot of
wait. Okay, everybody's been responding to me, and it's really interesting because I've had so many words put into my mouth here.
Demon Mom's already took like 2 minutes this round.
Well, wait a minute. That's not my problem. You all chose to make this about me. This is like specifically targeted my take.
I want the next
I still have to talk to Demon Mom about being anti-intellectual.
I'm not anti-intellectual.
About who's going next, the less time there is in the round, and the less time there is in the round, the less chance you have to actually speak. More likely, you're going to get voted out. And if you piss me off, I'm going to get executive petition and vote you out myself, okay? So I just want to make that clear for anybody who's pissing me off, Xander. So, I'm going to throw it to Hunter.
Yes. Okay, so, Demon Mama, I do understand what you're coming from about self-diagnosing, okay? Mm-hmm. But what you are doing is anti-intellectualism. And at very least, you are empowering anti-intellectualism. Because when you bring up these examples of doctors making mistakes, what you're doing there is you're trying to validate a broader narrative that doctors cannot be trusted. And that is anti-intellectual. Second of all, self-diagnosing can, in very many ways, be actually a detriment to your health. For example, I have an example here. Bipolar and depression both have very similar symptoms. But if you self-diagnose yourself for depression, when you actually have bipolar, it could make your bipolar even worse. So self-diagnosing and understanding your symptoms, being aware, that's fine. But the actual process of diagnosing, that's dependent on a doctor based on your qualitative symptoms or based on your qualitative experience and a symptom, the symptoms that they already understand.
Wait. Okay, there's a number of...
Demon Mom is going to respond to this because that's 2 people in a row.
Sure.
I want to give it an
Yeah, by the way, I have like a number of studies here I can cite if we want to get really into that, but we're limited on time. So the funny thing here is, first of all, no, I'm not anti-intellectual. The idea that you cannot critique or you cannot point out massive flaws in our medical system, that is categorically anti-intellectual. Science is based on challenging... Excuse me. Science is based on challenging these things, even sometimes from an activist perspective, saying, hey, there's a problem here. Categorizing being trans as mentally ill, categorizing being gay as mentally ill. These are mistakes. These are mistakes that are caused by bias and ideology that can get into our medical system and they can ingrain themselves very well. You have to be able to challenge that and provide an argument. This is not anti-intellectual. This is the core of intellectualism. It's challenging and improving. 1 minute. I'm not done. You had a lot of things that you brought up. I'm going to respond to the things. I know. Everybody's very, very angry at me.
We're going to have multiple rounds to do this, okay? This is going to be like 3 rounds, okay? So let's let the move finish. I'm throwing some Sparky, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's some sort of semantic thing as to whether people think that a self-diagnosis is final. I don't know what this is referencing to. I've never said. First of all, not even doctors give final diagnoses. If there's an issue with doctors give diagnoses all the time that they later change. This is a medical fact. You cannot contest this. Uncontestable. Doctors change their diagnosis all the time when new information arises. A self-diagnosis is just that first step. Now, if you want to call it something else, excuse me.
That's
yes,
only one half of your argument.
I don't.
Excuse me.
Please.
I know. Again, Hunter, I can't help but feel like you have...
Please, okay, we're moving on. Okay, aircraft. I'm sorry, like, if it's gonna be, like, every time I interrupt somebody, I know that
Well, I didn't even get to finish my point, Dylan. I understand,
But it's gonna... These rounds are very short and concise, okay? And I know maybe Twitch streamers are the best before that. We have to do that. Aircraft, then loner.
Look, I'm trying to give the best, most generous interpretation of what you said, Demon Mama. I've watched your video, and I've actually watched the man right below me's response to it. And look, I understand what you're saying. Look, if you are aware enough to understand what's going on, you should go get help, go see a doctor, and a doctor will actually help you come to the actual true diagnosis. But to sit there and claim that you self-diagnose, I understand your argument with the whole, trans thing, because a lot of people don't get the chance to go to the doctor and they identify as trans before they are diagnosed as trans. Okay, I get that. That's rhetorical stuff. But when it comes down to it, there's tons of mental conditions that people do not understand fully. In fact, I had to go get some help for some counseling post-war, and I didn't even know there was anything wrong. It was my wife that told me, hey, look, you changed since you come back. And I moped around for about 8 or 9 months. And had it not been for a doctor actually sitting down, breaking down everything, I would have never known there was anything wrong because, well, I mean, it is what it is. Well, so I think it was framed. I think your argument was framed wrong. I understand in the most generous sense of what you were trying to say. I'm not going to say you're 100% wrong, but I just think the wording that you did just made it seem a little, just
okay,
not
but
good.
see, that's I hear where you're coming from.
Man, Craft Sparky, I hate it when you just can't that transgender diagnosis.
I mean,
but wait, can I respond to him really quick? I haven't talked much.
I said loner box.
Can I
loner,
jump in
then we have
first?
to end. Yeah, loner box. Then we have to end the round.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really follow this drama at all because I don't hate myself, but I'll just go with what I've heard from here. So, like, yeah, self-diagnosis just as a broad term. Like, yeah, I can see the idea there because it's like, if you go to a doctor and say, like, yeah, I think I'm depressed, that, that's kind of like a self-diagnosis. And
that
the doctors,
quite literally,
inevitably, like, it is a science, but they don't scan your brain. They just ask you about your feelings, and a self-diagnosis can be a feeling. So, and I've read Foucault. I know that there's weird power relations going on between doctors and ordinary people sometimes, but it's like, with psychology, that you can say that like the first psychologists, were child abusers and cokeheads and all that shit. The DSM was just a group of doctors shouting diagnoses at each other and filling in a book like on the fly, but it's come along since then. You could actually make that criticism of all medicine. So you could say, I don't know, self-diagnosed, but like it's always, your diagnosis is not going to be 99.999% of the time as informed as the doctors, and although it's a power relation, I think it's a healthy one generally.
That's fair.
Okay.
The good thing is that I've never claimed anything.
The person end of the round. Person getting voted out. First vote is for Sprouticus. Again. The second vote is for Aircraft Sparky. The third vote is for Aircraft Sparky. I'm sorry, Aircraft. This plane has crashed.
Hey, it's all good. Thank you for having me. And, yeah, good talking to y'all.
You have a good one.
Have a good one.
Okay, so we're going to throw it back over to Zan, then it's going to go to Demon.
Thank you.
Right. So I think that there is definitely some utility in being able to, I guess, start to think about what issues you might be dealing with psychologically. I think there's a huge problem with people misunderstanding psychological conditions in this country. A lot of, especially young people who aren't super aware of it, may have depression and confuse that for BPD. That's very common. And it is very hard to get your hands on somebody who can help you get a formal diagnosis for a medical condition. But I do think there's a lot of utility in that. If you find yourself waking up every morning feeling like shit, you've got no motivation, maybe it is worth considering. Maybe you've got depression. What should I do about that? How can I help with that? But at the same time, you should always take the word of a doctor or medical professional, or multiple, over your own self-diagnosis that may be what you found on the internet. And I don't think anybody here, like Demon Mama or whatever, disagrees with that.
Literally never.
There's some hands up.
Yeah. Can I go?
I thought it was
to go
to me
to adult
next.
shit real quick.
Does Demon Mama disagree with that?
Wait, okay. I counter. I'm gonna throw the counter then Demon because counter hasn't talked in a little bit, so I think we'll go.
Okay, so the definition is the identification of nature of an illness or other by examination of the symptoms. I could understand if we were to split the difference through this definition, then basically Demon Mom would be saying, analyze the symptoms, try to come up with a diagnosis, not because you basically want to self-diagnose, but because you want to start analyzing the problem. And Xander Hall, I think what you said is very similar to what Jordan Peterson said. Basically see yourself as an agent of order in a world of chaos, basically start from scratch, analyze the things that you can control and the things that you can't control, and then basically move up from there. So I really appreciate everybody coming out and standing Dr. Jordan Peterson in this conversation. With that,
Jordan Peterson's right on some things. Don't get me wrong. I think that absolutely cleaning your room. Hey, listen, I will stand by Jordan Peters' statement that you should clean your room and it'll make you feel a little bit better to the day I die. I feel great after I clean my fucking room. Of course, yeah. Analyzing yourself and what you're going through. If you're feeling like shit, then it's probably because you've got some stuff going on. Try to find a medical professional to help you, but there's ways that you can, without needing to spend money or go out of your way to find a medical professional, that you can analyze your mental health and help improve it. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. To build off this.
Shut up. Xander, I'm proud of you for cleaning out your cum socks. Now we're throwing it over to Demon Mama.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's really funny because everybody here has sort of been fighting a straw man of what they think my position is. I really wonder why that might have happened. But yeah, so it's really interesting. We have tons and we have an entire massive market that is based off of self-diagnosis. Even going to the point of Walmart. You can go into Walmart and you can buy yeast infection medication because you can self-diagnose a yeast infection. Yeah, wow, amazing. It's almost like we actually do trust people to some degree to self-diagnose. Now, it's interesting. People have come up with all these weird straw men that I've never said. Literally never once said avoid a doctor. Literally never once said self-med or any of these things. You've been coming up with the most extreme examples because you need me to look bad. Because you know, and everybody here knows, that self-diagnosis is a thing that normally happens, that understanding these things is essential. And not only that, but again, I have study after study after study here. I can drop them in the chat if you want to, that shows that patients that are more informed about themselves, their potential diagnosis, their potential final diagnosis, which is never final. No diagnosis is final. Even with cancer, it's not final. You could find something that's totally different. But this increases their outcomes. Self-diagnosis is a natural part. Now, if you want to try and split hairs and say, we don't want to call it self-diagnosis or whatever, that's fine. But this stuff, I don't know, I think it was Destiny who earlier this week, maybe even yesterday, said that it's it's like collecting Pokemon or something like that. I've literally never said anything like this, and I would appreciate people actually engage with my arguments instead of engaging in extremely weird character assassination weird stuff. Sure.
Just one quick question, a clarifying question. I really want to know, what is your position on when it comes to self-diagnosing and then going to a doctor? So if you have self-diagnosed yourself with depression and then you go to the doctor and they give you something else, then what do you, because it sounds to me from what you were arguing, it sounded a lot like you were arguing that the self-diagnosis should supersede the medical.
Wait, did you watch my video though?
No, I'm talking about what I've heard on this panel.
Okay. And okay. I've never said that. But.
I was also, okay, so then if you, so so you're just saying that it's important to self-diagnose.
Yeah, that's literally what I've said. I've claimed that it's very important. I believe very strongly. I've literally already said this. I just wish people would listen to me instead of fighting whatever straw man it is. I think that self-diagnosis is an important process. It is the process that brings many people to get the help that they need to live better lives. It's true for me.
Right,
it's true for
what
others.
Was the whole thing about the doctors?
Wait, I think it's important to criticize doctors. Also, hold on, I can talk about this. One of the things that you get told when you go to a major, any sort of healthcare clinic where you're getting set up with a therapist is that if your therapist, if things aren't working out between your therapist, because psychotherapy is so important, it's very, very important to have the ability that if you don't feel.
We gotta keep going.
Can I just do this? Can I please? Because this came up multiple times.
There's 8 people, and
I get
you're
it.
half the round.
But that's not my fault. That's not my fault that everyone.
Well, I don't care. There's no negotiating. There's no negotiating. There's no negotiating. This is not a democracy. Okay. I'm an authoritarian today. Okay.
Sure.
I got my little brown shirts behind me. Okay. We're throwing over to Destiny.
Okay, do you recognize, easy yes or no question, is there a difference to you between recognizing symptoms in yourself versus diagnosing yourself?
I mean, I don't really think so. Those are basically the same process.
Okay, if you don't recognize
diagnosing something is perfectly fine,
then I don't understand why you are having or trying to have these conversations when you're ill-equipped to do so. I don't understand how you don't recognize the difference between a diagnosis of something versus recognizing symptoms. Because if you would just couch your language a bit more responsibly, instead of using literal anti-vaxxer arguments like sometimes doctors have made mistakes and medicine can be expensive and doctors are wrong and they've made mistakes. Instead of using literal anti-vax arguments and conflating the difference between a diagnosis versus just recognizing symptoms, most of what you're saying is pretty agreeable. It's pretty important that people are able to recognize their own feelings and able to recognize themselves and able to recognize things that have changed over time. That's probably one of the most important things when it comes to communicating even physical ailments to a doctor. But as soon as you up that to you should diagnose yourself, that is a totally
wait a second.
Thing.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm not. Hold on. You've talked for 30 minutes. Okay, shut the fuck up. There's a difference between going into a doctor and saying hey, I feel like I have crazy mood swings and I just feel like I'm not making any friends but there's a huge difference between saying that versus going to be hey, what's up? I've got a borderline personality disorder. So yeah, right? As soon as you have that diagnosis in your head, it causes all sorts of like horrible things to happen. People that have mental illness are already like cognitively distorted, such that it's hard for them to recognize their own thoughts and other people's thoughts and like what's going on exactly. There can be a lot of issues there. The idea that you would find a diagnosis, start reading the symptom list, and then like potentially maybe matching that is like mind fucking yourself in a way that you should never be doing it. If you want to say self-identify symptoms, that is totally fine and that's super positive, but self-diagnosing with a mental illness and then going into a doctor and potentially fighting them over it is like the worst idea in the world.
You're literally just inventing a person to be mad at. This is so silly. This is the thing that gets so frustrating. You're so
Can you just go on to the next person? Dylan,
no, I'm
she's
sorry.
gonna waste time.
Wait, you literally directly addressed my position.
Look.
You directly addressed my position.
I'm doing my best. Okay. Yeah, well, okay.
Don't let her
this
get
isn't
the
the thing about direct addressment. Okay. If so, you have to make do with the time you have. That's the whole point of this, right? If you don't got the time, then you kind of up shit creek. Okay, D-Mama, I was gonna let you speak, but then okay, just you got 20 seconds, okay?
20 seconds to respond to all that. Okay, sure. Yeah. First of all, Destiny, you're wrong about this. There is evidence that shows that there aren't actually negative, particularly notable at all negative side effects of people diagnosing, going and talking to a doctor. If you go into a doctor, in fact, this is an experience I had where I said, "Doctor, listen, I've been diagnosed with depression, but the depression meds aren't helping my focus issues. I think I might have ADHD. Can you screen me for ADHD?" I was screened with a formal screening with ADHD. Turns out I hit basically every single one for ADHD. That was a process of self-diagnosis. And if you think that that's not diagnosis, that's your problem trying to prove me wrong.
Called by Dylan.
Rodigus.
So I agree with a lot of what Destiny said, that looking at yourself and being able to notice what's wrong with you and the kind of symptoms you're showing is extremely important when you go to a doctor. That way that doctor knows. That doctor doesn't live with you. That doctor doesn't see your everyday life. The doctor depends very much so on what you tell them feel is wrong with you. Such as I'm always tired. I don't ever have the energy to do anything. I'm always on the couch. I'm always on the bed. That's extremely important. But to go as far as to say, which Demon Mama has, that when doctors are the only ones that can diagnose, it leads to asylums and gatekeeping is insane.
Do you want me to defend that?
Insane.
Do you want me to defend that?
People that have gone to school for 8 years are not as well trained and not as well versed as you are, who when you've looked up WebMD and you've met 3 of the symptoms, so you automatically diagnose yourself with that.
Nice straw man. Nice straw man. Can I address that?
Include this.
Let him finish the answer.
Doctors have consistently said, do not WebMD yourself. I've never met one doctor or never heard one doctor that has openly suggested, you know what, before you come see me, go ahead, look it up on WebMD and figure out what you need to do for yourself before you come see me.
Okay. I want to stand Demon Mama. Can I do it?
Sure, then we're going to go to Josie, and then we're going to go to Loner, and then we're going to go to Xana. We're going to wrap up the round.
You know what? I'm not going to be a dick. Josie, I haven't heard from you. I'm just going to pass off my time.
Okay, Josie.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Happy to be here. So I think, I think there is a mistaken idea of what is being said right now, because I know that if I went and broke my arm, I would go to the doctor and say, "Hey, I think I broke my arm." And the doctor would probably be like, "Yeah, you're probably right. You probably, let's take an x-ray to verify that." My PTSD, it was also symptomatic. So I was like really depressed, and I started talking a lot about the Navy and started looking at my ideas. So I went to a doctor and said, "Hey, I think I may have these things from trauma. Can you take a look at it?" And then I got diagnosed with PTSD. And I saw symptoms that I might be a little ADHD, and I went to my psychologist, and I'm getting a battery test to see if I have it. So I'm not self-diagnosing myself with any of those things. Even my gender dysphoria, I didn't say, "I'm trans." I was like, "I'm my gender." So I went and saw a gender therapist. So I think that the argument that you're trying to make, Dear Mama, is correct. I think it's just one of the things of like the self-diagnosis and like being diagnosed officially is the issue. But I think we know ourselves, and I think nobody here is going to argue that we know like the things that are going on with us. We wouldn't see a doctor unless we think something's wrong. We wouldn't see a therapist unless you think something is wrong. And sometimes those symptoms are the things that come up. So I agree. I think that a patient can understand themselves, but I don't think they should go around saying, "I have ADHD" without an actual.
I agree with you. I never said that. I never said that anybody should do that.
I'm not saying you did.
No. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Got it. Wonderful. We're gonna go to, I think next it was Loner Box, then Zan.
Yeah, I just had a couple of clarifying questions actually, because when I first saw that there was self-diagnosis, whatever, I just immediately thought like when you go to the doctor and say, "Yeah, I think I'm depressed," then they check and then they ask you about your symptoms, and then they come back with a diagnosis, and it's them who makes the decision. Like Demon Mama, you actually said when you went to a doctor, and then you asked about symptoms, and then you asked, I think this might be ADHD, can you screen for ADHD? And then they said yes, ADHD. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
as far as I know, that's you. Your self-diagnosis was much less conclusive than the diagnosis of the doctor. Would that be fair?
Yeah, for sure. I never said that I've never once made the argument that self-diagnosis should be the conclusion. I've literally said the opposite in my video.
I just want to follow up.
Sure.
And so, Destiny, was your problem with the self-diagnosis thing just that, like, that term online in the age of, like, I don't know, Tumblr and shit? Or what was the problem with that term?
They're using the words wrong. For other purposes, I think. But, like, you're not diagnosing yourself. You're just understanding your own symptoms. That's what you're doing. That's what you're supposed to present a doctor. You're supposed to give a doctor your symptoms, not a diagnosis. Saying that, like, I'm depressed or, like, I have attention problems, maybe ADHD, that's fine. But there's a difference between that and, like, here's the diagnosis I have of myself. But people don't seem to want to understand that for some reason.
Sounds like a pretty small distinction.
It does.
It's not, well, it's weird that because now we're on a panel, but in her video, she said self-diagnosis could be the most important thing. And then she went on to make a bunch of anti-vax arguments about doctors.
I didn't make any anti-vax arguments. Very nice, very nice. Nice try, dude.
Okay,
nice try.
Right. So we need to throw it to Xander, because we only have a minute left.
Yeah, so I have not followed the drama between Demon Mama and Destiny, which I'm pretty sure is what kind of caused this topic to come up. So I'm just going to give my best take on this from what I've seen, and we'll go from there. So I'm surprised that I've seen so many people make comparisons to self-diagnosing mental health to breaking a leg or having a yeast infection. There's a big difference between having constipation or looking down saying, well, yeah, I got a yeast infection going on there, and knowing what's going on in your head. The human brain is unbelievably complicated. Right. Everyone has different chemical balances, structure inside of the brain. It's very complicated. I do think, and I don't think anyone here disagrees with this, that acknowledging you've got symptoms and trying to help to alleviate them while you find an actual diagnosis from a doctor is a bad thing. I think what's happening here is a huge misunderstanding of terminology, and that's unfortunate. But I think for the most part, we're all on the same page.
I would argue that there's a deliberate attempt to misinterpret my statements. If you want to say that, the word sorry, go ahead.
The round is over. You'll be able to open the next round.
Appreciate it.
We have one more round where we're talking about this. Okay. So, I've gotten the first vote, and it's for Sprouticus. Man, they're gunning for you, Sprout. They're gunning.
Which judge hates Sprouticus? Every single
one,
right?
I'm kind of curious.
Can I say that?
There's some names out here.
I kind of want to say. I'll ask him if I can say it. So the first one is Sprouticus. The second one is for Connor, and the third one's for Connor. Connor, that's what you get for being nice.
Get the fuck out of here! Bunch of fucking assholes.
For being nice. You gave someone else time. Look, you helped Josie up, and boom, in the
Listen,
back.
I'm sorry, Connor.
That'll teach me to be nice.
That'll
fucking
teach you
assholes.
to be a nice person. Yeah.
Hi, Connor.
Was it Jordan Peterson said about next, guys?
Yeah. Oh, hey, before you yeet me, Jordan Peterson won this round. All right, bye.
Clean your room. It's true. Clean your room. Open some windows. It's true. It's good for you.
Yeeted. I'm waiting for my staff to eat it, but there we go. Okay. Next, we have Prime Kai. And also, I didn't shout out Josie at the start of the last round, so Josie's here too. Okay, we're going to continue. Dear Mama, you can open this round. Mental health.
Wait, no. If she opens and everybody responds to her, she can talk for 30 minutes. How she get another opener?
Dude, calm down, man. Can you relax?
You know what?
I haven't even got a chance to talk.
Destiny? Who asked? Dear Mama.
Thank you. Yeah, so I really encourage people to go actually watch my video and not just listen to whatever nonsense has been filtered through Twitter. The fact that, like, first of all, the idea that, like, saying the word self-diagnosis is somehow deeply inaccurate is just ridiculous. Like, self-diagnosis is a perfectly valid term. You could also say non-clinical diagnosis, but a self-diagnosis is naturally non-clinical unless you're a doctor. And even then, you know, there's limits to your ability to diagnose yourself. Obviously, there are varying degrees of complexity for all kinds of things that you might engage with, but what I said in my video, the wording was, arguably, self-diagnosis is the most important step. And I think it's interesting that people have ignored that in order to say that I'm some kind of, like, anti-vaxxer. It feels very weird. It almost feels like people have a motivated reason for why they're making these straw men about me. But whatever. The fact of the matter is that self-diagnosis is incredibly, incredibly helpful, and it can also help you get to a more accurate diagnosis. There's all kinds of things that you can do from the first thing, but you need to be able to recognize these things in yourself. Also, if it's somehow like bad that I said the word self-diagnosis, which I don't agree with that analysis, then I guess you should probably talk to Windows as well, because they have your diagnostic tool that helps you figure out what's wrong with your computer, and you're not a technician. So I guess you might want to have a word with Microsoft as well.
Okay, Sprouticus and Zan and the Destiny.
So, I agree with you on the first part. I'm going to call it something different, but that's just semantics. I'm not here to argue semantics. Recognizing what is wrong with you in your life is very important when you're dealing with disorders, when you're dealing with what's going on. Recognizing your arm hurts, you fell on it, it hurts very bad. You may have broken your arm, you also may have sprained your arm. Those are two very different things, treated in two very different ways. And the doctors, and this is going to kind of close mine kind of statement, is that the doctors, when you go to a doctor, they don't trust the patient. They never trust the patient when the patient walks in.
What?
Doctors will 100% verify what you say. You don't walk in and say, yeah, this happened to me, and this is what's going on, and this is what it is. The doctor will never trust you. They will always take a step back. They will always do something else to verify that that is what it is before they make a diagnosis. You don't just walk into a doctor, say, yeah, I've got this, and they'll, oh, yeah, you must have that because you told me that you have that, and here's your medicine. That
I don't
never
think anyone
happens.
disagrees with this.
I don't
No.
First of all, that's not true, by the way. The idea that
That's not true.
yeah, the idea is that doctors don't trust their patient.
Nope.
Okay,
So we have a timekeep. We're keeping time with track of how much people talk. So we're throwing it over to Zan, the Destiny, then Prime.
Yeah, so it seems like what's going on between Demon Mama and Destiny, elephant in the room, I know, they are not fans of each other, and, that's going to happen, but I want to add a little bit on to what Hunter said earlier in a way that does not come off as bad faith, I guess, because that seemed to be how it's coming off. I don't think what Demon Mama was saying was exactly an anti-vaxxer argument, but I have debated many times people who have made anti-science arguments, and they've made that argument that sometimes doctors are wrong. They'll bring up examples of the way that the federal government or doctors thereof have engaged in bad practices or have come to the wrong conclusion or have engaged in experimentation that's been wrong, how mistakes are made by doctors and you have to be referred, and that is completely true. And I think the problem is there is that I'm gonna be honest, I think Destiny's got a bit of a bias against Demon Mama. I know. Gonna take issue with that. But yeah, I think that's the point Demon Mama is making. There is the possibility of doctors being wrong, but that is often, to be fair, often used a lot by anti-science people, anti-doctor people. And I've heard it many times from conservatives who've done that. And I understand the concern there.
Okay. Next was, I said Zan, next I said Destiny, right?
Yeah, so the difference between trying to self-diagnose an obvious physical ailment versus a mental ailment is entirely different. Generally, a cognitive distortion doesn't occur when you break your arm. Anybody can look at their arm and see if it's clearly broken. And it also doesn't even really work as an example, because if you say that you quote-unquote broke your arm, the doctor's not just going to treat it like a broken arm. You're going to get an x-ray to verify it. Now, there isn't a comparable thing like that for the brain, unless you kill somebody and chop their brain open and start trying to test for gray matter or something, right? There isn't there's generally not a physical test for the vast majority of things that affect the mind. So that's one thing. Secondly, I don't want to run around in circles on this, but I don't understand why people don't understand the difference between what a diagnosis is, whether we call it a non-clinical diagnosis or a diagnosis, versus understanding what a symptom is. There is a difference. I can go to, I might think I have the flu, or I might think I have something. I go get some cough syrup, or I go get something for a fever or whatever. I'm not diagnosing myself with a particular virus.
Yes, you are.
I just understand I have some symptoms, and I'm trying to treat the symptoms. There is a difference between recognizing a symptom rather than diagnosing yourself. And when we're talking about people that might have a mental illness that might inhibit their ability to understand themselves well or understand what's going on around them well, the idea that those people are in a position to make a self-diagnosis is just not true. All you have to do is change the language to, you should be able to recognize your symptoms and whatnot, and then you should be able to go and talk to your doctor about them. Change that from, you should get a self-diagnosis first. It's the most important thing. Don't let doctors gatekeep you from getting a diagnosis.
Can I ask you something real quick? Can I ask a clarification then? Are you willing to roll back your ridiculous statements about me being an anti-vaxxer then, now that you've completely changed your argument?
So I haven't changed any of my arguments. Earlier,
yes, you have. You've walked back everything here.
Can I finish? If you're going to ask me a question, I'm going to respond. So if you're going to say things earlier like doctors lobotomized people in the past, there's flaws in the medical system, the earlier DSM was wrong. This is the exact same types of arguments that anti-vaxxers make or people in certain communities when they say in the past the medical system has harmed us or in the past the medical system has had problems. Saying that the medical system has had problems in the past implies that you ought not to trust the medical system today, which implies that a self-diagnosis is more valuable potentially than a diagnosis from a medical professional because in the past they weren't trustworthy, therefore today they might not be trustworthy.
Damn.
So
once again,
over to Prime. Prime disagrees. I want to throw it to Prime because Prime has said nothing on the topic, and he disagrees. So
yes. So Steven and I had a long conversation last night about exactly this. Now, Steven's actually moved me closer to his opinion than I was at the start. I actually had no opinion on this previously, but he moved me closer to his position. But I feel like he's doing it again of like minimizing the effect of bigotry within the medical field.
That's true too.
Right? And so I'd say that I don't throw out the medical field saying that like minorities can't trust doctors and they shouldn't bother to go visit. I'm simply acknowledging that their experiences are maybe different from the experiences Stephen may have had in the past, right? That when you go to a medical professional, right, the way they treat you is dependent on their own experience, just like anyone else, right? They are no different from the rest of the population. So they're coming in there with their own biases, their own thoughts about like their own preconceived notions. And so that affects their treatment. Like I'm not saying anything revolutionary here, right? It's very basic stuff. Mm-hmm. So all I want to say is that in terms of people having access to medical care, they may have that access, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the treatment they'll get is sufficient. So I can understand a person trying to self-diagnose because they're not getting the treatment they feel they deserve. However, I do think that they simply shouldn't trust their own diagnoses, right? Like I feel that should always be double checked. If you feel like there's a problem, if you feel that your doctor has diagnosed you with something wrong, right? Well, then yes, get a second, third, fourth opinion if you have to, right? Until you feel that you are getting the treatment that you deserve. But I don't think it's anything wrong with someone simply looking up, right? Like going to going online, trying to understand what's happening within their own body, and then taking charge of their own healthcare. But that does involve actually interfacing with the medical system. And then just quickly, Sprouticus, like, yeah, you're like wrong. Hey, buddy, nice to see you. But you're wrong. Doctors, of course, rely on patients to explain their symptoms, right? You don't just come to the office, sit down, stare at them blankly, and they're like, oh yeah, all right, I got this. No, like they take in your input. Now you could be experiencing something and not realize exactly what it's something what Dustin was saying, right? You can experience something and not actually understand what you're experiencing, and you can relate that to a doctor, but it helps them guide themselves. And I'm done. Go ahead.
Right. So you can rely. I mean, doctors can rely on what a patient says, but they never trust 100%. That's what the patient means. That. Patients lie, and you hear this all the time in the medical community. Is that patients
Good
lie.
work.
So no. Actually, okay. So I haven't been able. Okay. So So I actually have family members in the medical community. Patients lie. And so with that being said, the doctor will never trust 100% when you walk in that what you say is 100% absolutely the truth. They will always verify afterwards that is actually what's going on before they make a diagnosis. That's how doctors work, is they take what you say and they take it and they're like, okay, so this is a suggestion. This isn't necessarily a 100% the truth right here. And let's go off this suggestion first and let's move towards what we think is a medical diagnosis. And the first test, no, I said that doctors never trust their patients. They don't. They always verify.
Okay, so I have a couple of things I can say here. There's a couple of things I can say here. First of all, once again, in order for the people who've been going way above and beyond to attack my position, they have to strip literally all context and prescriptions in order to make it seem like I'm making some sort of anti-vax thing. I've literally never said anything. In my video, I went into great extent about where and why and the issues that are there with the mental mental health industry in our country, with whatever, and these are real issues that are very, very extensively discussed. For example, I have right here a published study by Kaiser Permanente, I believe the biggest healthcare provider in America, that states that in this study they found a number
of her audio is cut out.
Oh no!
I apologize.
I
apologize. I'm back. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm back. Okay. I'm back. I'm good. Thank you.
We got it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Am I able to finish?
Okay.
Well, no, now I gotta throw to Josie. You took too much
Should have
time.
wasted so much time on the personal shit.
Okay.
What? Okay.
All right, I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back to what this whole conversation was supposed to be about. Is there a benefit to people self-diagnosing and looking at this stuff?
Of course there is.
And what Prime Kai said is absolutely right about how people are treated differently once they go into that doctor's office. If they're black, if they're a woman, or if they're trans, if they're white, they're affluent. There's so many ways that doctors listen to you. So because we have more access to knowledge and information, and are able to go and be like, I wonder what's going on with me, and you're a, minority kid in some area where you don't have access to healthcare, it's important for us to be able to say, look, maybe these are these things, because I can tell you right now, I'm not diagnosed with ADHD, but I have fidgets because I know that they actually keep me focused. I do things differently on how I operate and work. I would not know that without access to information. I would not know to even ask a doctor if I had these symptoms at all if I didn't have that access.
Yep.
So the whole debate is about, is this a good thing? And overall, I think more people are seeing help than the negative. So in my opinion, just for the sake of debate, yes, I think that the access to information and having people understand their symptoms for a healthcare system that isn't equitable is a better thing overall. Could it get better? Yes. Is there more access to healthcare needed? Yes. But I think right now we're in a good place of learning more about ourselves and our own humanity.
Can I make one quick response?
We have 1 minute left, and two people haven't talked. So I want to give it to Hunter and Box.
Okay, so Dima Mama, I understand your point. I think that it's important to be able to self-diagnose. If that was all your segment was, which was on self-diagnosing, then that would probably be an overall agreeable thing, that we should be in tune with our bodies and understand our symptoms. Sure, why not? But the problem is when you are mixing that in with this long tangent about how, like, the medical field, the past mistakes, the gatekeeping doctors, this leads to the asylums. I know at one point you even used the word the ivory tower. Even if you are not actually anti-intellectual yourself, you are lending credence to anti-intellectualism, which is that your self-diagnosis will supersede that of a professional.
Literally never claimed that, and I request that you please engage with the thing that I actually said in context and not just rip things out of context.
It's not just about what you
I don't
just
think you
said,
watched
it's
the
about
video.
The consequences of what you've said.
Okay, so now I have to throw it over the Box, because we're gonna go over a little bit. Box.
Nobody watched
I don't know. I feel like I'm lost in translation. I'm trying to think of every single time I've heard someone I know in real life mention the word self-diagnosis. It was always in the context of, I've got this feeling, and self was basically like serving the same function as a word like informal or shit diagnosis, just like incomplete diagnosis. Like, I don't think I've ever heard someone say self-diagnosis in the context of, I'm like overriding the medical profession, or as even as any general kind of attack on the medical profession. I don't understand, but I don't know, maybe this whole conversation is just like more about pride than the arguments, but that's just a personal informal diagnosis.
Okay, so I have the votes. So the first vote is for Prime. The second vote is for Box. And the last vote is for Sprouticus. So it's a three-way tie. And so what we do in situations like this is I make the decision, because I want to make this a formal process. And when I look at the three people, the person who I think contributed the least to this round and did the less, I'm sad to say, Loner Box. Love you, buddy. But, it's a tough fucking world. And and I know it hurts the British community because you ain't taking this one home either, okay? Sorry.
Hey, I just came here to make new friends. It's all good. Good luck, everyone. Knock 'em dead.
See you later, buddy. Okay, bringing the next person is next topic. As we have a Latinx streamer on the stream, we're going to be talking about Cuba. And there's a lot of stuff going on about Cuba. There's protests on the street. There's sanctions still placed on Cuba. And there's a big discussion about what's going on in Cuba right now and what's going on with the future of Cuba and American and Cuban relations. You may all begin.
The problems going on with Cuba right now have almost nothing to do with the embargo. The embargo's been going on for decades. The United States is able to export food and medical supplies to Cuba. Cuba just makes really bad macroeconomic decisions. People there that are having protests are doing it on behalf of the fact that, one, it's an authoritarian regime, believe it or not. A lot of people don't like authoritarian regimes. And 2, they're having problems getting access to food and shit. Their ration cards are unbelievable. And 3, the way that they run their economy and the way that they run like their agriculture sector is incredibly inefficient, and it doesn't work. And the country just has a whole bunch of problems that are independent of anything related to the U.S. embargoes, which is what every left-leaning person wants to blame 100% of Cuba's problems on.
No, it's the CIA.
And that.
I mean, I think that's a little bit of a. I mean, I think that's a little uncharitable towards the lefties. But I mean, I think there's points to be said about the extended embargo. But I don't think there's. I think it's very strange that there's an attempt to sort of project a lot of political sort of prescriptions on a protest that's going. Like protests happen in every country. Protests happen here. Like I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume there are people who have legitimate grievances with the Cuban government, especially given a lot of controversial things that the Cuban government has done in the past. But I also think that it's not fair to just completely disregard the fact that there has been not just an embargo, arguably a blockade that's been put on Cuba, and that is going to damage things. That's going to lead to bad living conditions. And we already know this. We've talked about this extensively with regard to how Trump affected Iran, with the sanctions in Iran just driving COVID deaths through the roof. Maybe this particular protest doesn't have a direct connection to the embargo/blockade, but I think that ignoring that would be ridiculous. And I think all of us being Americans, it's important for us to recognize that keeping the people of a country completely choked out of world trade is going to have a lot of negative effects. And also it might even encourage more authoritarian behavior, because if a country feels beset on all sides, if they feel like they have no allies that they can work with whatsoever, well, they might crack down in order to hold power. I think we've seen this in numerous cases where authoritarian governments gain power by taking advantage of the external factors that are being imposed on them by whatever world power. I think this is one of those situations where ignoring that would just be out of hand.
Okay. Can I go next?
Good point.
Can I go next? You gotta let me go next. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Damon, Mama, I have to have a chat with you about this self-diagnosis thing.
Please do.
Longer later. Okay, but wait. Yeah. And, okay, I want to say, as someone who is from Iran, I know that the economic sanctions definitely fucking hurt a lot of ways. But I think it's foolish to fall into this trap of saying that it's only the economic sanctions that are causing problems in any of these given places. The people of Iran absolutely fucking hate the government because it's completely corrupt. They just had an election recently where they didn't let any moderates run. All of the moderates were banned from running. And I didn't hear leftists saying anything about this or it's because America wasn't involved in that. So I think it's important to note that, yes, sanctions are harmful, but at the same time, the governments of these various countries also have a role to play as well. And it's foolish to go all the way to one side or all the way to the other side.
With all due respect, Wait, 1 second, please. Very quick response directly to Heem.
That was a lot of people. Okay, but a lot of people haven't talked yet. So I gotta throw it over to, I would say, it's Browdicus, foreign policy expert.
Okay, so the United States should go over and help the Cuban protesters. The Cuban government has been dictatorial for a while now. We've sat by and watched it. President Obama practically praised Fidel Castro while he was in office. So we need to go over there. We need to stop this dictatorial process we're letting happen off just under 100 miles away from our shores. We need to go over there. We need to help. And then after we institute a new government in Cuba and help assist them all the way through, just like we did with Japan after World War II. We help assist them all the way through, all the way to completion. And then we, while we're doing that, we lift the embargo.
Until they come.
We start to give Cuba trade. But while Cuba is dictatorial, we should not be trading with Cuba.
Bay of Pigs 2, Electric Boogaloo. Next, I'm going to throw it over to, I'll say Josie Rose.
Okay, so like any collapse of like the way governmental systems work and state government systems work, it is a combination of everything, right? Like the fact that we have, when Trump put the sanctions on Cuba, just on monetary alone, you had the hard currency in Cuba drop. You had about 407 Western Union locations shut down, airport travel, all of those things happened. You had COVID that happened as well. And you also have the failure of the regime and making sure people have basic rights and the food shortages. Like Dr. Himdao talked about Iran, it is a combination of everything. Like the stability of outside foreign intervention, the ability for a country not to just trade normally and trade its goods is a complete destructive factor in making sure that civil unrest happens. And this is also an example, like we were talking about the CIA too. This is exactly what they want. They want governmental systems to be disruptive. They want people to be in unrest. They want these food shortages, these medical shortages, these things, so people start ripping their government apart so it's easier for them to have a regime change. Now, that may be a little conspiratorial, but the U.S. has a really high history of doing such things. So what we have to do is... Yeah, it is a little. It is a little. But at the end of... But the thing about it is, the people of Cuba are suffering. I know people that have family in Cuba, and they are really shook right now. They're afraid that their elderly family members aren't going to get the medical care that they need or are going to die. They're already trying to plan ways to go and see their family because they're afraid of the food shortages and the fact that disease is starting to spread because the basic economic systems in Cuba aren't working. So the things that we need to do right now is humanitarian aid, stop this silly blockade, and actually help people like we're supposed to. Cuba went all over the world trying to help prevent COVID with the best scientists in the world. They tried very hard to help with the vaccine efforts as well. And this is what we do to repay them, is just to sit and watch as their country begins to unravel. And we need to do the right thing and help the Cuban citizens.
Real quick, can I just say one quick, please?
Very quick. To Destiny.
Okay. I just wanted to respond to him before.
As a Latinx Cuban member of this panel, there's just so much misinformation people talk about this. First of all, comparing the sanctions in Iran that are enforced by dozens of countries versus the U.S. embargo against Cuba, these two things are not similar to one another. One, Cuba still has the ability to buy food and humanitarian supplies from the United States. They have had for over 2 decades. And two, Cuba still has the ability to trade with literally the rest of the world. Sorry for the ad hom, but I think it's a little rich that lefties that say that America engages us in imperialism all the time, that America's this horrible trading partner, are saying that Cuba is suffering just because they don't have access to the U.S. like markets. That's pretty funny to me. Number two, there is no blockade. I don't know why we keep saying blockade, but there's no blockade. That doesn't exist. Number three, talking about the fact that like the Cuban currency dropped, it did, but again, these are macroeconomic policies related to how the Cuban government runs its monetary system. Their ending of the dual currency system is why their currency is having so much trouble. Their inability to export goods or services to other countries because of their horrible mismanagement of their agricultural sector are not things that can be blamed on the United States. I'm sorry. And then in terms of the country cannot trade normally, the country can trade normally. They can trade normally with everybody in the world, just not the United States. Again, if you think that access to U.S. markets are so important that it's like foundational to a country's survival.
Can anybody fact check that for me? Does anybody have interest?
Say that the U.S. engages in like predatory trade practices.
Okay. Dear Mama, multiple people haven't spoken, but I'll give you like 10.
Yeah,
to 15
it's
seconds,
real
okay?
quick. I just wanted to respond before it gets too far away from something Heem said. Heem said he doesn't hear anybody say like give fair credence to the protests in Cuba. I literally did in my opening statement. I said I have I
didn't say anything about Cuba. I didn't say anything about Cuba.
Let me just finish. What I was saying is that I literally said in my opening statement that I believe, I have no doubt, this was the wording that I used, I have no doubt that there are very legitimate grievances against the authoritarian government in Cuba. I just wanted to be clear to make sure that you know that there's one leftist here.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
So I think that leftists, I think a fair criticism that leftists often give cover to like communist governments, right? Like undue cover to them, simply because like the amount of criticism coming their way is just completely unfounded, right? So like on the other end, you kind of overcompensate, and then you can end up defending some pretty like terrible shit, right? So I don't know enough about the Cuban government to actually make a statement about exactly how they treated their
Does anybody have a quote for
citizens? But I could believe that the rhetoric you hear in leftist circles might be a little overwrought, right? But of course, like I can't let this go by. Like Sprouticus, buddy, I love you. You know, you're great. But what the fuck? Invade? So your answer is like, oh, there's a protest in the streets, so we invade. Should that happen for all countries, right? Like any country where there's civil unrest, the U.S. should come in, like, and just like, put a new government in. Just take one, like we did so well with all the other countries we've invaded, right? So we'll just like transport that and put a new country in there. Like that's ridiculous. I mean, that's like platinum. I mean, I guess why no one actually like talked about this, because it was such a ridiculous topic. Why would we even bother with it? But I'll take the time because I like you, Sprouticus, and this was a fucking terrible idea. All right.
I mean, you can say it's a terrible idea, but it's what we did with Japan. We stayed with Japan till it was completely done, and we're actually still with Japan. We are their military. In the treaty that we have with Japan, we are their military. They don't get a military.
Libya,
if we did that with Cuba, I think Cuba could turn around. Cuba could be a great nation if they had a sustainable government that could sustain their citizens, give their citizens natural rights. And I think Cuba could really be.
Do you think that's what they're on the streets for? Do you think that's what people want? That the protests,
the Cubans want freedom.
Yes, actually,
are for an American invasion. Now they may be against their country, right? They may be saying that the regime, they don't like the way that it's operating. They don't like how the economy is going. But do they want bombs to be falling in Havana? Is that what they were protesting for? Freedom bombs dropping on their heads? Is that what they want?
No, that's of course it's an absurd claim. An absurd claim.
What they're advocating for? Wouldn't it be good to know what they're advocating for before you say it's a CIA run?
Sam.
Yeah. So this is one of those surprise topics. I didn't have time to prepare for this one, but I've looked into it a little bit, so I've got a bit to say. Definitely don't think the CIA is involved with this. That's pretty conspiratorial. Like I don't know why that was brought up. But it seems like the people protesting here are protesting for reasons that people generally tend to protest for, and that seems to be a lack of basic needs that a human being needs to survive. It seems like Cuba's access to food and medical supplies has been waning for a while, and the coronavirus pandemic has massively harmed that. The average income seems to be about $60 a week or less in Cuba, so a lot of people are living in poverty. Not to mention the pandemic also harmed tourism pretty badly, and as someone from Florida, I know what it's like whenever lack of tourism ends up coming up and it really fucks up the economy. It seems like what people are protesting for here, at least from what I can tell, isn't a change in government, but a change in living conditions, an increase in the quality of living, because it is massively dropped in the last year and a half, 2 years.
Hunter Avalon.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of back. Honestly, Xanderhall, I agree with you, quite honestly. What it seems to be happening is that it's just a protest for, better living conditions. This is being framed as like an anti-communist protest by some. It's not really like an anti-communist protest at the end of the day. And then, it's also being framed as like a CIA op, which is just like, conspiratorial and kind of laughable. When, it's true that America has a history of messing around with Cuba, but if you look at the way that these protests are going compared to like the Bay of Pigs or the multiple different apps and data mining that they try to do, it does not compare at all. Like, there is no evidence that this is the CIA at all. But we have people, lefties, like Mike from PA was like pushing this bullshit out.
Yeah, so. I think it's I think it's
I
think it's really
so no Okay. So for the rest of this, I'm just going to repeat the rules since wait, let me just check. I don't want to be ableist. Does anybody in here have a hearing problem at all? Like a history of hearing problems? No. Then my favorite Latinx streamer, I'm sorry. I support you.
It's Latinx also, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. But I just want to make clear to everyone, when I'm speaking, no one else speaks. From forward over, okay? I'm going to use my executive authority more assuringly. Now, Eris, I guess ditched us. No response whatsoever. I assume she was too terrified by the contestants, so I'm going to give you all a gift. No eliminations this round.
Damn.
None. You all get to stay for another 15 minutes. You're welcome. That's what the chief executive here can do for you. You're going to continue. 15 minutes. You continue on the topic.
So excellent. The people in Cuba, they want they want freedom and liberty. They want natural. Sorry.
Oh, thank
Sprout, you can go after.
Wow, actually, From now on, I'm gonna raise my hand. It actually works, guys. So listen, the thing is we're people on Twitch, especially content creators. People want to just comment on breaking news right away. I've refrained from commenting on this situation because I know that there's probably a whole lot of fucking nuance that I need to educate myself on before I fucking weigh in on this shit. But you have people who put in all capitals CIA involved in Cuba before they even fucking read into what is going on. And I think this is a major problem with like the over radicalization that exists on this platform in all cases, whether we're talking about medical information or the CIA. That there's so many situations in which people just need to look into it a little bit more before right away jumping to the most conspiratorial position. It might be a case that just perhaps there's a downside of capitalism or something that causes a certain problem. But when we go right to the extreme position of like, okay, that's it, just overthrow everything, everything's fucked, then it's like, what is the point of even having these discussions if we're just going to go right to from the extreme right, no offense, Sprouticus, when it comes to immigration, to the very fucking extreme left when it comes to CIA is involved in everything. I hate that, and I wish that we could maybe acknowledge that altogether and move towards a more productive conversation.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to acknowledge that.
Interestingly, these
okay,
Cubans, they're protesting their government in a
Sprout.
So these,
I would like to respond to that as a lefty.
No, Dylan literally just said me.
I said Sprout.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear that.
So these Cubans, they're protesting in a government they're not allowed to protest against the government in. This is an anti-communism protest. They're asking for these human rights. They're waving American flags. Journalists are being arrested in the streets. This is hideous. This is absolutely disgusting. America needs to take a step in for the rights of the people in Cuba, and that's what needs to happen. There is no, I don't know what Dr. Heimdall's trying to get at. There's some kind of like middle ground to where we can just kind of blindly show support, like we did with Hong Kong, right? So we just blindly showed support. We didn't do anything, and China completely overran Hong Kong and decided that since the virus came in, that they're just going to overrun Hong Kong, and we just sat there and watched it happen. And so we can't let that happen again. We have to take action in Cuba, and we have to make sure the Cuban citizens have natural rights.
Okay.
Can I butt in really quick? I haven't talked in a while.
Okay.
It's a demon mama.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think the idea of this level of interventionism is silly. The idea that we should have sent troops on the ground to Hong Kong is that would have been an international disaster. I think we can acknowledge that. To talk to Dr. Heem's point, I also haven't done coverage on this particular event because of the same reason you mentioned, especially when it comes to international issues, protests going on in other countries. I try to be very careful with those things. I think it's very irresponsible to say that that everything is CIA or whatever. I can understand having a conversation about CIA involvement in various countries. There's a real conversation to be had there. In fact, I think there's a couple of videos I could cite that I think do a very good job of documenting the American intelligence agencies and American military's involvement in other countries. But that doesn't mean that you should just jump to that at every conclusion. First of all, it makes you miss what's actually going on. You miss key information. But also, it's just not based on anything. So unless you have the evidence of it, if you have a genuine argument, well, mail it to The Intercept. The Intercept does this kind of stuff all the time, and they'll be able to tell you they'll be able to follow up on that much better than any streamer can. So I do think that accusing people of it being CIA and all that is very irresponsible, ignores the actual state on the ground, and, being a sort of anti-state lefty, I don't really appreciate people, the desires and requests of people, the demands of people who are suffering being ignored in the name of just saying, oh, it's CIA. That's ridiculous. There's real grievances that are here. Now, is there some room for critique of this? Sure.
Wonderful. Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Josie Rose.
Yes, thank you. I feel like my position has been misrepresented. I did not say this is a CIA op. I said if the country fails, then we may have to worry about such things like that. But what I was talking about really was the conditions on the ground. The fact that a lot of those conditions on the ground were expedited, or I guess made worse, was because of the sanctions that were put on Cuba, where one third of their revenue comes from remittances from Cuba. So people going to Cuba, giving family money through Cuba, and all of that. People sending money to Cuban citizens was one of the economic pillars that kept Cuba going. And I have to disagree with what Destiny said earlier about Cuba can trade with anybody. If you were to say that to Mexico and say, hey, Mexico, you're not going to trade with America anymore, you don't think that would devastate their economy because they're so close? The fact that they are so close to us basically makes them a bordering nation. Frankly, you can literally take a boat across the little strip of ocean. So the fact of the matter is, the connections that we have with the U.S. and Cuba need to be restored and brought back to a position where we can actually have a partnership with them. And the fact is, we have been saying yes to Cuba here, no to Cuba here by the coming and going administration. And that is what's caused so much strife, is that people don't know if they're going to have food for the next presidential administration, if they're going to have money, and they're just had enough and they just want basic human rights and human services. So ignore the CIA thing. The CIA thing is if they collapse. I did not say that this is a CIA op. So thank you.
Let me in, Coach.
And to add one thing on there, just a very, very quick thing.
We gotta keep it going. We gotta keep it going.
Sure.
Going over to Xander Hall. I don't think he's talked. Have you talked this topic?
No, I haven't.
Okay, Xan.
All right, yeah. So as this panel's resident Floridian X, actually, I will say that I think there is no reason whatsoever, nor is it realistic for what Sproutic has said, to expect that America is going to invade Cuba, occupy it, and put in place a new government. There's no reason to do that whatsoever. It would be unbelievably unpopular. No, whatever president that did that would probably be committing career suicide. That would lose them the election, possibly. Americans at this point are not in big favor of occupying other countries. You can tell because of the fact that even though we've got fairly good reason to be in Afghanistan, Americans want our troops out of Afghanistan.
Thank you very
what's
much,
probably most likely is that out of a gesture for good PR is that we'll probably send some support.
Did you lie to me?
Did I lie to you?
Did you speak this topic?
Yep.
Wait, did I spoke last round, not on this round, no.
Wow. Anyway, so we're gonna keep going.
Can I add one small thing to what Josie said? And also,
no, we gotta go to the next person.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna go over to, I just gotta make sure everybody has time to talk to the topic. Who hasn't talked yet? This topic? Now this round. See the difference there? Who hasn't talked this round? Has anybody not talked this round? Yeah, nobody's gonna fucking lie to me anymore, are they? Nah, nobody's gonna fucking lie to me now. Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to nobody else. Really wants who wants to talk? There we go. Okay, so we're gonna throw it over to Prime, then Demon Mama, then Destiny, then Sprout, and we'll wrap it up.
So I'll say that when you were talking about American interference, simply the thought of discussing American interference, I think, is not crazy. Understanding the history of Cuba, understanding the history of American foreign policy, that is not crazy. However, stating it as fact that the protest we're seeing now, is a CIA operation, right? That's plain ridiculous. If you don't have the proof of that, I think that it is irresponsible. But simply entertaining the thought that we might have something somewhere to do with something going on.
Wait, really?
Cuba,
Did that actually happen?
Insane. I think, all right, sure. But again, Sprouticus, I love you, right? So the bombs, right? The murder that you're endorsing, right? Because this is what it is, right? So the Cuban government won't simply lay down arms, I give up, it's over, right? Had a good run, boys. No, they're gonna fight, and people are gonna die. And this is my problem all the time when people talk.
I think
about
he just disconnected.
Invasions. To say just so lightly, oh yeah, we'll just invade. We'll just install the new government, right? Have you missed the last 20 years of U.S. foreign policy? Have you missed all of that?
Kicked him?
And how well that's gone? And just to say that, oh no, we'll just install a new government. I don't, how does anyone take you seriously?
God, he was kicked.
I don't get that. Again, I love you, buddy, but what's going on?
Good question, guys.
Okay. Who did I say next? Destiny?
Me.
I think you said Demon Mama.
Thank you.
Oh, Demon Mama.
Yeah,
okay.
I just have a small thing to add. Yeah, that's fine. I just had a small thing. The argument that that minimizes the embargo on Cuba also fails to acknowledge that America actually will and has placed sanctions on companies, US-based companies that do any business with Cuba whatsoever. So that is something that needs to be acknowledged. I don't think we should downplay the blockade. Of course, I think it's absolutely ridiculous to immediately jump to the CIA, but let's not downplay things that do have huge humanitarian impacts. These are people that we're talking about. Even if you disagree with their authoritarian government, which I entirely do, I think that we should recognize that having widespread embargoes that do involve sanctions on U.S. corporations is more than just a simple basic embargo. It's not easy to get around that, and that's clear by this is numerically obvious.
Okay, Destiny, you're next.
Okay, so, the United States has sanctions on Cuba, which includes sanctioning U.S. companies doing business with Cuba, of course. I don't know why we're restating that over again. That's
just
what
wanted
a sanction
to be clear.
That's what it means when you have an embargo. Number one. Number two, it's not a blockade. I don't know why we keep calling this a blockade. It's not a blockade. There is an embargo between the U.S. and U.S. companies doing business in Cuba.
Did I say blockade?
We also keep mentioning humanitarian things. The United States is one of the biggest exporters of food to Cuba. Mm-hmm. Cuba can buy food and humanitarian supplies from the United States if they want to. So they've been doing this for over 20 years. If they're running into a big crisis now, it's probably not because of the U.S. embargo. There's probably other things going on. We can say that the United States embargo on Cuba should end. It probably should. I don't think there's a good reason to keep it up. But to say that that's a big contributing factor to why Cuba is having problems today is just not true. Also, the other comment somebody made earlier about how Cuba used to make a lot of money in remittances. The idea that your country is kept afloat by people going to the United States and then shipping back USD to your country to keep it afloat, number one, it's funny that you think that that is required for the country to function. And two, Cuba also themselves rejected or turned away people from being able to deposit US dollars into
my
their own
first
banks
thing, yeah. But it is arguably a blockade.
They've got on currency
Yeah,
exchange
it's arguably a blockade.
So
This is a controversial issue.
It also had to do with Cuba trying to curb their forex problems as well. Also, I will say the idea that like I didn't say this, yeah, I did it. I was entertaining the thought. Is one of the stupidest things I ever heard in my life. If there was an alt-righter here saying some shit like, now I'm not saying the Jews did it, but maybe, like, okay, why would you even float the idea unless it's something you're seriously considering without trying to put that in people's minds? Like trying to say that the CIA is involved in any of this at all, even just floating the thought is incredibly fucking offensive and incredibly fucking stupid. I don't know why the words that you leave your mouth unless you're trying to be an ideologue or playing to some agenda to push like your cutesy little lefty ideas and to downplay the struggles of the people that currently exist on that island that are protesting for very real humanitarian reasons, not involved with the CIA or your delusional Twitter fantasies.
I think I think it's a little gauche to compare a claim about the CIA, which has verifiably, a matter of public information, been involved in all kinds of regime change in politics in the Caribbean, in South America, and in Central America. This is a matter of public record. So I think it's a bit gauche to compare that to like alt-righters saying that it's the Jews. Like, first of all, the CIA is an organization. Jews are a group of people. Like, that's really, really over the top and hyperbolic. I hope you don't actually mean that. But yeah, I do think it's irresponsible still to like make claims about that without evidence. But I don't think anybody here did that. I don't think anybody here even made a reference to that. Even Josie, who brought up
why are we talking about it?
I mean, I don't know. That's a good question, Destiny. I don't know why you're talking about it.
I wonder where it came out first. Interesting.
I mean, maybe out of your own mouth. You've made a lot of a straw.
Do you want to put money on that right now? Do you want to bet $100 on who brought up the CIA first?
Wait, what? Are you saying
That's
bringing
right.
up the CIA? Wait, I'm sorry as to what you're asking me. I'm just wondering what you're asking.
Okay, there's 2 minutes left. Who hasn't talked yet and still wants to talk? Okay, who wants to talk? There we go. Yeah, getting fucking line. Okay, Sprout, then Josie, then we'll wrap it up.
Okay. So, Prime talking about dropping bombs, that's not what I suggested. I suggested we go there and help the rebels, or the protesters, whatever you want to call them.
Whoops.
And there are going to be deaths, there are going to be tragedies that happen. That's what happens when war happens. As Thomas Jefferson quoted, saying the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Freedom doesn't come free. We say this all the time in the United States. I don't know why this is a surprise now that freedom doesn't come free, and that's what Cuba wants. Cuba wants freedom, and to compare Cuba to the Middle East is a little bit disingenuous. The Middle East is far different geopolitically than Cuba. Cuba is literally an island that we don't. Cuba is literally an island. ISIS is not present in Cuba. The Taliban is not present in Cuba.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's even going on.
It's far different geopolitical issues to compare it to is a little bit.
Good observation.
Taliban isn't present in Cuba.
Wait. Okay, yep. So, Josie, wrap us up.
All right. So I have to disagree with you. The fact that you say that the third most lucrative source of revenue is like government remittances and tourism and things like that, then and you're saying that helped with currency manipulation. So are you agreeing with the Trump policy that caused that entire system to completely crumble? And then with that stacked onto the pandemic, completely devastated them with a few year time to be able to restructure their entire economic system to not have that, and now that's on them?
I know, I'm surprised
these are normal people that are sitting there trying to feed their families, and you're just like, well, tough on them. They shouldn't have been relying on remittances. They shouldn't have been relying on things that are outside of their government borders. A lot of that is because of the colonialism of the world that put them in that position in the first place. So the fact that we didn't restructure their economic policies,
I think he was,
that or help them with that, then we just removed one third of their revenue, and then the tourism dropped, and then all of that stuff. It's like that was completely Trump's doing. So I know you don't agree with that. So I just find that very interesting that that's what you pin it, and that's like it's their own fault that they take that money.
Okay, so I want to say that there's a lot of outrage about that Zan kick, but let me just say, okay, I gave you all a round off, and people do not lie to Dylan Birds. You got to listen to the nuance of my words. My words are very good. They're the best words. The best. You got to listen to them carefully. I said topic, not round. That's a very specific word, isn't it? And you know what? Dylan Burns giveth and he taketh away. And Zan in his shout out, talking about Bosch stole it. Okay. Well, you know what? Vosh screwed Vosh. And this is the result of it. And since you guys complain so much, this is going to be the deplatforming round. And what that means, instead of one person getting kicked out, 3 people are going to get kicked out this round. That's what happens when you disrespect the business, just like Vosh did, just like Xander did, just like the rest of you did. You want to be a little martyr, Xander Hall? You can be the martyr. Okay? So,
I don't like
the
this.
3 people who were kicked out, according to judges' votes, the first one is Sprouticus. Sorry, Sprout.
Judge
You've been kicked out of the ring. The second person is Josie Rose. Sorry,
What?
Josie, you've been kicked out. And the next person is Prime K's. Sorry, Prime, you've been kicked out. Welcome to the business.
What? I've been here for a year, motherfucker.
Stop the steal.
Well, you know what? It's long enough you get welcome. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay,
CTV
we're bringing
zone.
2 people in. An intellectual heavyweight, critically thinking veteran, my favorite to win the whole tournament, and Shark Zero.
Shark!
End of the Nugget. Thank you very much. Now, the next topic, which we have, is going to be a simple one. Identity politics. Is identity politics an issue in modern America? Has it been weaponized? Has it become something that is a shell of its former self, something that needs to be done away with? What do you guys think of identity politics? That's the topic.
I think identity politics is an important part of our political system in terms of like how we identify ourselves, but I think that people have probably been using it or wielding it in pretty destructive ways, and people are losing sight of like some important things when we like do political analysis in the United States. Let me be more specific. So when we look at the 2020 election, we tried to look at a lot of things through like these racial lenses, which in some ways can be positive, but in other ways can be damaging. For instance, we tend to view like all Black Americans as having a similar U.S. experience, or all Hispanic people as having a similar U.S. experience. And I think that that lens, that framing of issues has led to the Democratic Party missing out on like the differences in a lot of these groups of people. And I think that it's starting to harm us in terms of how we view people. So I guess I'm not arguing for less identity politics. I'm arguing for more identity politics. You just have to be careful like how you view these identities and how you wield them.
Yeah, and I would have to say that like I would agree with you to the point that identity politics is in fact very harmful, right? It's so harmful, in fact, that what ends up happening, and what has been happening on the Democrat side for, I don't know, the last 150 fucking years, right, is that the politics that they use to pander, right, to certain groups because of their immutable characteristics has only led to a further divisiveness in the culture here in the United States, right? So, like, the idea that we should even be focused on anything that is related to immutable characteristics so far as, like, you know, how government is structured and holding people responsible when they do wrong, or, you know, setting up the system for, you know, entrepreneurs and business owners to be able to engage in the market freely and for people to be able to make those decisions is quite frankly kind of silly to me.
Okay, so I guess by CTV's argument, we're going to say that the civil rights movement was apparently identity politics gone mad. The trans and queer liberation movements are just identity politics.
I'm glad that you decided to go way off topic with that.
Wait, I mean, I'm literally addressing exactly what you said.
You're literally
identity
going way off
politics.
topic.
You just said that identity politics has gone way too far.
literally just went way off
Keep in
topic.
mind that critical thinking veterans like shtick is being like as stupid as humanly possible. Like literally,
Excuse me.
Listen,
go get him, CTV.
That's right.
I think
Avalon clearly is just in the debate bro mentality where he just can't have a thought that's more than 5 seconds in front of him.
Hey,
right? So that's not
CTV, I took a
surprising
shit.
at all.
Okay.
Hey, buddy, dude, I took
identity
a shit
politics.
this morning
Hey,
that
buddy,
outpaced
dude, how you doing?
intellectually.
You doing all right tonight?
You good?
Did the picture look good?
All right.
My hair's actually looking really nice. What's your hair look
Is
like?
it? Are you
Before
sure?
that
Because
hat
it looks
falls
like a
off.
mop. Looks like a
Okay,
mop.
cool. Yeah, you want to roast my appearance?
Yo,
Dude,
wait
I
a
took
second.
shit this morning
Hey,
that
No,
hey.
it just looks like a mop.
intellectually-
I want
Yo,
you to get
this
a
is
haircut,
this
you
is
know?
wait a
Maybe
second.
get your shit
This is
straight.
identity politics. This is identity politics. You're shaming.
I know. You see how destructive it is? You just made my fucking point.
You're shaming emos.
Get him!
No, don't make me money. Okay, so CDV, please finish your point.
That's entirely the point, right? Is that whenever you start identifying, you know, people by their appearance or their immutable characteristics, that's when all the whole shit fucking falls apart. Whenever the people should be doing is focusing on the frameworks of the government, how you can set those things up. That's it, right? Don't focus on the individual characteristics of like what's immutable to each person. Set the system up in such a way to where every person has the ability, if they're willing to put the work in to earn something, for them to be able to go out there and do that.
Okay, I need to address this.
Please, I haven't spoken yet.
I know, but I didn't even get to finish my sentence. But fine, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, wait. Okay.
Dylan decides.
So, okay, Dear Mama, 20 seconds, then the king.
Thank you. The idea that like there's no relevance of identity politics when we have a government that already regularly engages in identity politics and has. There are all kinds of government policies that target and unfairly treat members of our society based on their identity. As long as that exists, there will always be a need for identity-based analysis, and that is very, very important. It is key for our civil rights. Our huge civil rights movements have been based off of identity politics. Identity politics is essential.
Heme time. Let's go. All right. So I do think that in some aspects, it can go a little bit too far, even from the left side. For example, in Oregon, a few months back, they passed some sort of curriculum where teachers had to re-educate themselves on how to teach math and not be white supremacist in math. Like, shit like this really is not a good position to fight on. And I think that this does happen on the left. I see you guys rolling your eyes. I went through the entire curriculum and it was fucked. Okay. They were literally saying that math is white supremacy or something crazy like that. These, in my opinion, are losing arguments. The left side has so many better arguments that we can make on policy things that can change people's lives and improve them. However, having said that, I will say conservatives overdo it on the other side by turning everything into a fight about CRT and turning everything into immigration instead of actually conservatives really don't propose any fucking
you might say
Republican. Sorry? Republicans, okay? Republicans don't really introduce any sort of legislation other than cutting taxes and shit-talking idpol. So obviously, when that's the playbook from the conservative side, then the liberal side also has to do something similar to counteract it. Overall, I think like it's good to have identity involved in politics, but we got to just keep in mind exactly like how we allocate our time or energy when it comes to various issues.
Yeah, because it's not like that the identity of the person doesn't matter, because in fact it does matter, right? Specifically to the individual and the communities that they are a part of, right? But whenever it comes to making policy, if you tailor policy specific to one group, what is going to happen overall is that there is going to be another group that is not getting the same type of benefit and ends up being disadvantaged because of the system in which you're trying to set up one group.
Sometimes you have to do that though, right? Like if one group is unfairly disadvantaged, then you have to address that. You can't just only address. You can't put a blanket solution. What I'm saying is like
equity.
I would say for a time, right? So
we got to wrap up this engagement because we want to get Shark in here. He hasn't talked yet.
Sure. So I think identity is actually extremely important. Like all throughout the history of this country, identity has played a part in like some part of discrimination between discrimination or advantage for like some group of people. We want to make sure that we get like an even playing field when it comes to that. And even to like critically thinking Vegan's point, I mean, if we want to get to a point where we have the ability to just look at people and be like, hey, we're fine, we're all on the same page. We don't have like these like horrible discriminatory histories throughout like our upbringing and everything. We need to make sure that we tailor some policy to help some groups that have been disadvantaged. I'm sorry, if a problem started out as a race problem specifically, it has to be fixed through a race problem. We need to understand the sort of intersectionality of that problem to even be able to tackle it. I'm sorry, just throwing a bunch of money at a community, some being extremely impoverished because of a policy that hurt them because of their identity, and other ones that didn't have to go through that. I'm sorry, you still have the same problem, just people have just like a little bit more money, but those people will not be brought up equally.
Can I ask you a question? And do you think that it ever goes too far, Shark?
Oh, obviously it goes too far. Everything goes too far. Okay.
Okay, cool.
I had 2 slushies today. That's going too far.
No, but for real, sometimes I feel, and I even fall into this sometimes too. I feel like because we're progressives, we feel like we need to back every fucking identity politics thing that's out there, and we can't. And sometimes to the point where we like avoid actual critique to just back into our side that because we don't want conservatives to win.
Well,
do you guys agree?
Listen, I think like there are some people who do that.
Sometimes, sure, but
but hold on.
That's okay.
It happened with ACAB and defund the police. It cost seats in the House.
Can I touch on this particular issue real quick? So like I recognize
Sure, then Hunter after.
Absolutely, yeah. There's definitely some situations where like I'm no fan of the like Robin DiAngelo school of approaching race, but a lot of people aren't. There's a lot of critique on that. The idea though, I don't know. I'd have to see more about this story about Oregon, but the idea that there aren't situations where concepts of white supremacy are built into our school systems is not true. This has been well documented. Standardized testing, for example, has had issues with like regional vocab being severely discriminated against. Certain words are not taught, certain concepts are not taught in certain areas, and then when you go to have a federally standardized test, it puts people at a certain disadvantage. And this can be cultural, it can even fall along racial lines based on where you where your racial group falls with regard to or your identity group falls with regard to economic outcome. So it's I don't think these things should be dismissed out of hand. Maybe this particular issue in Oregon is ridiculous. I've literally not heard of this one. But come on, we know there are examples of this.
I'm pretty sure I know which one that is.
Wait, I said Hunter next.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure, now I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure with the math thing in Oregon, what that was actually a handbook on not how math itself is white supremacist, but rather about how some ways that math is taught can leave out other... Am I wrong?
Yeah. Okay, so if you look,
if I'm wrong, I'll take the L there. I don't want to spread.
I literally read through like half of this book on stream. Like, which just real quick before people want to argue this. Yeah, Keem is absolutely right. Like, it's saying things like, black students might not have the head to do numbers, so they should run around the classroom to learn math. It was really bad. It was really cringe.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Maybe it was something else.
I have a whole YouTube video where I went over this in depth. Unfortunately, it's called PragerU. Progressive agrees with PragerU, and like I was in disbelief that I had to agree with them saying that like this is ridiculous to say that this is white supremacy.
Okay, wait, one second. I'm gonna
well, then maybe
for a second. Okay, but can people please stop? Okay, Zan was kicked. There's not a reason to say, well, Zan stood with me while I was in the ward. Okay, I don't think that's smart stuff to talk about in chat right now, and I want you all to please consider the type of things you're saying in chat right now. Okay?
Wait, what?
Oh no. Chatters are great.
Okay,
so we're gonna throw it over.
I can send a few members of the pack over there as moderators if you like.
You know what? I think giving conservatives institutional power is the smart way to do this. So maybe. We're gonna give it over to Shark Zero again.
Okay, so if your contention is that like sometimes identity politics is used as a cudgel and that's bad, yeah, I mean. I think that was the prompt. I think we all agree with that. That's fine. That's great.
Demon Mama, I don't think agrees.
Well,
you were shaking your head kind of.
No, I was. Okay. Sorry,
she makes a lot of head movements like that. It's for dramatic effect.
It can be used as a cudgel. I don't want my identity used as a cudgel. All right, nobody wants that. Sometimes these things go way too far. But when it comes to like identity politics in and of itself, that's very important. And if someone ever feels disadvantaged because a group that is like disadvantaged in the past is now like getting some recompense for that in the future, instead of like not doing that, what we need to do is like educate people more that just because you aren't getting this help, it's because your people weren't like hurt in the past. You're not being punished. You're just not getting this help because you weren't the one who was hurt.
Or maybe we set a time for the expiration of it, right? Like, because if you just leave it unended, right, then at some point there's going to be people that were getting a benefit and go, well, why aren't we getting the benefit now?
Well, yeah, but that has to be based on...
If there was an expiration date, right?
Yeah, but that has to be based on the actual...
I'm just telling you that that's a situation that you're going to run into that whenever you start doing that for groups of people, right?
Yeah, but shouldn't that be based off...
another, right? There's going to be a point whenever, like, this group of people that's being propped up for a while, right, is going to say, hey, why aren't we getting this benefit anymore, right? If you don't set the expiration date for whatever help it is that you're going to give from the start, you're going to end up with that dynamic, and then there's going to be fucking controversy and conflict.
Okay, but wait, hold on.
It's going to happen every single fucking time. I realize, Hunter, right, that you're like barely old enough to be out of fucking high school, right?
Oh, I know.
Like, that's the reality of the situation.
All right, okay.
Come on,
all right,
I really don't think we're that far away. My grandma was born in a place where she literally couldn't vote because she was black. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's what I was.
But
I was
she
gonna
can vote now, and so can you, right? So that's right. That shows progress over time.
CTV, please.
Right, so that doesn't mean that just because your grandmama couldn't vote, that somehow you're supposed to be getting the fucking benefit now because of that. Like, you did not have to go through the same things that your grandmother went through.
Okay, but if that's true, wait a second. If that's true, and you want to have, okay.
Go on.
Okay, if it's true, and then you want to say that there's like some expiration, then shouldn't that be based on something that you actually have? Shouldn't that be based on actual research that says, hey, yeah, this issue has been solved, or we have put in a way that this will be solved by a certain time, and if it's not, we'll extend it. But you're just saying randomly that you feel like this should end. No, stop. I'm not done. I wasn't done, CTV. I know you're very angry at that. I know you're very angry.
Don't actually choose to prop themselves up or to take advantage of what's there. Then there's not ever going to be an ending point to it because it depends on the individual, which is exactly why you want to set a time limit to when this thing is going to expire.
I recognize that you're very, very
very
angry that you can't just say, oh, that like you're a young person or whatever, like you have disrespected to our other panelists here. But you know what? I think that I have a very good
Did I come in as the critically nice veteran? No, I'm here to speak the fucking truth.
You've certainly come in. You've certainly
Remember, look, the truth is hurting me right now. The truth hurts, and I got to throw it over to Destiny at the moment.
All right.
I think identity is important, but I think we should take we need to take a greater intersectional approach to identity rather than this extremely segregated view that we have of identity. Like the idea that like one particular type of identity alone entitles you to some sort of assistance or welfare, I think is kind of damaging, and I can understand why people like CTV would get a little bit irritated by it. Two personal examples I can think of: when I went to apply for student aid, I walked into that fucking office, the most Cuban motherfucker in the world. I had my Mexican sombrero on, whatever the fuck state I think of, and I signed up for all the fucking financial aid that was available to Hispanic students, and I got some for it. I don't have a lived Hispanic experience. I mean, arguably, I have like an ethnic background, I guess, through my mom's side, but like, is it really fair that somebody like me would get that type of assistance? Or for like, I went to a really nice high school growing up, and there were black students who went to that really nice high school, and like one of these motherfuckers literally went to Harvard afterwards. Like he tested into it. It was insane. Like, is a student like that, is a black student like that entitled to like greater levels of compensation than like a really poor white student that grows up on like an actual fucking trailer park? Like, I don't know. I think that maybe a more intersectional framework is like appropriate there. I know people personally that are like very far descendants of American Indian tribes, and they literally get like checks like every month through like different types of government programs, like just because of like long-standing treaties and agreements, you know. And again, not to say that these should be taken away, but like I think maybe sometimes it's good to have a more intersectional approach where we don't just look at one type of identity and then start tailoring our policies to that, which I don't think anybody here has precisely advocated for. But like it's just something I think we should do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree with the idea that like intersectionality is really important. I just think that it's a little bit disingenuous to point to like single instances of somebody finding a loophole or finding a way to qualify for something as like a flaw.
Yeah, why bring the nuance into a conversation at all, right?
Oh my God, is this really it? Are you that afraid of me being able to talk, CTV?
Afraid?
I know I'm scared. Yeah,
look, you talk and then you just keep rambling, right? At some point, there should be like some sentences formed.
Yes. So again, once again, CTV has not made any actual like claims. He's just his feeling. He doesn't like the idea that we're getting this is so ridiculous. But the fact of the matter is, yeah, of course we should have an intersectional analysis. There's a reason why why intersectionality has become such a dominant understanding of sociological interactions. Intersectionality is super important. Now, I think I'm somebody who advocates for much more investment in from the federal government and from state governments in numerous minority groups, and I don't even mean not just like racial or gender minorities, but even economic minorities, or economic majorities who suffer because of their economic status falling in a majority is so low that they can't actually get access to the things that they need. These things are super, super important, and I say I agree with Destiny on this. The intersectionality is super important. I will say, though, I don't think that it's fair or just to point at a single example of a certain system failing and saying that categorizes our approach to identity at all. We have a ton of still remaining discriminatory practices in this country that do a lot of damage. I mean, redlining still functionally exists in some places because of the way that the laws have been written. There's ways around it. And I think that that's really bad. So yeah, maybe there's some situations where there's going to be false positives, but those should be seen as, hey, congratulations, you managed to get the thing that you wanted. Maybe you didn't need it as much, but we're going to improve as time goes on.
Wrap it up. Shark, and then we're going to go to the next round because we ran out of time.
Sure. Like, when you implement some of these policies, like, I just want to say, absolutely you should have like an intersectional approach. That's why I support things like a universal healthcare, like all of these things that are just help everyone, period, no matter who you are. But while you have those policies, and you should implement them, and we should be pushing for them, also having some more specific tailored policies that help people is also really good. Having like tuition-free college is good, but also like spending on like historically black colleges is also good. When you implement some of these policies, I mean, sometimes there are some people who may not deserve to be helped by it, who will still be like helped by it. You know, me personally, I think that voting is a fundamental human right, and everyone should be able to vote, whether you're in the country, out of the country. If you're a citizen of America, you should be able to vote in American elections. Just like period. Does that mean like racist, rapists, like whatever, whoever is going to be able to vote? Sure. But does that mean like some people who are sitting in jail right now for carrying an ounce of weed are going to be able to vote? Yes. Those are the people that I care about. Sometimes those things are just going to happen, and I think it's more like fringe cases than like the actual rule when we implement some of these policies. I really don't think like droves of all of these like super rich like 153rd like Hispanic people are benefiting at the detriment of like so many other people. But still, I mean, yeah, we should always have like intersectionality.
Bring me the votes. You do the votes.
Oh boy.
Wow, that's very, that's interesting. Yeah. Wow, really? That might mess up my my relationship with a big section of my my Iranian community. I'm sorry, Heemed. You've been kicked out. 1 vote was for Hunter, 2 for Heemed.
Bye, everyone.
I'm sorry.
Not one by a close.
Take care, bud.
Okay.
Teamed out. Love you, brother.
Peace.
Wonderful.
Who knew the U.S. sanctions were so far-reaching?
Fucking hell. They hate immigrants. They really do hate immigrants, these Americans. All right, peace.
See you later, buddy.
See you, buddy.
By the way, everybody do support Heemed. He's one of my favorite rising stars, and I'm going to do a podcast with the man. So that's gonna be great.
He's outstanding.
He's outstanding.
I agree.
So we're going to go to the next round. This round, we're going to talk about something a little different.
Do we get bathroom breaks on this show?
Do you get bathroom breaks? Yeah. Sure. Go use the bathroom.
Do you feel like you need to ask permission?
Am I going to get in trouble?
That sounds
I just did it. I literally just did it.
Okay. I don't want to get Xandered or anything, okay?
Okay,
I mean, as long as you can still hear, I mean, you.
But the fear, look, that's another good God-fearing American. I love that. Go use the bathroom. Okay, so this topic is going to be about fat shaming. And whether it's helpful, hurtful, or what's the impacts of this. So, I leave it open to the crowd.
Yeah, I can take this one. Yeah, absolutely. Fat shaming is not effective. It doesn't work. Diet shaming doesn't work. This has been shown over and over and over again. It doesn't do anything. In fact, the bullying that can come from fat shaming can actually, if somebody has like something like an emotional eating disorder, can actually make it worse. It can make it harder for them to get the treatment that they need or get the healthcare prescriptions that they need. We have a very bad relationship here in America with weight. And it doesn't actually match up with the actual outcomes of people's health. Yes, can obesity have negative effects on your health? Absolutely, of course it can. But that's between you and your doctor, and people are obese for many different reasons, and people who are obese sometimes die from different things that have nothing to do with their obesity. However, it is also a widely documented phenomenon that fat people get worse treatment from doctors. They are less likely to be believed about their symptoms. They are less likely to be listened to about their symptoms. They are less likely to get correct diagnoses. Very frequently in America, once again, this has been well researched. Obviously, can't cite every study on a panel like this, but this has been well researched that people who are fat are much less likely to get an accurate diagnosis because of the deeply ingrained anti-fat biases that are in our medical system. So yes, fat shaming is terrible. It doesn't work. It doesn't help anybody, and it's usually based on completely inaccurate assumptions about somebody's health.
Okay,
so how would you define...
Wait, 1 second. Chad, just want to let you know, you can't vote to kick me, and that's very mean. I've been nothing but nice to all my guests tonight. I've been grateful to give them this platform. They should be grateful. Wonderful. Okay. Continue, CTV. Thank you, Hunter.
Yeah, so like I guess maybe the question to start off here with this particular question would be, what exactly would constitute shaming, right? Because like simply bringing up something that you see that somebody's going through and saying, hey, like, maybe you could do these things, maybe drink some more water, maybe go for a walk, like some of these things is kind of like a way to be able to maybe put ideas into people's head to be more helpful, right? Hey, maybe don't drink that fucking Mountain Dew, right? I've had people tell me that too, right? Hey, don't drink that Mountain Dew, man. Drink some more water. Like those types of behaviors and stuff, I think is a good thing to have, and that's where the question comes: how would you define fat shaming?
I think usually when people say fat shaming, they're referring to like bullying on the basis of your weight, literally shaming you. So if you were
kind of like I was doing with your hair a minute ago.
yeah, you were hair shaming me and it hurt my
Yeah,
feelings
yeah.
greatly.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
if
get a
you were
haircut.
like, if you were like, hey, you might not want to drink that Mountain Dew because water is going to lead to a much better hydration, that's fine. But fat shaming would be, hey, you're really fat. Why don't you put down the fucking Mountain Dew and pick up a water bottle? That would probably be fat shaming.
There are
So
other
it's
forms
not-
of fat. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. My
Well,
my
of course. Yeah, no, there are, of course.
Yeah, there are
I'm
other
just giving
forms.
a very reductionist example.
Yeah, I wanted to give a quick citation for this because this is something I've talked about and researched quite a bit. When American media was finally broadcast in Fiji, there was an almost immediate spike in eating disorders, a country that had surprisingly low rates of eating disorders. And this is because it is normalized in American media to not just make fun of, but to imply that just because somebody is fat, that the quality of their character is bad. This is endemic. We see this all over the place, from our magazines to our to just daily conversation, to things like massive, even online, massive things like fat people hate, which is like a subreddit that is devoted to just making fun of fat people, and not ever saying anything substantial. It's not like, this is not somebody like talking to their friend and saying, hey, I'm really worried about your health. Here's some things. Maybe you should consider talking to a doctor. Instead, it's people just assuming that just because somebody is fat, that it means that they're unhealthy in every way, that they're a bad person, that they lack self-control, or all of these things, which is simply not true. It doesn't reflect reality.
Are you referencing like random people on the internet?
What? I'm
asking
referencing
who you're
large.
referencing there when-
Excuse me. I'm referencing.
Right, yeah, because that's
you
why I'm
just
trying
asked
to get
me.
specific about the particular people that you're referencing. Are you referencing like a random people on the internet, or are you referencing like people a part of your specific friend group?
I'm sorry. If you didn't listen to my last segment, I'm really sorry about
Oh
that.
no,
But
I'm
excuse
listening.
me.
The reason why I'm
Oh,
asking
here
the
we go
fucking
again.
clarifying questions is because you weren't clear.
Literally
right?
quivering.
So that's where a clarifying question.
Literally
comes,
quivering.
Right?
Okay.
Bingo chart,
exactly,
chat.
right. So
hey, we've been waiting
answer
for
the
how long
question,
it's going to
please.
take for this guy to blow his top.
Yep.
Right?
I get to go
Here
take
we
a
go
bong
again.
hit. Thanks, buddy.
I wish you would. Right.
Okay.
So
can I finish what I was saying?
Right?
Can I finish what I was saying first? Because I didn't.
I wish you would clarify
okay.
the fucking question.
I gave multiple examples of societal phenomenons that represent this, including a study that was done on another nation when American media was introduced there. There's an abundance of data.
referencing
Excuse
random
me.
people on the internet,
No.
or
Dude,
people
are you
a part of your
listening?
personal
Are you
friend group?
listening? You're not listening.
I am, and you haven't answered the fucking question.
Okay. I'm going to say it again. I've just referenced a study that was done on American media. This is not random people on the internet, although there are large
media sounds like random people on the internet.
Oh my god. Are you okay? Do you need to go take a nap?
Are you
like
okay?
this is really something else.
Whoa, let's all calm down. Let's all calm down. We're a group of classy individuals who all love each other, right?
I mean,
we're all classy individuals. So I'm gonna throw this over the shark in Destiny. You haven't said anything, so Destiny seems he raised his hand first, so I guess Destiny.
Okay, so fat shaming and bullying people over their weight, it's like beating your children. It just doesn't work. It doesn't produce the outcomes that we want, so we probably shouldn't do it. It doesn't make any sense. If your goal is to get people to healthier weights, I just think sometimes we probably need to try to strike a balance. Like when we talk about like fat people hate, this sub has been banned for like 6 or 7 years now. It's been I think in general our society is moving in a better direction in terms of not bullying fat people. But I think we need to be very careful that we don't go too far to the other end. I know that health at every size used to be a much bigger phenomenon, and thankfully it seems like that's been curbed. But at least like anecdotally on Twitter, I see a lot of people tweet things like, well, skinny people are unhealthy too, and just because you're really fat doesn't necessarily mean that you're unhealthy in every way. No, but like it is a bad thing and we should probably deal with it. But the more appropriate conversation should probably happen at like policy levels where it's like, hey, maybe we need more bike lanes in cities, or hey, maybe a tax on sugar isn't the worst idea. Those are healthier conversations than just telling people like, hey, eat less.
Super interesting. I wonder how current Destiny would feel about past internet Destiny's take about what was it that you said? Make sure that you don't laugh so hard that you have a heart attack, and then you linked a study at me about obesity, which
so
didn't even
when
say
you're
what you
obese,
wanted.
yeah, so
Very
when you're obese,
interesting.
you're at a much higher
seems
risk
like
for
you
things
seems like you might
cardiac
kind of
disease,
be
so-
two-facing here.
Wait.
Hold on,
I'll moderate this interaction. Team Mama, so it's about a tweet that Destiny put out, which said what exactly?
Specifically about me, which said, "Don't laugh so hard that you have a heart attack," and then linked to a study that said that was titled about the link between obesity and heart attacks. Interestingly, if you had actually read the study, you would find out that the correlation is much more complicated, and it wasn't actually saying that. But I just find it interesting that you'd pontificate so gracefully about that, but you engage in this sort of thing all the time.
Destiny?
Yeah, so when people attack me, I usually attack it back. That's not like a policy prescription for how we solve obesity. Just like when I tell people on Twitter that they're mentally ill and they should log off, that doesn't mean that should be our society-wide solution for fixing mentally ill people.
Wait, don't you have a problem with self-diagnosis? What about you? What about secondhand diagnosis?
Wait. I let D-Mama have some period to clarify. I want to give Destiny time to clarify.
Yeah, thank you. Also, number 2, that was a genuine concern for your health. You make
Oh,
good fodder
thank
for
you.
my stream, and I genuinely enjoy reacting to like your sensationalist takes. I want you to stay alive for as long as possible, and you being like massively overweight and smoking are 2 really huge risk factors for
Thanks, buddy.
Different types of heart disease. So I was just linking to a study. I can link you like a million more that highly correlates being massively overweight and smoking.
Do you want to
and
talk to my
heart disease.
doctor in the future?
And I'm like, excuse me, I'm just trying to finish. Also, I'm being incredibly supportive here. Okay, I just want you to be healthy. I was just linking you to studies showing you that you engage in a lot of unhealthy behavior, some of which you demonstrate on stream actively to your audience, like when you smoke constantly. And
true.
yeah, I'm just wishing you the best.
Yeah, true. Yeah, interesting. Super believable. Very honest.
Thank you.
Shark Zero.
Sure. So, being obese is bad. Being fat is bad. It's just it's just bad for your health. Typically. Now, like things like
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Okay. I mean, like, sure. I mean, sumo wrestlers are fucking huge. They weigh the same amount as like a Honda, like a motorcycle, but they work out a lot. Most people who are typically that size don't work out that much. That being said,
that's not even it, right? Like the fact of the matter is, right, is that some people don't actually have a choice, which right? So that's kind of what Demon Mama. That's kind of what Demon Mama.
That's very rare. That's very rare.
It is rare, right? But I think that's more the point of what Demon Mama is saying, right? So to just blanketly say that being fat is bad is to say that every single fat person out there, right? So like I'm maybe just asking for a little bit more clarification, right, in the terms in which you're referencing this thing, because like there are some people that actually genuinely might have a thyroid problem or etc. that is controlling that, and they actually have zero.
We understand the question. We understand the question. Shark, you can continue and then respond to the question if you want.
Sure. Like, once again, I would say being inordinately overweight to the point where I would assume like most doctors would say that you're obese is typically bad for your health, generally. Now, once again, bullying someone for it, shaming someone for it, trying to make someone feel bad for it does not help them. It only makes them feel worse. It only makes their condition worse. You can have a thyroid problem. You could have a lot of physical problems that could lead you to putting on more weight. Depression can do that. Anxiety can do that. Like breaking breaking a leg, losing your girlfriend can do that. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. And I think a lot of people still like associate you being fat with you being like bad, like mentally like a bad person. Like you're like untrustworthy. You can't like hold you can't hold like good relationships, like lots of things come along with that. And we've moved in a good direction, but there's still a lot of problems that arise. Fat shaming just makes all of those problems worse. If you really want to help people who are overweight, you can talk to them specifically, and we can do a lot of things. Like, I mean, bike lanes, that's good. I'm not sure if syntaxes is necessarily something that works like too much, but I'd have to look in the research of that. But still, like, shaming someone for that is horrible. It makes them feel bad. It makes society worse. And I think like no matter really who you are, like making someone try to feel bad about that, even if you stick on like, hey bud, listen, look, I mean, like, here's a study. Like at the end, after you come out pretty guns blazing about it, it still perpetuates that sort of system that makes people that goes into fat shaming.
Yeah, I totally directed.
That seemed was that directed at Destiny or Demon Mama? The end seems like it was directed at Destiny?
Sure.
Okay, so Destiny, then Demon Mama.
Okay, yeah, so just a couple quick things. Even if we say that it's like, well, it's not that they're fat for a bad reason, it's thyroid problems, that's still bad. You want to correct that. Just being overweight, period, even if you work out, even if you have a healthy diet, even if you do all those things, being overweight, period, can be like a higher causal factor for things like having high blood sugar, for having like insulin resistance problems, for having like visceral fat between your organs and your stomach that causes problems. Like it can cause heart issues, like just being overweight, period, even if all else is equal. Being fat in and of itself is typically an unhealthy thing.
That's true.
And then even earlier for like the example of like sumo wrestlers.
I'm glad you clarified unhealthy versus bad, because bad is subjective.
Okay, I'm sorry. Unhealthy. I'll be more clear. I think that's actually helpful. You're right. Unhealthy, not bad, because people think they're bad people, sometimes when they're fat, which isn't necessarily good. Unhealthy. Also, like when we talk about like elite athletes, usually athletes that are elite oftentimes have a lot of health problems. When you reach the upper echelon of like that sort of athletic activity, you usually move into the realm of starting to engage in behaviors that are unhealthy. For instance, running is really good for you. It can have a lot of positive effects, but marathon runners will oftentimes have like negative effects depending on how much they, run marathons. For example, sumo wrestlers were brought up earlier. Their lifespan, they live to be like 60 to 65 years old, which is like 20 years underneath the median of like the Japanese like male lifespan. It's insane.
Dry nipples is a real thing for marathoners.
Yeah, so we can see here that that Destiny, when called out, just literally ignores the fact that he opened this statement by saying that fat shaming doesn't help, and then openly admits that he engages in fat shaming. Also, it's very ironic that he also took a pretty stern position on self-diagnosis before, but he's perfectly fine with diagnosing people over the internet with whatever the hell he thinks he wants. That's a pretty strange and obvious hypocrisy to me. But I expect that he'll continue brushing it under the rug. I think that fat shaming doesn't work. You don't know anything about a person. Like Shark brought up, there are all kinds of things that can lead to that. And guess what? Even if you're struggling with it or working on changing it or whatever, or even if you're not, that doesn't make you a bad person. And it also doesn't mean that fat shaming works. We know it doesn't work. So then why would anybody do it? Very odd. It doesn't help anybody. It's just...
Wait, that was direct calling to me. If you think that fat shaming doesn't work, it doesn't help people, why are you under the impression I'm trying to help you?
You said that. And you also, which is a direct contradiction to what you said at the beginning of this. You opened this. I'm sorry. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. I think you're a liar. I think you're a dishonest hypocrite. That's what I think. And I think you showed that. Excuse me, I'm not finished. You asked me a question. I'm giving the answer. You want the answer or not? Are you afraid of it?
Okay. Don't worry. We've got time for it. Demon Mama, respond to Destiny, then I'll throw it to Hunter to close this out.
Yeah, so remember that Destiny opened this segment by saying that fat shaming doesn't work. Then when confronted with the fact that he does engage in fat shaming, that he has done it many, many times, he did it very recently, literally targeted at me, which he hand waves with saying, oh, I fired first, which, oh, sure, go look into it if you could, if he didn't delete all his tweets. You can't, so let's just take my word for it. I didn't fire first. But even if I had, would that make it right, or would that make Destiny still a hypocrite? Well, it does, and this is the problem that's wrong, that's up with fat shaming. Fat shaming is a way of hurting people that doesn't actually help their outcomes. When Destiny says, I was just trying to help you, buddy, we know he's lying. Everybody here knows that he's lying. The entire audience should know that he's lying, and that he's a hypocrite. So, yeah, I rest my case on that.
All right, so firstly, I'm going to come clean here, okay? Demon Mama caught me. I was in fact just making fun of her on Twitter, okay? Now, I know it sounds like when I said earlier that I was actually genuinely concerned for her health, and that's why I linked her study and I called her fat on Twitter, but you know what? I'm just going to be honest with you guys. She caught me there. I was actually just bullying her on Twitter. Moving past that, when we talk about prescriptions for how to help society, your personal actions and you, like, messing with somebody on Twitter, or you bullying somebody, or you attacking somebody, is not necessarily the same as what a societal prescription for a problem ought to be. For instance...
Don't you believe in living by your values?
Excuse me. I'm trying to talk right now. For instance, beating somebody after like a 1 or 2 hour game of League of Legends probably isn't good for their mental health. Me saying that people should take care of their mental health and not do things that makes them miserable doesn't mean that I don't believe that, because I also like play long games of League of Legends. So yeah, when people do things like height shame me and stuff on Twitter to their audience, or engage in other types of attacks against me, yeah, I'll probably attack back. But that doesn't mean that I think it is like the societally best way to like fix fat problems or fix obesity problems in this country. When I get on Twitter, my goal is not to fix fat or obese problems in the country. Usually my goal is to just give somebody a gentle ribbing. Number one. Number two, somebody earlier talked about like self-diagnosis isn't good, but now we can diagnose people as being fat or something. I don't understand what the point is in that distinction. The whole problem earlier was that self-diagnosing a mental illness is hard. Looking and seeing if somebody is fat is generally pretty easy.
Interesting. Yeah, you know their BMI and everything. You know their relationship with their doctor. All this. I don't know. This feels like some. This feels like. I appreciate you coming clean. By the way. No. By the way, I appreciate you coming clean.
Yeah, everybody. Okay, we're all friends here. I'll invite you all to a dinner. Yes, you are. You're all friends. Everybody knows that all of you behind closed doors are lovely.
Only because you love me.
I saw you all give a big group hug before the show. I don't know what you're talking about. But I want to show it to Hunter to close this round out, because sadly, one of you have to go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that a good indicator that fat shaming is largely like societal, as well as just about how, if you look at it, it's actually oftentimes more dangerous to be underweight than to be slightly overweight.
Thank you.
So being overweight is not always a direct correlation with negative health necessarily. Now, Destiny's absolutely correct that there's absolutely a higher correlation with multitude of health issues if you are dangerously overweight, but there are also plenty of issues when you're dangerously underweight. But the way that our society kind of operates right now is we very much glorify the underweight model, and we very much shame the people who might even just be slightly overweight. Like, there are some people that are just a little chunky that probably have no real health problems because of it, that are like shit on as like being like fat fucks or whatever. So I definitely think there's something to be said
That
there
didn't
about...
happen with my Speedo pig, just to be clear. And I'm definitely carrying about an extra 30 pounds. So.
There was a lot of nightmares. I would like you to
That was a lot of love given to the CTV Speedo pig.
Okay, so now we're going to throw it out there that we are getting the votes tallied up. Could I see the votes?
I love you, Austin.
Well, I guess we're not getting that right now.
Bye,
I have to
Hunter.
read. Why'd you say bye, Hunter? Ooh,
Because I said, I'll see you all later. I'm just, I'm kidding her.
The first vote from the celebrity guest judge for Hunter Avalon. The second vote is for Shark Zero. The third vote. One second, let me just. Where's the eyeglass? I can't see it. So,
Get your monocle. Get your monocle.
I can't see it. Oh, damn! You know what? It is Shark Week, so it sucks for you, man. But Shark Zero, you have to get out of here.
That's all right. Take care, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you being here, Shark.
Loved having you on. Thank you for the last minute replacement. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that was solid.
Wonderful.
Dangling by a thread.
These are the final four. We've made it to the end. Now I gotta say, is this the collection of people I thought it was gonna be? No.
We have one voice of reason here. Thank God for CTV. Amen, brother.
Amen. Now, gotta say that I'm proud of all of you for making it this far. I know you'll all make up after this and respect each other like good sportsmen. And Demon Mama, this is the second one ever, and you might win the second one as well as the first one. Back to back. That is impressive. CTV, veteran of conservative Hippy Dippy rumbles and shows, finally getting his time in the spotlight to possibly be made champion with the belt. Hunter Avalon, newcomer to this, but rising star on left Twitch after falling star on right Twitch, eh? Then, of course, we have Steven. He gets me in trouble.
On this show, I go by Destiny. Thank you.
He gets me in trouble and doesn't send promos because he's not fun.
Well, actually, it's because I disrespect the format.
You disrespect.
I
Got it.
disrespected the format.
You disrespected.
I heard that said.
Make a note of that. Okay.
Destiny needs a Speedo.
The last topic of the night. Actually, no, this is the second to last topic. The second to last topic of the night is going to be, have any of you ever heard of the term gusano? It's a very interesting word. I hear it all the time, I guess, as of recent. I don't know what it means. But apparently you guys are going to have to tell me what it means. And if it's a slur or not, I don't really understand it. But you guys got to get that one on the roll for me.
Well, you're going to have to explain kind of what the basics are, because I don't think I've ever heard that word before.
I think it's a term of endearment, I believe, used in the Cuban community for certain Cubans in the United States, I believe. And some Cubans in the United States believe it's a slur, some don't. So I wanted to know from you four, is it a slur?
Say the word again.
You gotta make me say it as many times while asking if it's a slur. Gusano.
Gusano.
Can we, just for purposes, can we call it a G word? Thank you.
Okay, we'll call it the G word, okay? Going forward.
Sure. So I can open this one.
Thank you. I was
like.
going to ask that.
Or I can offer it to Destiny because if Destiny wants to, he can open it. But just figured I'd grant the offer if he'd like.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you. I'll take the offer. Being the Cuban X, Latinx, Gusanix shaver here. I think
did you say I don't think it's a slur, and the reason why is if it's a slur, then I'm breaking my own rules. That's the only reason. Okay.
True.
Okay. Well,
I think
real quick, I looked it up in the Urban Dictionary, right?
Yeah.
And what it says off the top is a Chicano pejorative term for Hispanics or mainstream Mexicans, derived from Fidel's use for any reactionary, counter-revolutionary person.
So
that's Urban Dictionary.
So I think that it is. I think it's like similar-ish, not the same, but similar-ish kind of to Uncle Tom. And like I would say that it is a slur. I don't necessarily. Well, obviously we all know my position. I don't necessarily think that all slurs are necessarily bad. There might be like an appropriate application to some. It might be that you have like some Cuban in like their 80s or 70s or whatever that were like some dramatically anti-Fidel Castro, like absolutely hated this guy or whatever, and like might be like against the people of Cuba and was like a high wealthy person. Like maybe gusano might apply to that type of person. You know, that might be the case. When people start throwing around gusano just because they happen to know your ethnic background, that gets like a little bit weird to me. And it starts to feel like you're just being racist. I know that Cuban isn't technically a race, but I mean, like, conservatives said that too when they, like, hate Mexicans. They're like, well, it's not racist because it's not a race. So, yeah, I don't know. It gets, like, I think that there can be, like, an appropriate application of it, but when you're applying to somebody that has no, like, strong stance on, like, Fidel Castro's regime or what happened in the revolution or whatever, and you're only doing it because you found out what their background is, that's really weird to me.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Destiny that it's... Wait, am I getting... Yeah, I agree with Destiny. It's very contextual. I know in the way that it was used against you, Destiny, it did come across definitely like a slur, because it was solely because they knew your ethnic background, they were using that term to begin with. So yeah, I think that it's just highly contextual.
Yeah, so my opinion on this, well, it is, for the record, it is a banned word in my chat. I think that it treads on a line that gets too close for comfort for me or a lot of people in my community with regard to how it's used. I think some people will claim that it's used to be like a reference to a political standing or an attitude. That's not really how I've seen it be used a lot. I think, once again, it treads too close. I think there's some discussion that could be had as far as the root goes. But I think we can also acknowledge that this isn't quite the same thing as something like the N-word, which we can pretty much exclusively say this is a racial slur. And I just had
Were you just looking for a reason to say the N-word?
What?
Were you just looking for a reason to put that in people's minds? Because like we had the correlation to Uncle
just heard
Tom,
N-word
right?
and got excited.
No, I mean, I just wonder where
what does
we
this
went
have
from
to do with
Uncle Tom
anything?
to the N-word, which is inherently a completely different meaning from the word that I just read on Urban Dictionary, right?
So wait, so
you
hold
bring
on.
this up, and that that is a much harsher.
Is this really what's going to happen
it's
every time I talk?
It's a much harsher fucking like reason for the word, right?
Is this really what's going to happen every single time I talk?
So they're like, since
every
I'm
single
just finding out about this word,
CTV, this is embarrassing.
Demon thought, like, you interrupted.
Yeah, but she interrupted Destiny, right? So it's like
I
complaining
didn't
about
interrupt
the
Destiny.
thing that you're already actively
doing. Wait. CTV, you are probably the most intelligent person on this panel. So what I need you to do as the better person is just wait for Demon Mama to finish their point, and then we can pass it over to you.
All right, I'm waiting.
Sure. I'm not entirely sure what the point of that interruption was. The thing that I have a problem with, I think there is some there is some disingenuousness on this point on both sides. I think some people claim that they're not using it as like an ethnic or racial slur, when in reality the only information they really have, kind of like the fat phobia thing, you know, the only information you have is whatever your immediate check is, and then you jump in on it and attack somebody for it. So I think it exists in an area where we can see that it hurts and bothers a lot of people, and probably should be careful about that. Especially, you know, I'm white, so I want to be extra careful about that. I don't want to fucking like try and speak up on something that literally doesn't affect me directly. But I also think that like we should be careful about certain things. And I do have one question for Destiny. And this is just a clarifying question. But yesterday, I think it was yesterday, you said on this very show that you were called, referring specifically to the G word, a racial slur. Do you still hold that position?
I don't know if I like this right now.
I'm sorry. Do you hold that position? I just want. It's just a clarifying question.
The problem is, right, is that like clearly Dylan already made it clear that I was going to be speaking next, and now you're trying to shift it to Destiny, which I don't have really a problem
I'm asking
with,
a direct question.
But I have a point to make that's on point before you start a whole other fucking diatribe of a question. You know what I'm saying?
Literally just asked one question. This is so silly.
I can answer like yes or no real quick. Yeah, I would say it's like a racial slur. That's how it's used. Yes.
Okay. So that's fine then. I'm glad that we're consistent on that. And I tend to agree that it is sometimes used as an ethnic or a racial slur. But yeah, we should be careful about the things that we say to people, specifically when we're making strange attacks against their identity. I think it's just better to meet people on their arguments and the things that they actually say.
Okay, so from here, right? Like it seems like the word And because the other meanings, which I didn't say earlier, but I'll go ahead and say it now, is right-wing, sellout, conservative, neo-fascist, traitor. Right? So, like, obviously branding somebody as a traitor with a word is a bad thing from the start, but, like, to Destiny's point earlier when he compared it to Uncle Tom, that's the most relevant example for, I would say, for most Americans to be able to correlate in their mind kind of how this word is used inside of a culture that they don't, frankly, probably understand. Which is why, like, I always exercise extreme caution, and I know, make that face. I burp because I'm drinking beer. It's awesome. Right? Now,
we know.
Exercise extreme caution, right? You're not even old enough to. I don't even know why you're commenting, right? So,
are you drunk right now? You all right?
Not yet, right? But I'm definitely high.
What do you have against him being
young?
That
being said, I'm glad that we're all concerned about my health, right? When earlier Destiny was concerned with your health, and you didn't want to hear that, right? So, moving on from here.
I'm
right?
actually unironically
I'm
confused.
self-diagnosing you with a
know, it's
mental
fucking
illness,
amazing.
buddy.
As soon as you start, right, CTV's got something to say for everyone in the fucking room. Eventually, I'll get to make my point without being interrupted. What am I on? I'm fucking high on Jesus.
Weed. Oh, well.
High on Jesus, right? That's what I am tonight, right?
Damn.
Now.
Another letdown for God. All right.
Oh, I know, right? So now, moving forward from here, right? This is where, like, I exercise extreme caution, especially when it comes to learning other cultures. Not to the point to where it controls my language, but it does control my behavior to the point to where I want to make sure that I'm conveying to that person that, like, one, I do not understand what your culture is like. Like, I'm not the fucking guy. I don't know everything. Explain to me. I take the role of student, for lack of a better word, right? Teach me what it is that your culture is like so that I can be able to understand that. And then through those individual action or interactions that I have with people, it allows me to be able to expand the level of knowledge that I have about a lot of different cultures and backgrounds and things that people, went through, are currently going through, like what their family is like, what their country is like, all of these things. So this particular word, gusano, right? Like, sounds like a word that probably is not a very good word to use, but this is also one of those things where, like, those people that are on the left definitely have no problem with painting someone as an Uncle Tom as soon as they step outside the bounds of what the Democrat Party wants, right? So then this takes us back to the earlier conversation that was happening with regard to identity politics, right? So, like, these types of things, while, disrespectful, but used to make a bullying point to try to shut someone up, doesn't actually solve the problem in a way in which would be fruitful for everyone moving forward. All it really does is create divisiveness. So at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, what is the goal that you're trying to achieve? Are you trying to achieve unity, as Biden would have us all fucking believe from his fucking speech, right? What? Or are you actually trying to create divisiveness, right? So then, like, that's where understanding how these words are used, when they're used, the way in which they're used, right? Okay. So, like, understand moving forward that gusano.
You're going a little long.
That moved me. Thank
yeah.
you, CTV.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Beautiful.
So
I was about to wrap it up, but
it doesn't. There doesn't seem to be much disagreement then on this. So I guess
no, not really.
We'll just wrap this up then, and I'm gonna be looking for the votes. So the next round for those, I want you to start thinking about this now. The next round is a simple round. It's not even really politically based, but you can make it if you want to. The next round, before we decide who's getting voted out, is why you should be Hippy Dippy champion. Obviously, Vosh was not the most respectful champion of the business, as I hope everyone on the stage agrees, as he disrespected it by not treating the title that gave him so much prestige with respect. So the question is, why should you be the champion, and why should the other people not be champion? Should we not legitimize them? Do they have bad positions? Or are they maybe an imbecile of some sort? And why should you be champion? Do you have the votes? Okay. The first vote from the celebrity guest judge is for CTV. The second and third votes are from judges who must have also not been critically thinking, because they're all for CTV, sadly. CTV, this is obviously a robbery, and I will be having many inspections into this, that you would be screwed out. It's such a strong veteran, not only of the United States military, but of the Hippy Dippy brand.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
And this is exactly would have been the perfect time for me to be able to make my case, but it's obvious that the judges are threatened by my mere presence here.
Another election rigging.
True.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you saw the video, you can see it right behind you, Dylan. Like as soon as you closed the voting, I saw them pull the box out from underneath the table. I want to know where those votes came from.
Like, look.
I'm really curious if you can see those tapes.
I have a 480p video. Are
we gonna do an audit?
Yeah.
We're gonna do a full audit.
Maybe we should quiet down, okay? Respect the business and what's brought us. So I'm gonna say, CTV, sadly, you need to get off my stage.
All right. Well, Dylan, have a good one, and hopefully, I'm rooting for Destiny at this point, right? Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. It looks like you got somebody in your corner, Destiny. So the last round, for the judges who consider CTV's endorsement, that will weigh heavily. For the last round, it's simple. Why should you be Hippy Dippy champion, and why should the people next to you not? You have about, I would say, I'll decide when it's been enough. You know what? I'll put a question mark on the time slot, so do what you can. You may begin.
I'll go last.
I'll go last.
I'll go last.
I'll go first. The reason why I'm going first is the same reason why I would be the best Hippy Dippy champion. Because I'll fight with anybody. I don't give a fuck. I'm not here trying to build a career off you small streamer 3-figure motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck which one of you hate me. I don't care what type of topic we talk about. And I don't care who wants to come on and talk shit about whatever thing. I'll come here and I'll go toe to toe with any motherfucker. Okay? I'm not Hunter trying to rebrand himself Avalon. Yeah.
If that's true, why'd you never accept any of the opportunities I gave you to challenge Vosh for the title?
Because you didn't give us a real topic. I think you said maybe you guys can debate capitalism versus socialism.
I
did that once with Richard Wolf. Okay. However, one of us isn't here on this panel tonight because they are scared of the other person. And I'm just going to say that I'm here. Okay. All these other motherfuckers, they have a Hippy Dippy show down with somebody or they have like a final with somebody. They're going to be too scared to bring out the heavy hits because you know what? At the end of the day, all you motherfuckers go back to the same little Discord groups and talk to each other. All you guys have friendships that you're worried about hurting. All of you have bridges that you guys are constantly repairing. But you know what? I'm the only one out here willing to risk it all, willing to burn shit down, just to give you a glorious fucking fire by which to light your show. Okay?
Burns every bridge. That's why you should win.
Yeah, and Destiny, would you agree with the statement? Vosh screwed Vosh.
Vosh screwed Vosh?
What happened with the Vosh thing?
Title, right? That he screwed himself, and that's why he doesn't have the title anymore.
Yeah, I guess. Isn't that why?
Exactly. Okay. You both said last, so which one's gonna do it?
All right, I should win the Hippy Dippy Championship because one, Destiny's been doing debates forever, so it's not really fair to compare me to him. No, I'm just kidding. But also because Demon Mama, I love you, but I should still win. That's my thing right there. I don't know. I was told that I need to make something ironic for this, and then I couldn't think of anything in time. Sorry, Dylan. So it's okay if I get voted off on this topic.
I'm not doing anything ironic.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you exactly why I genuinely believe that I should win the Hippy Dippy. Dylan, do you remember the first podcast that I was on? I think you do. Do you know which number it was? Was it 2 or was it 4? You don't have to answer that, I guess. I've been on the Hippy Dippy. I've been here showing up for the show, showing up on time. I've been here keeping the technical issues to a low, showing up and showing love for this goddamn show. For well over a year now. And that's pretty exciting to me. It's something I'm very, very proud of. And I think it's something that I deserve. In addition to my arguments being really rock solid tonight, I've always shown up here. I've shown up, I've fought, I've been through championship after championship, I've taken losses and wins on the chin, and I'm here again. And I think that belt is mine. And I think that belt is mine because I came here and I honestly represented my positions. I didn't come on to this show a day ago and talk about what was the exact wording that Destiny had on here, how the people who disagree with him are, and I quote, what was the word, Down syndrome Avengers. I didn't come on here and lie about people's positions. I didn't come on here and weasel about the things that I've said online or offline. I came here and I told you the honest truth of who I am and what I believe. And because of that, I think I deserve the belt. I think I deserve the belt more than anybody here by a long shot. And I think everybody in the audience, including the judges, know that that's the case. That I have poured my heart and soul into this show and that belt belongs to me.
Beautiful.
You need the votes. So is there anything any of you want to say before the decision comes in?
Yeah, I will say something. I didn't know we were attacking each other in our final statements, but
yeah,
I remember when
we
Vosh was here and Demon Mama had to have an argument with Vosh. I remember how gentle that conversation was because she was so worried about saying anything mean or saying anything that would burn that connection. So I'll just say,
wait, do you remember when I went on his show?
It would be bad if we had a situation again where you had like two finalists or whatever that were debating for some Royale, but they were friends with each other, so they went like super, super, super soft on each other. That's what I was.
Okay. Interesting. I don't know what that. I don't know what that's a reference to. Yeah, I don't know. I just did a video where I critiqued some of Hunter's takes in good faith. And also, I don't know.
Demon Mama, I still want to call you out a little bit about what you said earlier because I had it written down.
Oh, sure. If you want to afterwards, we can talk. I would love to. I'm gonna have a little cooldown. You can pop on and we can debate about whatever you'd like. In addition, like, I mean, I don't know if in fact, I know you know this, Destiny. Once again, another example of you playing dumb. Not telling the truth, but you know that you watched the debate that me and Vosh had. In fact, I think I recall your words were something along the lines of, ooh, let's hope for this bridge burning, something along those lines. You know that I fight against Vosh. There's no niceness going on here. I am very honest about the things that I say. I present myself honestly. I am Demon Mama, a political edutainer, and I want that motherfucking belt. I want that belt because I deserve it. You didn't even shoot a promo for this, Destiny. So what the fuck are you even talking about? You know you don't belong.
Sorry, I didn't either.
You're literally the central committee to like Vosh's son. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Keep coping. Hey, by the way, are you ever gonna post? Hey, you ever gonna post our debate?
The reason why this taking
you ever gonna post our debate, Destiny?
So long is we had another three-way tie. So you gotta give me a second. I'm not gonna be the one to make the decision. I'm making them make the decision. Okay, continue.
Give us a real topic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think this is interesting.
I hope I just get voted off so that you guys can just go at it.
I mean, how many promos have I shot for this? How serious have I taken the game? And you know what? I even call out Dylan
Maybe a
Burns.
little too seriously.
Yeah, maybe a little too seriously, but I don't know. This is fun for me. This is something that I'm passionate about. I don't think I take myself too seriously. I think I present myself exactly how I represent. Unlike some people on here, what's the quote from Destiny? Nothing I say is performative.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just take over the moderating now. Stop with the passive aggressiveness.
Wait, he asked us to. Dylan asked us to. I want to engage in it.
Just say what you want to say.
No, I'm just saying exactly what I want to say.
Let's just have some blood sports thrown in.
Well, we can't throw blood sports because then everybody will try to report me on every single blood.
Oh, sure. Oh, hey, there's that conspiracy again. Speaking of conspiracy, that might as well be your fucking CIA. Anytime anything goes wrong, it must be the lefties.
I mean, like, when you guys are literally all...
Oh, no! Oh, the lefties are coming for me again.
We just had a person change a vote.
Oh, man.
Now, I want to make everyone aware that this tournament, you all entered it with a 6.25% chance of winning, just based off of the amount of people that were in it. So you all got tremendously far and beat the odds up to this point. Now, the original vote was that Danabo voted for Hunter Avalon, Katarana voted for Destiny, and Vadim Newquist voted for Demon Mama.
Is this vote to keep or kick? What are these votes for?
Who's the winner?
Oh, okay.
Now, it has changed. One of us has changed it, and the person who has changed their vote is Vadim Newquist. And he has changed it to Destiny, making Destiny the winner of the Hippy Dippy Championship this time around. Congratulations to Destiny. Congratulations to all the competitors for getting this far, and genuinely, congratulations to everyone for getting to the final three.
Cool. Thanks, Dylan.
It was an honor fighting with all of you.
I'm definitely not going to go cry now.
I wish I could say it was challenging, but honestly, this is probably one of the easiest Royale type shows I've ever been on. I mean,
is that why you had to lie so much?
Something a lot more.
Is that why you had to lie so much?
We've got Hunter over here, who's he's a nice guy, a nice chap, a nice lad. We've got Demon Mama here, who's clearly outmatched. Maybe you're used to Vosh pulling his punches on you, so that's why you
do you think Vosh pulled his punches on me?
But you know,
why don't you take that up with Vosh? You seem to have a problem with Vosh.
You know?
Yeah. You seem to have a problem mostly with Vosh. I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm not.
I tried so hard on the show that you'd self-diagnose yourself with something else, but you know.
Oh damn! Hey, you're taking more shots at it. Damn, dude.
Hey,
you know it'd be funny.
Let's slow this down. I'm not having it happen on my program, okay? Look, just because you're the champion does not mean I endorse his statements. I just want to make that clear.
I'll moderate for you guys.
The voting was out of my control, okay? Voting was out of my control. Now I do want to say to everybody involved, Hunter Avalon is the first time he's ever been involved in one of these types of programs, and he got very far, and I'm very proud of him. You can shout
Thank you,
yourself
Dylan.
out.
Yes, you can check me out on my YouTube channel, Hunter Avalon. Thank
Now,
you, Dylan.
for Demon Mama won the first one and got to the final 3 in the second one. That is an amazing achievement, and I want that recognized by people in chat. Like, that's really good. And for Destiny, I mean, you know, it took Vosh losing the championship, of course, when he become champion. I mean, interesting. But he is champion, and he won. So, of course, that's an achievement. He still plays League, so that's a problem. But, you know, at least he has this to help kind of buffer that out. Congratulations, Destiny. You send me your, like, the, whatever, like, a P.O. box, and we'll send the championship belt over to you. Congratulations.
Congrats,
I
buddy.
get the actual physical belt. It's going to be in my...
Yeah, you get an actual physical belt, and you get to keep it. Yeah, that's forever.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Great. So, for everybody at home, I want to say thank you. Xander Hall deserved it. Vosh, worst champion, because he screwed the business and insulted the business. And you all have a blessed one.
Oh, do we get to do shout-outs at the end?
Sure, do a shout-out.
Okay, I like to do one shout-out. Vermin Hands, you're a fucking piece of shit loser. And I feel so horrible for the life that you must live, because goddamn.
What? Oh, yeah, that was
Really?
a good point. I forgot that this is always what he does. I thought he was gonna be like, I don't know, I want to give a shout out to Nathan. You can achieve it. This is a message for you 20 years from now. I didn't know.
You should have seen old Destiny panel to get the douche.
Okay. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. We're gonna rate a friend of mine. You all have a blessed day. Everyone, get off my stage.
Goodbye, everyone. Well, everybody, we did it. You all fucking know how hard I fought for that. And you all know that my arguments were goddamn good. But this is the way these things go. This is the way these things go. And I think that I got my opportunity to say what needed to be said. And I'm proud of it. By the way, I should check and see if Hunter wants to come on and talk about my takes or whatever. I feel like I did a really goddamn good job. Not only that, but it's very, very funny that I just want to point out that, like, literally, one of the topics was directly targeted at me. I'm the only person that's ever been on this show where my actual take was a topic. Also, I do think it was bullshit that Zan got kicked. I do think that is bullshit. Yeah. You're a winner, no parasocial? I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised that, but it's all good. Wasn't there somebody who wanted to talk about, my take? Yeah, sure. Wait, this is hardcore cope? What do you mean? I literally congratulated Destiny on it. Yeah. Rip to the real Zan. Rip to the real Zan. Thank you very much for the $10. Somniostatic, how do I get your PO info? Just DM me on Discord and I'll, or on Twitter. Or you can email me, any of those. Why was Zan kicked? I think Zan was kicked for lying. Kinda sucked. Honestly, that kinda sucked. I felt like that was unfair. I thought that was unfair. I think Hunter and Heemed? Yeah. Also, what a weird thing to do. What a weird thing. Wait, what the hell? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Wait a second here. Hold on a second. Listen. Hold on a second, everybody. Give me just a second. I've got a couple DMs. This is actually interesting. Yeah, it is kind of hilarious. I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't really hurt you. But, I gotta read gift subs and donos. Yeah, of course I will. Of course I will. Of course I will. Wait, whoa. Hey, welcome! Thank you for the raid! Thank you for the raid! Wait, what's the raid? Who gave me a raid? Where was the raid? Wait, where's the raid? Dylan, thank you very much for the raid. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to the channel. My name is Demon Mama. I am the #1 political edutainer. I'm the only one who calls myself that, which makes me #1 technically. If you liked my performance on the show, if you want to hear my actual takes and not the mangled straw men that people put out for me, you should hit that motherfucking subscribe button. Now, I usually stream on YouTube. I am today on both Twitch and YouTube, and I would recommend that you pop on over to YouTube, press the subscribe button and the bell and the like button on the video. Real quick, I will go so far as to even link you the video so that you can go and give a like and a subscribe. And I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your support and your love, and I appreciate you being here, okay? I really do appreciate it. I really, really do. And thank you very, very much for everyone who supported me in all of this. This has been a wild... I can't do emote wall. Emote wall only works, it doesn't work through the website. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, that was really funny, Vermin. It was really, really pathetic. Hold on, let me bring up stuff. Vermin just... The secret is that Vermin just doesn't really like Destiny. And Destiny is really, really mad about it. I mean, he has been that way for quite a while. I don't know. I thought that was really unnecessary and weird. What was the claim he apparently lied about? He was asked if yes, Anatomic's Twitch ban, got lifted. Yeah. That was a wild debate. I had a very good time. I had a lot of fun with that debate. Datura dude, thank you so much. Let me just bring up our feed here. I'm just gonna bring up our feed and do a couple of little readings, and I'm gonna also follow up and see, I'm also gonna follow up with some people and see what's going on. Datura dude, thank you so much. Let me just do these donos first, and then we're gonna do some fun stuff. Thank you so much. I didn't win. Apparently, according to Vadim, according to Dylan, Vadim changed his vote. Vadim changed his vote. That's, you know, that was surprising because Vadim initially voted for me, which is pretty cool, but you know, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. So let me just read off these donos. Datura dude with the $5, thank you so very much. Hyrulean Hellhound with the $40, thank you so very much. Crabe with the gifted 10 tier 1 subs. I stand with Zan. I stand with Zan too. Schleppin Life, thank you so very much for the $10. Morgporg with the $10, thank you so much. Chronicles Cine with the gifted tier 1 sub, thank you very much. Oblivia with the tier 2 sub, thank you. Datura dude with the gifted tier 1 sub, thank you so much. Halodor with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. Jessica Metal says, I saw Vadim reply in Dylan's chat, and he apparently says he didn't vote for Destiny. Is that true? Is that true? Is that actually true? Can anybody verify that? Is anybody able to get in contact with Vadim and see if that's true? That would be a real shame if that was the sort of shit that happened. That would be a real shame. Yeah. That would be a shame if that happened. I would be bummed. I put a lot of work into this shit. I really wanted it. Yeah, I really wanted it. But, you know. Yeah, I could DM Vadim. Whoa! Well, I guess I don't need to. I guess I don't need to, everybody. Well, okay, looks like we're in for a drama storm. Looks like we're in for a drama storm. Is that real? Like, is this real? Wow, damn. Damn. Holy shit. That sucks. Yo, that really sucks. Well, that sucks. Here, I'll just show it. Here. I'll just show you it. Hold on. Hey, it's Vadim. So the voting on Hippy Dippy got botched. I thought deserved it, and then said if it was ranking voting, meaning ranked choice, I'd say Destiny came in second. Dylan Byrne, 1776. Somebody fucked up. Maybe I'm to blame. Maybe Dylan. You be the judge. And then I just said, well, that sucks. Damn, that sucks. This is Stop the Steal. People are goofing. Dylan's in Twitch chat? Dylan? It went to ranked choice. He was the second choice. Did it go to ranked choice? I didn't hear that. That's just weird. It went to ranked choice. He was his second choice. Oh, okay. What were other people's? What were other people's ranked choice? Well, alright. That sucks. Hey, listen, a loss is a loss. I can take a loss in stride. I've done it before. As always. I take him right on the chin. Yeah, isn't there supposed to be a second vote? Isn't that how ranked choice works? Oh well. Listen, I don't want it relitigated. I don't want it relitigated. If I lost, I lost, okay? If I lost, I lost. Yeah, Dylan did. I will say, Katarana was Destiny, Danabo was you. Wait. So then wouldn't that be a wait, hold on a second. Katarana was Destiny's second. Danabo was me. I don't know what this means. Whatever. I mean, I heard you say, yeah, I thought Danabo was Hunter, and then me. And then if Katarana stayed with Destiny and went to ranked choice, wouldn't that mean that I was the winner? Yeah, wouldn't that mean that... Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not trying to be that way. I'm gonna accept a loss. Yeah, wait. 2 second place picks? No, wait, because it counts the first votes. And then you bump down, and then you do... Well, like, look, whatever. Hold on. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can explain it if you want me to.
Yeah, please. I mean, it's fine. I'm gonna accept it, whatever the outcome is. I just am a little confused,
so
is
we
all.
had the 3 votes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on. Hold on.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I needed to put it to voice activity. Hopefully this will work for you.
The thing was originally it was a 3-way tie, right?
Okay.
So 1 for Destiny, 1 for Demon Mama, and 1 for Hunter Avalon.
Right.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So I'm looking at that. I'm like, well, fuck. I didn't really think about this, right?
Sure.
And I was like, okay, either I have to make the choice myself, or I'm gonna basically go around and get everybody's second choice. And just do rank choice, right? And so, fucking Vadim starts the rank choice. He sends me a rank choice, like, hey, if this is rank choice, we'll do that. I was like, okay, we'll just do this then, because I'm not gonna pick this shit. Because I don't want to fucking have to be the the chooser.
Sure.
Because I don't want to break the format. Then, the second, we had 1 person for Destiny. We had Katarana for Destiny. We had Danabo for you. And then Vadim's second choice was Destiny, which made it the second round Destiny. So
wait,
that's the rank choice.
I don't think that's how that works. But okay, if that's how your rules work, that's how your rules work. That's fine.
No, I want to make sure it's clarified.
Okay.
Because I know how this goes.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I mean, it's your show, so you make the call. If I lost, I lost. I just thought that. Wouldn't it mean that?
Any confusion, I would
wouldn't it mean if Hunter got bumped out, then that would mean I have a standing vote from Vadim, which didn't need to be bumped down to Destiny. Then Danabo picked me as the second one, and then Destiny retained his first round votes. That would mean I have 2 and Destiny only had 1. You wouldn't you wouldn't supersede Vadim's first round vote. Yeah, but that's not how ranked choice works. Ranked choice, when you bump somebody off and that person is gone, then the second one goes. So when Hunter was eliminated by not getting enough votes, then it would go, Danabo would go to his second because Hunter's no longer in. But I'm still in, so Vadim's first choice would still stand. And then also, of course, Destiny's still in, so Katarana's would stand in. If that's true. But I mean, of course, you're welcome to do the system however you so desire. But if you were doing ranked choice, that's how ranked choice works.
Okay, first, Vermin, hey, I know you're talking about me blowing Destiny and all that and how I fucking want Destiny's clout. I understand that. You have fun with that, okay? That's your life. Now, if there was a mistake here, honestly, then we'll just have a match between you and Destiny and just have it solved that way. Follow it up. Easy.
I mean, sure, if that's what you want. I mean...
Would you agree to that?
We're gonna do it today?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Well, not today.
Wait, not today?
Obviously.
Dude, I did a little prep for today. I got my outfit for today. We got to do it today.
Well, yeah,
Get Destiny back in here. Well, he doesn't have anything else to do.
We have a second big one. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
He has to. He's the champion. If I make the decision, he faces you again. He basically has to.
I mean, or he just doesn't. Ask him if he's here. Bring him in here now. We'll do it right now. We got all your viewers are here. You can send out an announcement. I'll even raid back into you if you want to. We'll do it right now.
Can we just do it another day so we can promote it for another day?
Dylan.
What do you mean?
Dylan.
What do you mean, Dylan?
You know how much work I put into this outfit? You know how much work I put into this today? You know how much
I
work
put a lot of work into this as well.
I'm sure you did. All the more reason that we should sort this out here and now. If you're gonna
just do another 1v1 isn't easy.
Yeah, but I don't want another one. I want the fair one, or just make the call, or own it and just say nah.
Look. Do you want to match with Destiny or not?
Do I want to match with Destiny? I want to match with Destiny right now. He just got off. He's got time. I know he's got time. I know you got time.
Wait, how do you?
Oh, come on! You're not gonna let me even negotiate a little bit. You're gonna try and guilt trip me into it.
Yeah, I'm having an automatic match. Is that not like enough?
Automatic match? Nothing's guaranteed. I mean, Vosh was an automatic match, and we know how that went.
Well, yeah, because Vosh didn't want to challenge because
of
course he disrespected the business.
Okay, well, yeah, that's fine. Sure, disrespected the business, but I haven't disrespected the business. So why am I getting the Vosh?
You haven't disrespected the business, and that's why I'm having this like an immediate clause for this match.
Wow. If it's immediate, wait, you just said immediate? Did you say immediate? Let's do it then. Come on, we got all the viewers here. Everybody's still here.
God,
everybody's still watching.
What I meant by immediate.
I'm allowed to negotiate, Dylan. I've been here for every show.
Negotiate is we do it right now.
Do it right now.
Right
yeah,
here.
Let's do it. Let's sort this out. Let's make this right. If there was an error in the voting, let's make it right now. Bring him on.
We're not. No.
Oh. Fine. Well, listen. It's your unique, very democratic ranked choice system. Look, I wasn't the one who brought this up. I accepted my loss, took it on the chin, even congratulated Destiny. So let it be said, I'm a fucking good sport. But if there's an error, there's an error. And if we should do it, if it should be sorted, we should sort it now. Because think about this. If
this happens all the time. This happens all the time. In wrestling, they have a match right after. In boxing, when it was Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder, when there was a dispute over the judges, they eventually had that rematch and it was decided then. They didn't well, guys, come on out, have a second match right now.
We're terminally online. We're all here. Anywhere. We're all debating. And anyway, why should he? If it is indeed true that he doesn't, that it is not rightfully his, if there's an error in the voting, if that's true, and it seems to be that you agree that there was indeed an error in the voting, if you're saying it's ranked choice and it didn't work the way that it did, then why should he be allowed to parade the championship if according to my analysis of a ranked choice system should be mine? Now, you could say that's not how your system works.
Bush became president.
Yeah.
Okay.
So wait, are you really saying that's the way we're gonna run things? You want to say that's the one?
For now, yeah, Bush seems to be, president at the moment, and you're gonna have to wait till 2004.
Okay. I see, Dylan. I see. Well, just let it be said. Last I checked, Bush didn't become president, aka if we're gonna keep the metaphor going, keep the analogy going, Bush didn't become president until after they sorted out the issues, right? And there were some pretty clear issues.
Did they sort out the issues, or did they run out of time?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. You're the expert on that sort of thing, aren't you? Were you? Wait, actually, I'm sorry. You actually weren't even there in the 2000 election. I don't even know.
I wasn't even alive.
I couldn't even. Wait, you weren't alive? Shit.
I
guess you can't be the expert on it. But I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure that they had this sorted out. That this appeal went before Bush became president. You'd think it'd be kind of weird to let a guy become president if there's an actual, meaningful, real.
No, I'm getting called a gusano. Okay.
Hey, that's unnecessary. Hey, that's banned in this chat. Hey, get the hell out of here. We are quite clear about that.
This is a respectable business, and we'll find a respectable end to it.
Well, the respectable end would be to sort it right now.
No,
I think that's the most respectful way. Why should somebody who didn't actually win the championship, and we have this here, why should he be allowed to parade the belt?
The rec. I'm looking at the card sheet now. It's a W next to Destiny.
Yeah. If you want to own that, if you want to own that you made an executive decision, you picked Destiny. But if we're going by ranked choice, which is what you told Vadim and what you told me, and again, this is based off of Vadim went public about this and said that his second choice would have been Destiny, but I was not disqualified, so my initial tier 1 vote should never be. That's not how ranked choice goes.
Well, if you want me to make an executive decision, then I'll make the executive decision right now. Fine. Destiny won. Now, do you want to match with Destiny to sort out the problem?
Well, let's plan it. Okay? Let's plan that.
Wonderful.
Let's plan that.
Excited to continue doing business with you.
Sure.
You have a wonderful day, and I know your chat. The big fans of me and the big fans of the program. They've supported us for a long time, and will continue to. I can see the fans in chat.
People are going to be a little mad about that. I mean, don't you think?
I don't
Can you at least own that there's something?
Vosh? Nah. Vosh screwed Vosh. Xanderhall screwed Xanderhall. And now I'm showing myself as a respectable businessman.
I see.
Moving forward.
I see.
Stop simping for Steven. I don't know what you folks are talking about. I mean, I've never disrespected. I'm just a man who cares about the integrity of the business, which I respect deeply.
Yeah. Damn. All right. Well, Dylan, you've made your choice. You made your choice a bit ago. I appreciate it. Maybe we'll talk about some business in the future, though. I don't know. It kind of reflects poorly on the business when things go out like this, doesn't it?
On the business, I think
what did I do?
I feel
wrong
that this is
I got my. I'm looking at the votes right here, and if I got this scheduled out correctly, this is a clerical error that should be solved immediately. We shouldn't let somebody who's not the champion.
I understand. Stop the steal, storm the Capitol.
No. Well, I mean, do you think
stop the steal? I understand it.
Yeah, stop the steal. Totally. Yeah, definitely very Trumpian of me. I mean, again, I'm basing this off of information that was posted publicly to Twitter. And again, at the end of the day, you make the call. I will always respect it. This isn't a stop the steal situation. Come on. You can't weasel out like that. This isn't a stop the steal situation. You know it. You know that's not true.
Look, I run a good company. I don't run a pissant company like AEW or the Reverie or
so then you
show. I run the Hippy Dippy Roundtable, and we are a respectable business. We're not backyard mud wrestling
in that process.
And I think you're gonna need to win here to show that you're just.
Well, I mean, if I'm looking at the votes right now, I already did win, and it was your clerical error that led this wrong. Now, if I'm wrong about that,
history books will say W.
If I'm wrong about that. You know, if I'm wrong, I mean, you should be able to publish those votes, right? You should be able to publish the votes correctly, and also the methodology of the ranked choice. Right?
The votes secretive information after the announcement. I mean,
didn't you announce them publicly?
Official. Well, we announced it publicly, but past that, I don't think there's anything necessary.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you can claim to say you run a respectful business when an error of this magnitude can go uncorrected. I'm more than willing to hash it out with Destiny right now. I know you can call him. You've got
this is an opportunity I've never given everybody. It's like an immediate
Dylan,
thing.
you're the guy. You're the businessman, right? What are you trying to tell me that Destiny disrespects you so much that he wouldn't come back to finish the argument? Is that how much respect you get from him?
I just know that we are all busy individuals of high stature.
Sure. I'm here. I'm here right now.
I've got a meeting with the Pope in like 5 minutes.
Totally.
And so I've got things to do. I mean, the Pope wants to endorse Hippy Dippy, which I mean maybe, but I just don't think it's good for right now.
Apparently, I've got a Destiny fan here saying that that Destiny said to check Discord.
I'll check Discord.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Well, look, I mean, I'm getting accusations that, like, maybe you were not being so. I mean, look, there's a lot of things going around. I'm just a centrist. I just believe we should all get along.
Well, what do the facts say?
What's really the difference?
What do the facts say?
The thing that really unites us here is the green Twitch Prime subs, and everybody in your chat should, of course, give Twitch Prime subs to
me, of course, right? Absolutely, that'd be fantastic. But at the same time, it's interesting. You tried to draw some comparisons to Donald Trump. Donald Trump claimed stop the steal and all this nonsense, and it was found over and over and over again that it's not true. Now, I said nothing. I accepted my loss, and one of the judges whistle-blew. And that judge who whistle-blew showed that I actually should have won. And if that's the case, this is not at all comparable to anything like stop the steal. And you know it. You know it, don't you, Dylan?
And
if you're really truly convinced that you are the honorable, respectable businessman, if you really believe that Destiny shows you or the business any respect, not just the business, but the entire scene,
You're gonna take back-to-back losses in debates, Destiny, then me?
Yeah, sure. If it's as honest as the loss that I took against Destiny, totally.
Wonderful. We'll make this. We'll make a new match. We'll figure it out. You have a great show, and everybody in Demon Mama's chat, I know you'll stay loyal fans to the Hippy Dippy brand because you see the integrity that I show clearly.
Oh,
You'll have a
Vadim
blessed
says he
day.
wants to come on. Are you okay if I add your judge in here?
If
I know. Maybe I don't want to make the Pope wait. You know.
I don't. Yeah, I don't really want to make the Pope wait. But if you want to go talk to Vadim, that's perfectly fine.
Oh well, I mean, Vadim specifically said he wanted to talk with you.
Man.
Vadim specifically said he wanted to talk with both of us. Which
Oh,
I'm
both of
perfectly
us,
fine.
okay.
You're a whistleblower, you know. Again, Vadim was under your employ. As the good businessman you are, I'd assume that a whistleblowing would be important to you, right? Or are you gonna run away from the truth? Yeah.
Okay. Well, you can bring him in here.
All right, cool. I'll bring him right in. Give me just a second. Let me add him.
Why
to the
not?
call.
Why not?
All right, let's give him a call real quick. Why do I not have... 1 second. One moment. He just needs to add me. We'll get him.
Okay. 1 moment. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Okay?
Go use the restroom. Wow. This is the most dramatic thing ever. Yeah, we can have all the judges in here. Again, I am reacting on this entirely based on a whistleblower report. Dylan hung up. Now we'll see. Okay, I'll DM you. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know. Wait, hold on. Okay, here we go. Let me add Vadim to the call. Hold on, I'm trying to work this out. There we go. Let's add Vadim to the call. And then I need to... What's your... Dylan is on Destiny's stream right now. Oh, shit. Yeah,
Hey.
Dylan's over on Destiny's show right now. He ditched.
Hello?
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I had two audios going at once, so it
That's
was a
fine.
little disorienting.
All right.
Oh my God, I am so Dylan's in Destiny's chat
Yeah, Dylan
now.
popped over
What?
to Destiny's chat. Yeah. Dylan McMahon.
I feel really weird about all this. So yeah, if anyone checks what I posted, I think it was a miscommunication between fucking Dylan and I. I was, in all honesty, trying to stay as unemotional as I could. I thought in various ways you both did a good job, and I ultimately went with you because I thought that you kind of I thought that you did get him on kind of like a few points of honesty, which he did later kind of own up to, but I still don't know. I felt that was compelling, and I overall felt like, at first I thought his I'm the only one who's willing to blow shit up. I thought, for what it was, I thought it was an okay speech. But, you did win me over. And, I think you guys are both compelling debaters. And, I'm just taking out any, judgments of character. But yeah, I thought that you genuinely deserved it. And I did not think that to tell you the truth, I like Hunter. I was just on his show a few days ago, but I thought he should have been out of there before then because he was really kind of just not participating that much. I really only kicked CTV rather than even though that his arguments were awful, I ultimately did kick him off because his final argument was just so rambling and just so fucking awful that I couldn't justify not kicking him off.
That's
right. But yes, my vote was for you. And what I said was, if it goes to ranked choice, then I will choose Destiny, meaning that's my second. That's my second choice, not my first choice, like you pointed out.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. This is the thing. Dylan didn't say like, oh, everyone else has kind of given their second choices. He said one voter has changed his vote, which I don't know. I mean, I love Dylan. I don't want to start any like weirdness with him whatsoever.
Yeah, I feel you.
But
I don't either.
Yeah,
Dylan's a tough guy though.
Clarify.
Welcome back. Dylan is in here?
Welcome back.
I've been in here the whole time.
No, you have not. Duh, don't lie again. God damn, we're starting with the lies already, McMahon.
Well, come on. Look, I am.
We know you were over on Destiny stream.
Okay, I could have translated it better, but I'm looking at the votes right here.
Yeah.
The first round, there's one vote for Demo, one vote for Hunter, one vote for Destiny.
Right.
The second option, which was what we're going to go off of, that's 2 votes for Destiny, 1 vote for Demon Mama. These are votes for the winner, not who gets kicked off.
What? Well, then why? Wait, this is my one.
Hold on a second.
I'm looking at this now. Wait, how is this?
Sorry. Let's just wait. Can we verify this real quick?
No.
Can I just be clear about this? So hold on. So Vadim, your ranked choices were Demon Mama, then Destiny, then Hunter, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That would have been my voting.
And then wait, hold on, we're almost there. And then Danabo was Hunter, Demon Mama, Destiny. Is that correct? Because with 3-way tie at first.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just if you said the second, then I would assume the third. Yes.
Okay. Then Katarana was Destiny, Demon Mama, Hunter, right? Or was it the other way around?
Wait, what was it again?
Katarana was Destiny first, then Demon Mama, then Hunter, right?
Yes.
Okay. If the rules are ranked choice voting, then Vadim's vote for me, because I was not eliminated, because the way that ranked choice goes is that the person who does not reach a victory, the person with the lowest number of votes, would be, well, you would say would be eliminated. You don't just immediately go to the second choice. You maintain the first one. So if Hunter only got that one, and we know the Hunter can't win the second one because of the way that the votes go, this is ranked choice after all, then it would be 1 vote for me from Vadim. Then we would go to Danabo, which would also be a vote for me because his second choice behind Hunter was me, and Hunter didn't get enough votes to pass through. So that would be me. Sorry. And then we would have Katarana, whose vote would be maintained for Destiny, which if this is the case, and it was ranked choice, then that would be Demon Mama, Destiny, which means 2 votes for me and 1 vote for Destiny. I can put this up.
Lindell talking about the election.
Oh, I mean, maybe I am Mike Lindell, but the difference between myself and Mike Lindell is that the facts are on my side. I'm showing it on my screen right now, right?
What you're telling me is that in the first round, somebody put
Can I say something? Can I? I just have 2 things. One, that makes absolute sense what she just said. The way that she broke that down, if that is indeed the voting that occurred, and then 2. I'm wondering why you characterized it like, you didn't say the voters have, like, their second choices come in. You said 1 voter has changed their vote or something to that effect. And I was that person.
It was just
okay.
Just speaking out my ass. I was just saying whatever because of fucking delay for time.
Okay. Well, but then if that's the case, then
if you look at the footage, I'm arguing with people. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, I agree. I hear you. But if that's the case, and you're saying that it was a miscommunication and it's ranked choice, then I am indeed the winner. And I will say, I think, of course. Look at this. Hold on. Wait, let me explain it one more time.
This made me an advocate against ranked choice voting for the rest of my
life.
No,
that's fine. You can be an advocate against ranked choice, but you chose. But hey, this is the election you chose to have, and this is the way it goes. So look at this. If we want to go through it again, I have a tier 1 vote here, and then there's 1 tier 1 vote for Hunter, and then there's 1 that's a tier 1 vote for Destiny. Now, in a ranked choice system, you move to the second, and you see if there's a vote for Hunter that would qualify. There isn't. Hunter got 2 third-place votes, which means Hunter no longer is eliminated. He can't be the second-place person because he didn't get any second-place votes whatsoever, and he only got 1 first-place vote. So that eliminates Hunter. If you eliminate Hunter from the mix, that would take off the primary vote from Donobo, the third vote from Vadim, and the third vote from Katarana. This would leave me as the first position vote from Vadim. Then I've got it on my screen here.
I need to not look at your model. I need to look at my own because I'm so fucking confused.
Wait, what do you mean? Okay. How can you be confused about this? I thought you were like Mr. Elections.
This is fucking because I could have. Wait, okay.
Okay.
Karana, your first vote was Destiny, right? Then your second vote was what?
Yep. That means I'm a winner. That means I'm the winner.
God, I understand. Like, I was speaking over.
Second vote was Destiny. So, since my second vote was Demon Mama.
Danabo second? Fucking. Okay, I don't give a fuck about this anymore. We're gonna have a second match, okay? Simple as.
Wait, hold on a second.
I
feel like I'm being strong-armed into a second match here.
Is Destiny, Stephen Bunnell, Hippy Dippy champion, and you have a follow-up match or you don't. Take the gift.
That's not a gift, buddy.
Well,
you say this is about respectful business. Wow.
Yeah, it's respect for the business.
Yeah. Well, who has respect for the business?
I don't.
I'm the one.
I don't think that this is fair. I hate to be in this position, but Dylan, I don't think you're being fair. Like it makes sense that God, I'm out of it. I feel really weird in this situation. I don't know what to say.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Then you will remove you from it. I'm making the executive decision.
Nice.
Now we're gonna have a follow-up match, and that's how we'll decide.
Maybe. Yeah. Damn. All right. Well, fair enough.
Wonderful.
Listen, your own whistleblower. If you want to disregard that, I guess I don't know. I guess we found out. We found out who really respects the business.
Yeah.
Dylan, and it's not Dylan.
Dylan, I have to speak up. Dude. This isn't fair. It really does make sense. Maybe you're just not getting it. But in terms of the ranked choice voting, if we're going by that system, then Demon Mama should be the winner. I mean, if you're gonna just give it to Steven, then that's super wrong. If you want to have the two duke it out, okay, fair enough.
Let's do it.
You can't just give it to Steven here. It's just not. It's injustice.
Yeah, you're basically trying to strong arm me into making you more money.
Happen right now.
Wait, hold on a second, Dylan. I already made you a ton of money tonight. And I'm being very gracious and offering a let's fix this now solution. We got all the viewers. The viewers are still here. Destiny's still streaming. All the judges are still here.
Destiny will do it?
I think Destiny will do it right now. Yeah, he did, didn't he?
I'll message him. I'll see if we can have it right now. If it doesn't happen right now, then we'll have to schedule it for another day.
Yeah. Maybe we will, maybe we won't.
Okay, then just Destiny's champion.
Well, I mean if you're gonna say that. Oh, so this is a hostile situation.
Dylan, don't do that. Don't do that, man. It's not.
I'm going to do it.
You had a lot of champagne tonight, dude. Like, are you sure that you're? Oh, okay. Well, then I guess you were drinking apple cider. Okay.
What's it called? Sparkling juice.
Hey, Manischewitz.
Okay.
Good stuff.
I mean, look. I can understand. Like, it's a high pressure situation. You know, you can just. I'm asking you. Don't just make Destiny the winner here. It's clearly not the right thing to do. It just isn't. I mean, and this is not. This is not a partisan thing. I was torn about it.
Should be champion. I think he was screwed out of it, honestly.
I mean, yeah, if you really believe that, but I mean, jokes aside, and I'm all.
I mean, I almost wanted to go all Joker on it, on everything, and make CTV the winner, but that wasn't my vote, and I don't think that's how other people voted. It clearly wasn't.
Can we just have another vote then? And eliminate it to only Demon Mama, Destiny, and have the three judges make a vote?
I'm perfectly fine with that. If you want to have a three-way vote and it's fair and everybody's votes are going to be tallied between me and Destiny.
We'll even have every judge in here, and they'll have to do it directly. So
absolutely, go for it. In fact, you can even bring Destiny in if you want to. You can add people to this call. Add everybody to the call. I'm perfectly fine with that. And if that's the way you want to do it, that's fine. But I think that it's perfectly fair to do this. I think it's perfectly fair.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Yeah, bring everybody in. I'm okay with it. Just add everybody to the chat. Yeah, I didn't whine at all. Everybody can go and watch the VOD. You can watch it. You can see. I just saw Vadim's tweet, and then I went from there and reacted to it as I think, honestly, I should. Because I do care about the show. Of course I do. Of course I fucking care about the show.
I don't think it's really a fair alternative to have people revote even.
No, I agree.
I don't think...
I agree.
The fairest thing, and even though that I don't... Again, I want to emphasize that, it's a difficult show that Dylan is doing. Mm-hmm. I can understand how things get fucked up and, mistakes can be made. Yeah, I agree. So, I'm not going to, just basically throw shit at him for, in my opinion, kind of a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding, is what it was.
Oh, I agree. But at the same time, though, we were asked... We were asked why we deserved to win, and I said because I fought for it, and I think I fought for it. So I think I'm at least entitled to a fair win or a fair loss. And I think the fair way would be to go and count those votes. But if we want to do a revote, if you want to do a recount, fine. Let's do a recount. And if it turns out Al Gore style, fine, I'll take it.
Okay, you're first of all, okay, I have to take a breath here because I have to be honest. I feel very, I just feel awkward in this situation, big time awkward, because I like pretty much everyone involved, and I don't blame anyone, but I think that the fairest thing, if you don't get the championship, is to have another debate between the two of you and then go from there.
Well, but that forces me to have another debate with somebody who I, quite frankly, if you take a look at how he talked about me the day before the debate, I'm super comfortable with that. But I will.
That's a good point. And as a participant, as a participant, I'm just going to defer to you. What you and Destiny want to do is kind of I think the more important than what I, as a judge, think is fair.
No pressure goes onto you. You submitted your votes honestly. I've got them tallied on the screen, honestly, as they were taken, as they were told to me.
To be fair, though, Demon Mama, you were just talking about how you wanted Destiny to come back in here and finish it like that. So,
if you want to do it that, sure, we can do it right now. I don't want anybody parading away the victory when it's not honest. If he wants to come in here and do it, but you did also offer for a revote. I think a revote.
Destiny will be my Shawn Michaels if it needs to be.
Well, I think that a revote is perfectly fair. That the judges will be able to state their opinions and it'll be able to be sorted out. I think that's perfectly reasonable. If there's a miscommunication, that's another one. I just think I don't know. An immediate fight is very preferable to me sitting around and waiting while Destiny claims that he's the champion and all this stuff until the second one.
That's not it. Is that it?
What the actual...
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
This right here?
Yeah. Doesn't matter, we already agreed to revotes. Fuck it.
Yeah,
Yep.
We getting everybody in here?
Anyway, yeah, might as well.
Alright, add everybody to the call, go for it. You got it.
Go. Just adding Danabo.
Alright.
And Catarana's right next to me. So
okay, cool. Do you want to add Destiny so he can be here for the votes?
I don't know if Destiny would want to be added. If he wants to be added, he can DM me.
I don't know. He might be watching now. Oh, he can say that, but we have video evidence. Again, Destiny says all kinds of things that are not true about me. He could say that I bitched about it or whatever, but I think I was very reasonable here. He was very reasonable and even-handed.
Okay. So, we have the three people.
Destiny says he thinks I should win. Alright.
Destiny said what?
Destiny says he thinks I should win. Okay. I'm surprised by that, but alright.
You just want to have another match then? Look,
we're
gonna do the vote.
Do your vote.
Okay. Vadim, who do you vote for?
Team in, mama.
Okay. Colorado, who do you vote for? They can't hear you. Okay. Jannabo, who do you vote for?
Don't make me the final vote. I feel...
Remember the speeches.
Okay. I was unclear on how the voting worked. I would have voted Destiny, and
Oh my fucking god!
Everyone
Destiny.
agrees.
Destiny. All right.
There you have it.
You sure you don't want another thing? We can have another match.
Nope. If that's the way the judges are going to vote, then it
okay.
goes to Destiny.
Wait. So that wasn't. You said that you did not know how.
We all agreed to it.
Wait. This is a judge who's bringing this up.
There's no
Dylan. Dylan. This is a judge.
Come on. Look. Okay. So I'm just asking. I don't know who it is, but he says that he did not understand how things were, how the voting went. So wait, did you originally vote Hunter, and you voted Hunter thinking that you were voting for him to lose? Like, I don't... where was the misunderstanding?
The misunderstanding came after, when everybody confused it by having a 30-minute conversation that ruined my brain. I picked Destiny.
Wait, but you didn't pick Destiny originally, right?
Not picked Hunter.
Wait, but who do you think
You picked
deserved to win?
Hunter. So when you picked Hunter,
Hunter didn't
why
win.
did you pick... Did you pick Hunter as the winner?
You and Jerry Springer now?
Yeah.
Okay, so... Okay, so now we're doing a thing where people change their votes. Okay, alright. That's unfair, though, because the thing is that, like, the whole point of the voting system is we're supposed to not be...
Wait, you just said you wanted a revote, so my revote...
No.
Well, Dylan left anyway.
I didn't. I
looks like it's done.
Okay, all right.
You just agreed to it.
Yeah.
All right. This has not been fair. I mean, I really don't like being the one to say it, but it is unfair. So I have to just say I just have to say the fucking truth. I haven't had an awkward situation like this online in years.
It is
all right,
awkward.
okay. I mean, I guess it's just out of my hands at this point, you know. But I stand by this. This is weird.
Destiny agreed to have another match if you wanted one.
Right now?
I don't know if he said right now, but he said you want to have another match.
Ask him right now. Ask him if he'll do it right now.
It's 11 o'clock at night.
So, what? Are you all lightweights? Is that a problem, or is it too late? Come on.
I mean...
We're doing another match, or are we not?
Kids and a job.
All right, sure. Well, I mean, I don't know. This is my job.
Don't know about everyone else. I love the outfit, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I just don't understand if ranked choice voting was supposed to matter, then why aren't we just going with the ranked choice voting?
Well, the thing is, we didn't have a backup plan for if there was a three-way tie, and so we were just kind of, if you can look at the stream and we're arguing, like,
what happens all the time,
right? Well, yeah, but usually I'll make the executive decision, but I don't want to make the executive decision for the final round. That feels, it's an uncomfortable position to put me in.
Yeah, but you're
because if I'm making the executive.
I understand that. But what you did is, my understanding is that at a certain point you decided to go for ranked choice voting, and the ranked choice voting has been thrown out in this situation.
I don't even. Well, it's been thrown out because I think people didn't fucking understand it, and now
but hold on, Dylan.
And we've decided to accept the.
Well, we can understand it.
Yeah, everybody understands it. The math is in my favor.
Oh, I'm getting another call.
All right. I mean, here's the thing. This is obviously very, very dramatic and everything like that. But I just want things to be run correctly. And if it's the business that's at hand, if Dylan wants to talk about the sanctity of the business, well then, I mean, it's a very common occurrence that you have a three-way tie at the end of a giant Royale. I would assume that the ranked choice system was the one that was in place, and if it's the ranked choice system, then I was the winner. Simple. Welcome back.
So, look, there was confusion not only from me, because I don't really fully understand ranked choice voting, but I guess there was confusion for Danabo as well, as he has stated, right?
Okay.
I thought ranked choice voting was like you just kind of go down it, and I guess I fucked it up.
Okay.
Either way,
Okay.
we agreed to a re-thing, then we did the re-thing, and Vadim, you agreed to defer to Demon Mama. Demon Mama agreed to it, and then we did it. And now we're back to debating the ranked choice
Wait,
voting.
but that's not because of me. That's because of one of your judges has an issue with the way that it was going. So why don't you sort that with your judges? You are the businessman here. You're the preeminent businessman.
Yeah,
So you
I'm
should
the
sort it with your
Yeah,
judges.
I'm the businessman, but he agreed.
Yeah, but sort it with your
I'm trying to
judges.
make another match.
Why don't you
And by
hear?
the way,
Why don't
I
you
got an
hear out
update
your
from
judges?
Destiny. John, he's going on John Zerka's show in a little bit, so he can't.
How
do
long?
It. But
More than 15 minutes for a final round? Come on.
He says it's doing it in 5.
In 5 minutes.
He's doing it in 5 minutes.
Can
yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know.
You think it's a lie? We can go watch it live.
I mean, that's fine if you want to. If he wants to back
We
out of
can
a
just
debate with
schedule
me.
another.
I thought he said he would do any
come
debate with
on.
me. I mean, hey, I'm not taking
Yes,
this up
and
with
he
you.
told me that he's fine scheduling another one. I'm telling you, he's welcome to.
Why
do it.
should
We can
I?
just
Why
have
should
another
my
match.
schedule when I've been the one who's maligned by the admission of your own judge? Why should I have to reschedule? Why should I be the one who has to bear the brunt of that and to reschedule and do another one? If Destiny wants the belt, why doesn't he show up for it? Remember, wasn't the last question about who deserves the
He's
belt
already
and why
got it.
they
He
want it?
has it. He's Shawn Michaels. He walked out of an arena.
Well, I mean,
Now,
so
we
then
can
you're
say Bret Hart.
if
we
that's
can
true,
say
hold on,
Bret
if
Hart
that's
was
true,
screwed. But at
wait,
the
if
end of
that's
the day,
true,
1, 2, 3,
Dylan,
Shawn Michaels.
Dylan, if that's
Had the title.
true, that's fine. You can defer to wrestling, but this isn't wrestling. This is the debate. This is the Hippy Dippy, isn't it?
What do you mean? This
and
isn't
hold
wrestling?
on a second.
The whole theme is wrestling. It's a wrestling belt, for God's sake.
Well, yeah, but it's still the Hippy Dippy though. Just because it's a wrestling belt doesn't mean it's literally
It's a
wrestling.
Hippy Dippy brand.
It's
It's still the Hippy Dippy branded wrestling company. That's basically what it is.
Sure,
And the thing is, we agreed. You agreed. You agreed. The judge can say whatever he wants. If Danabo right here said that I believe that Dr. Heem Dao should be the true champion, I mean, he can say that.
Well, that would mean I would
But
win.
when we agreed to these terms right now, it'd be ridiculous.
That would mean
to
I would
go
win.
back on it now.
That would mean I would win if he said that.
Oh my god.
I'm just saying. Like, again, I'm just
Okay,
all I'm
Destiny
sticking
wants
here
in
is
here. You want me to bring him in here?
Bring him in.
Okay.
Hello. Welcome. We're gonna do
Ladies and
cameras? What are
gentlemen.
we gonna do?
No, the real question is, Vadim, you fucked yourself. Why did you agree to do a revote if you weren't going to let the revote stand?
I honestly, my brain was kind of like just all over the place. It is a very like weird, stressful situation. I guess I sort of at some point deferred to Demon Mama and what she wanted. I really don't know how it happened in retrospect. I'd have to.
I said I was open to two different things.
The entire time I was saying that we should go by the original ranked choice voting that we had, which made
Well, then
her the winner.
why did you vote in the second vote then? Why didn't you abstain or tell them that you didn't want to do that?
Are you trying to intimidate
Well,
the judge?
no. What happened was this. I mean, first of all, I have to say, like, I just in case you didn't hear me earlier, I was trying to be as impartial as I could. I felt it was very close. You almost got my vote, and that's why in the voting process, when I saw that there was a 3-way tie, I wrote, okay. I mean, first of all, I said, ooh, Demon Mama, when they asked me who I should vote for, because of the fact that it was close. You could see this in my
we all
in the DM, and then I said, if we go to ranked choice, my second choice is you. So
the problem is, looking at the rank choice. So I talked about I personally would score things. I would use a point system. So whoever gets first gets 3 points, second 2 points, third 1 point. And when I went and I added it all up, it looked to me like if I was rating how I would rate it, I would have gotten 6 points, and Demon Mama would have gotten 7, so she would have won. That's how I would score it. However, the problem is that it seems like the judges didn't know that their second and third place vote mattered that much. So what I think happened, okay?
There was no.
Now
there was,
hold on.
There was
Hold on. Now this is my JCS.
All right, go for it.
My inner crime investigator coming out. So when you guys did a revote, what I would have expected to happen was Katarina would have voted for me, as she did before. You would have voted for Demon Mama, as you did before. And then Danabo, looking at his second place vote being Demon Mama and third place being Destiny, he would have voted for Demon Mama. However, it seems like Danabo didn't really care to arrange his second and third place as much, so he voted for me. And then when he voted for me, Now it seems like we're unhappy with the revote and we want to go back to the ranked choice. Do you see the problem?
Okay, no. First of all, okay, when it comes to, I'm not disputing that the revote, you won the revote, but I was saying throughout the entire thing, I don't even know why we should go to that, because the voting was already clear. Yeah, well, Dylan was saying like a whole bunch of shit. He was saying things like, maybe I'll just give it to CTV, maybe I'll just do this. And so I just really felt like I was being kind of like thrown like in the waves, you know, and I like next thing I know, I'm like voting in something that I don't know. I did not really feel like there was enough discussion over it, and I don't know, dude. It's an awkward situation, and I truly just did not think that I don't know, enough discussion went into the choice to do the revote. And I don't know. How do you feel about this, Demon Mama? And then how do you feel about it, Steven? I mean, obviously you probably feel fine about it, Steven, but
here's the thing.
Believe it or not, I'm not ultra invested in the outcome of this. So anyway, I already said in terms of my feelings how I would rate it. I would have given it to Demon Mama based on the ranked choice. But the problem is that it doesn't seem like the judges knew that ranked choice was important. So they just put, or at least Danabo put whatever for second and third. I don't know for Katarina or Vadim if you guys cared as much about second. So that seems to be where the issue is. But now the new issue is that we've gone and we've had another vote, but it feels like we weren't happy with the outcome of that vote. Because you're saying right now that you were uncomfortable and you were pressured. But it sounds like if Demon Mama would have won the second vote, you wouldn't be saying that right now. You'd be saying, okay, well, glad we solved this. I'm going to log off and go to bed.
I mean, you can't.
No, I mean, honestly, I just don't think that the second vote. I don't think that the second vote should have happened. I mean, first of all, remember this: when when the voting first happened, and I guess Dylan has said that this was because he misstated things. But what he said was one voter changed their vote. Vadim changed his vote to Destiny. And that, you know, I mean, if we're going off of that was just inaccurate. Like, I never changed my vote. It's just you were the second in command within my chain of votes.
Now, I don't want to bump in here, but I was asked what my opinion on this is. And the way that I look at it, again, I accepted the loss, and then I saw a tweet by one of the judges.
Dr. K in here?
Sure. You can get whoever you'd like in here, I guess. But the way that I saw it, I saw this tweet, and I said, damn, that's a little sad. And I just said, damn, that sucks. And then Dylan came on here. We talked about it. I gave him my genuine opinion, which I think that if we go by the ranked choice system, either by Destiny's point system or by a sort of like the instant runoff style. I mean, I think there's different ways that you can do these, but either way, my calculation was that I won by votes. Destiny's calculation was that I won by votes. And Vadim is here saying that he didn't feel like he was even supposed to be in there. And I've got people in chat who are saying that Vadim even said that out loud. And all I said was, look, I just want things to be, I said I'll accept it, whatever it is. But I just want it to be honest. I want it to be honest. That's it. I just want it to be an honest thing. That's it. Is honesty such a big problem? That's all. I'll take the loss if it's my loss. I've always held to that. I even fucking paid Connor points when we did a bet because he beat me by 3 minutes. I'm always honest. But that's my feelings on it. I don't really have to say because this is Dylan's show, and this seems to be a problem with Dylan and his judges. And if it's an honest mistake,
so do we want another match or not?
Well, I mean, you're trying to get me into another match, but I want the honesty on this one first. Why would I do a second match if we can't even be sure of the honesty of the first one?
We just had a revote, and you agreed to the revote.
But your judge is bringing up a problem with the revote. Your judge is saying they felt pressured and uncomfortable.
Yeah, but the problem is there's problems on. Here's the issue. Okay, It doesn't sound impartial, but the issue is that the revote was agreed to. Like now, we can say that the judges had problems with the revote, but it sounds like judges had problems with the initial vote as well. Because from what I hear, Danabo didn't know that his second and third, he didn't actually do ranked voting. He just like wrote two names and he and then he wrote down what he thought the first place should have been.
So that
seems to be a problem as well.
That's a massive problem, though. We now have miscommunication on both votes. So then what's the solution here? The solution here doesn't say...
But there is no miscommunication on the second vote.
Wait, there was. Like Vadim just said that. Happy. No, Vadim never said anything about... Wait, wait, hold on a second. Wait, listen. Look, I get it. I already have said many times here that I will accept the result whenever it's finalized. I just want an honest thing. But you can't really just impugn Vadim's honesty. I believe Vadim was being... You are. You're saying that he would have done something differently, but that's not the timeline we're in. And Vadim, I believe Vadim is being honest.
Can I speak up very quickly?
We can walk through that logic later if you want. I'm 100% positive in my assessment of that. But even if we look at the second vote, there is no issue with it. Like, everybody cast their second vote, and they cast it as they did, in which would have given me 2 votes and then 1 vote. Whether you're comfortable or not, or whatever, is not really relevant. It's who they would have voted for on the second vote. So the second vote, which was clarified, seems to stand at who people would have voted for. Now, the first one, people had issues with because they weren't sure about the second or third place, but it feels a little bit weird that somebody would agree to a second vote, and then only when the results come out a certain way, they would say, well, actually, let's go back to the first vote.
I believe I spoke up several times saying, like, why are we even doing this? Like I don't think we should have to do this.
Then why did you vote?
Wait, because he was asked directly.
I felt bullied into the fucking situation.
Well, that's part of the responsibility of being a judge.
And honestly, dude, I'll just be like I'm being 100% honest here, dude. Like, I nearly voted for you. You're an excellent competitor. There's not. This is not like.
You don't have to
I'm not
don't be rude
trying to like impress you. I'm not like trying to impress you or like like gain your sympathy, your friendship here. But I'm just being honest because you're kind of portraying me as someone who like the only thing that I'm doing here is because this is kind of a pain in the ass, and the only reason why I'm going through it is because I'm doing what I think is kind of honest and justified within this situation. And so no, if you're making it sound as though my only the only way that I would be happy here is if that I'm like unfairly rooting for Demon Mama here. That's what I think.
What is the solution, do you think, then?
I mean, I think that the solution, would you guys have? I mean, like, I don't know.
I will have a second debate right now. If you want to do a second debate right now and judge it, fine.
I'm okay with that. I'll stay up for that. But basically,
I have to do. I told him I wouldn't. I literally bailed on him last week because I was out of town. So I mean,
guys, honestly, I have I have a severe sleep issue. Like, it really fucks with my head. And when I am severely underslept as I am right now and I'm in stressful situations, I don't deal with them very well. So if I'm kind of if you see some sort of indecision on my part, if you see me kind of like why is Vadim all over the place, that's exactly why. So I just want to be honest about that right now. I'm fine watching another debate and judging it. I'll be impartial for that. But, I don't know.
How can you watch another debate right now if your brain is so scrambled from tiredness that you feel like you can't conduct yourself in a manner that is reasonable?
Because, I'll do my best. It's more so that when I get into, when I'm a combination of this tired and I'm put in kind of a stressful situation, sometimes I don't always kind of verbally perform as well as I'd like to, and maybe just kind of don't, my answers aren't as good as they would be if I. So that's what I'm saying, and the reason why I'm just going out of my way to say it is because I am feeling a little awkward here that some people may be thinking that I'm just kind of acting dishonestly in Demon Mama's favor.
So
and
technically,
that's
this is
not
kind of
what's
like a
going
debate. So can we have the judges just vote on this one?
Yeah, if you want to.
Well,
I mean, I feel like a lot of things. I think a lot of things have been accused.
I just got here, right? So I have a couple of questions. One, it seems like that there seems to be some disparity between the judges' votes, right, and what actually happened. So then, the question then becomes for me is, at what point are the participants in what is, frankly, Dylan Burns' content going to just be understood, right, instead of claiming victim mentality and then, oh, the shit was rigged and, all this other stuff? Because, frankly, the only other person that intellectually was on my fucking level was Destiny, right? So anybody else could have fucked off. Okay. And that right there is the fucking truth.
So
CTV, you are so full of shit right now. It's not even like she has. Demon Mama has been really dignified about this entire thing. She has totally said like that. I mean, like, have you even been listening? That is just such a bullshit way to characterize the way in which she's been acting this entire time. Like I don't, you know, I don't have a problem with you personally, dude. Like. Oh,
I know that, brother. Like, I don't want you to take that at all. But like, I haven't specifically been able to listen. Everything that I'm saying right now is a direct result of what's being communicated. And whenever you start talking, and whenever I start trying to address what was said to me, it doesn't actually be able to make the point, right? So what I'm saying is that the point that has been being made to me by a lot of people in my community, right, is that what is happening is a complaining of what the result was. I'm not sitting there complaining, right, about the result because I understand that Dylan Burns is creating a specific kind of content. He said this from day fucking one.
That's not true.
It's not anything that is in any way, you know, controversial. I'm here to support Dylan Burns and the content that Dylan Burns wants to create, right? So crying about it doesn't actually
I never
do
cried
that.
about it. I've never cried about this at all. I've never cried about this at all.
This would be a strange turn of events if CTV comes in and gets the W and gets the belt because he wins this follow-up debate.
But this is just not true. He's basing it off.
Revote.
He's basing it off of his. He's basing this off of his chat. He just admitted that he didn't actually watch the conversation. There's been no crying or anything. I literally saw this tweet and I said, "Damn, that sucks." And then I put out the votes as were reported to me by yourself. I've scheduled them out here, showed them on stream. I said, "Damn, it actually does seem like I should have won in the first one." And then everybody said there was confusion. And then now we're here. Now, I think that I've been more than dignified. I took on the, when everybody was watching at the whole thing, I took my L and I walked away and I said, yeah, congratulations. I even congratulated Destiny. So I think it's very odd that CTV would try to characterize me as like some kind of whiny person. It feels like there's like a huge slant there. I mean, obviously we know there's a little bit of a slant there, but like, come on, that's not even reality. That's not even accurate to what happened. So I don't think that we can like, I don't think it would be fair.
So then, No, fair enough, right? So then explain to me what it is exactly that we're sitting here talking about.
Well, that's exactly, we're trying to sort out what
actually happened. No, like you start with this, but like explain
wait, you just interrupted
to
me. You want me to
what we're talking about?
CTV, but there's one too many fucking cooks in this kitchen. Like CTV, like with all due respect, like you don't really deserve to have. I'm making the executive decision here. I am not Dylan Burns. But CTV should not be a part of this. I can see.
I don't think
being a part of it.
I can see definitely. No. Fuck you, Vadim.
Why not bring in everybody?
The reality is right now is that the only person that is on the conservative side of politics. Yeah, the only person that is actually representing conservative community here on Twitch is in fact CTV. And the fact that you think that my voice that represents all the other conservatives that are here on this fucking platform needs to be silenced only expresses to me your fucking hate of there being any type of conservative here on this platform. So either A, you can sit here and you can go through the exercise that is rational conversation of explaining to me who was on the exact same fucking
CTV,
panel
I just offered.
that came on
CTV.
to support. No, they came.
I just offered to explain it.
To support your decision in whatever it was, right? Because I understand at the end of the day that this is content that is being created specifically to Dylan Burns, right? And you were asked to be a special guest judge, right? And why it is, and that's the question that I want answered at the end of all of this, right? Which is why it is that there is any type of controversy after the fact whenever the event has already fucking happened.
Wait.
Okay, well, that was directed towards me. Okay. And first of all, CTV, I believe that there is a 12-step program. Usually they have late night meetings. I'm sure there's an AA near you, and you should just get an Uber to it as soon as you can.
Yeah, but me and alcohol don't have a problem. I drink it, it goes in, right? Like, it all fucking works, right? So I don't have a problem with it because I can put it down whenever I want. Those people that can't put it down and are physically dependent upon it, those people need Alcoholics Anonymous. Go ahead.
Okay. So the next thing is that you admitted when you stepped in that you hadn't watched anything previous to this. So like,
and then you called me a whiner too. You said you didn't watch it. You called me a whiner.
Do you really think that you have like I mean, and also, why not bring in Hunter? Why not bring in just anyone who Xander Hall or many of the people who participated? If everyone gets to have some sort of
I thought they brought in CTV because he has professional judging experience. I thought you were like an
I don't even know when he got
multi-gun judge. That's why they brought him in, because he used to do this stuff professionally.
Oh, well, I mean, he came in and told me he had to watch, and then he accused me.
He
of being
sounds
a whiner.
very, very fair and balanced at this point right now.
I'm the most fair and balanced person in the room right now, because I'm willing to.
I didn't even know he was
what
coming
it is
in.
that. Hold on, that you specifically said to begin with. Vadim, with your judging, right? I'm willing to accept that as is and not make a problem about it at all, right? Now, the fact that there's a problem now is where whenever I come in and I'm like, well, if there's a fucking problem with what happened at the moment, then it's very obvious to me that we need to be getting into the nuance of that situation in order to bring everything to fucking light. Because specifically, and fuck everybody else in the room, I am here specifically because of Dylan Burns and his content and me wanting to be a part of that, right? That's why I'm here.
Take it down a couple notches, brother. Listen, I was so fair. There were several times where I didn't necessarily think that you were giving the best arguments, but you were in there and you were fighting and you had fucking, like, I don't know, I hate this word, but for lack of a better one, moxie. So I gave it to you, and I took out other people who I actually who I'm better friends with. But then, towards the end, I finally did knock you out.
Slow down. You're a friend to Shark Zero? I want to know this specifically.
No, I didn't.
That's right. So then the only fucking vote that mattered, right, was the vote for Shark Zero, and that was the only fucking vote that you could be referencing right then. So don't even try to fucking sell me on this whole fucking bullshit whenever I know from the start. Right?
I am so confused.
With regard to CTV. Thank you very much.
CTV, were you not the man who came in talking about how everyone was crying, and you are now like, this is beyond embarrassing. This is like one of the most extraordinarily humiliating things I've ever seen someone do on the internet. The way that you're screaming right now, man, like calm yourself down.
Only means that I'm passionate about what I'm talking about.
Okay, but CTV.
Absolutely zero anger, right? But only passion, because Vadim, frankly, like when it comes to people that have actually put the work in for the fucking Hippy Dippy, you are not among the names that I would count to the people that have put the work in for the Hippy Dippy.
What about me, CTV?
It's been this fucking
What about
guy,
me?
What the fuck does this have to do with anything?
Conservatives that would bother going onto the fucking platform, CTV came in.
Wait, but why is this about conservatives?
Continue to show up consistently for this fucking branding. So don't try to sit there and tell me that like you were somehow agreeing with me, but then like not agreeing with me.
No, I never agreed with you. Are you kidding? I didn't agree with you. I decided not to vote you out when I thought you were making bad arguments because there were elements of your style that I thought were worthy and you were a good competitor. So I'm throwing those things out there to just kind of reinforce the fact that I believe that I was fair throughout. And, you can yell all you want, but I don't really think it's making you look good, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, wait. Okay, guys, you keep talking over me. Wait, hold on. CTV, can I have a moment?
We're not worried about what Vadim's fucking perception is of that.
Can I please?
Right? We're not worried about that at all. The Wolfpack will remain strong as it has ever been and will only continue to garner strength because they understand and hear the truth in what's being said.
Okay.
Right? Now,
so, I mean,
that's why we supported the decision that you made to begin with regard to your judging, because Dylan chose you as a judge, and it's that simple for us, right? But the fact that we're sitting here having this conversation takes me back to the original question, which, and Demon Mama, this is where we kind of throw it back to you, right? Which is, how did we end up in this situation at all? Because what I was hearing was, frankly, like, crying about the decision that was made. So if that wasn't the case, if you would lay it out for me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's what happened. I accepted my loss on the panel,
I said, congratulations to Destiny. Then I went back and I started talking with my chat. Then I was sent a tweet by Vadim, which said that he was misunderstood or something along those lines happened. This was posted publicly to Twitter. You can go check it yourself. Then I said, wow, that really sucks. And so I started talking about it. I said, damn, that really sucks if that's the case. And if I have the votes correct, and this wasn't supposed to be ranked choice, well then, I would have been the winner. And Destiny himself also admitted that he believes that I would have been the winner as well by the system that he would have ranked it by. So we have two people who agreed that that's the case. So I said, look, this feels unfair to me. That's okay. Dylan came in, said, why does it feel unfair to you? I explained why it felt unfair to me. Then there was a whole bunch of back and forth about what to do. I said, if we're going to do another debate, we should do it tonight. I said I'd also be willing to sit through a second vote. But then Vadim brought up that he was uncomfortable with a second vote because he didn't feel like it was being communicated correctly. And now we're here. Now, with all due respect, I do think that it's quite unfair for you to have come in here and accused me of whining or anything along those lines when I've been nothing but respectful throughout this entire process.
I wouldn't say accusing. What I would say specifically is conveying the information that has been conveyed to me. So the attempt to try to paint me in that way is disingenuous from the start. You can admit that, right?
CTV, please. You've talked quite a lot here, and I understand. I get it.
I realize that.
Yes.
So, like,
but you've
understand where I'm
also
at.
shouted at a lot of us, and like, here's the thing. Like, I get it. I understand, and I hear you on your conservative stuff. But okay, you didn't make it to the last round. That's fine. And
yeah, I'm not worried about
wait, hold on. Listen, you've been arguing and screaming at Vadim while I've been trying to explain this the entire time. I've just been trying to explain how we got here, and you literally were shouting over me for about 10 to 15 minutes. Somewhere along those lines.
To be fair, I didn't hear you.
Well, okay, but that's because you were yelling so loud. So do you understand why this might have colored the situation?
Well, it's
and now
actually
it's even
specifically to do with the setting that I have in Discord that as soon as I start talking, it starts blocking out other people's voices.
Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, I understand, but like, surely you must understand that, like, when you came in here and you said oh, you were whining about it. That's not fair. You admitted that you didn't even watch what I was doing. And I have been nothing but honest. I didn't even complain about it. I just saw. In fact, you can literally go. Wait, hold on, not done. I wasn't. CTV.
I came in here to just address what was being said, right?
CTV. I hear you, but you can literally go on Twitter and you can see my response to the post that Vadim made, which was 3 crying emojis and a "well, this sucks." That's what I said.
Can you post that to the group chat that we are in currently?
Yeah, let me
I would like to see it.
Yeah, let me get this right now. I'll get the whole thing for you. Okay, give me just a minute here. Okay.
Demon also, I mean not Demon, I'm sorry, CTV also, you mentioned Shark, I forget his name. Actually, the vote that you're talking about, I didn't vote against you for that one. I mean, not that it really matters.
There's the stuff, by the way.
The vote that I voted to kick you out was when it came down to Dylan, not Dylan, Hunter, Destiny, Demon Mama, and yourself. That's when I voted you off. So I'm just correcting you on that.
Yeah. Okay.
So
wait, please.
I'm not.
Please.
He addressed me.
Please.
Right. He addressed me.
Wait, but you asked for something, and I've just done it. I need to explain this. Oh my God.
Look,
this is so
real
ridiculous.
quick. Right now, I don't have a problem with the vote. I've said that already, and I just hate repeating myself. I don't have a problem with the vote and the way things turned out specifically because of the decisions that Dylan Burns made with his, and I can't stress this enough, his specific content, right? This is the content that Dylan Burns wants to create, and as a Twitch politics community, right? That means that every single personality that continues on this platform, right, that shows themselves to be a community leader, right, should be the one having a say in these types of things. So I didn't have a problem.
CTV.
Shut the. Just
no. You're talking so much.
Oh my fucking God! Right? Stop! Oh my!
After panel, I can do that.
I'm wondering, right? I'm wondering, right? So then, like, specifically. So then, like, the reason...
Gish Gallop that never ends.
No, it ain't a Gish Gallop. It's not a Gish Gallop.
Me now.
If you would just shut the fuck up and listen, I'd be able to finish my fucking point instead of just keep saying shit that fills up the time that continues to take away your ability to be able to say a fucking thing,
with
right?
all due respect.
So, from there, I don't have a problem specifically at all with the type of content that Dylan Burns wants to create. Because in reality, right, the content that Dylan Burns creates and puts out onto YouTube and further out onto any other platform that it makes it to brings more attention to the Twitch politics community. Okay. And as a fucking whole, every single person that is participating in Twitch politics should be understanding that from the start. Amen. If you're not, and you're looking from it from an individualist point of view about like, oh, well, I wasn't treated fairly or blah, blah, blah.
CTV, you've been talking for like 4 minutes.
The problem comes in, right? Okay. So, like, I'm looking at this tweet.
Shut the fuck up, okay? You talked for 4 minutes straight. You've said the stupidest shit ever.
A lot more if you like, right? Wait. So I'm looking at this tweet. So the voting on Hippy Dippy got bought. I thought deserved it, and then said if it's ranked voting, meaning ranked choice voting, I'd say Destiny came in second.
Destiny doesn't agree with you. Wait, yes. Sorry, Destiny agrees with you. Okay.
You are being the dumbest motherfucker on earth right now.
Wait, hold on. Stop.
Stop.
Please.
On this platform, and I just don't fucking stop.
Stop. Please.
It seems like the root of the problem comes down to, and I would like to address Vadim at this point, since you decided to send out the tweets. Why is it that you felt like your tweet needed to be sent out after you agreed to be a vote caster on Dylan Burns' content in order to potentially change the vote and tag these two individuals to the tweet?
Can I please? Please?
Wait, your names are not fucking Vadim.
Oh my
and I
God.
asked Vadim a very specific fucking question. So Vadim, if you would please.
Demon Mama, I swear to God, I'll be very quick here, okay? What you've just said is...
I'm not asking Demon Mama, right? I'm asking Vadim.
We get it.
So Vadim,
we get it.
If you would,
oh my God.
Send the tweet out, if you would please, sir, answer the question, why did you feel the need to send out this tweet?
Because will you allow me to talk unobstructed? Will you allow that?
Okay, now that I understand that it's your voice, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, because just simply, I just didn't think it was fair. And of course, this is an awkward situation. I didn't want to be in it, but I felt like it was just a kind of injustice. So I spoke up about it. And the last thing that I want to say is that your argument that Dylan, it's his platform and he could do whatever he wants. Well, he could under those auspices, he could name fucking Gary Busey the winner. I mean, he could name anyone who didn't participate the winner. I mean, as a matter of fact, if we went to third voting, maybe I would vote Gary Busey. But yeah, that's just you went on this entire rant, just having conniption. I hope you didn't shit yourself. But like that's what your argument. That's what it boils down to. That he should be able to do what he wants to with his channel, which fine. That's fine. But he can name fucking Gary Coleman the winner, the late great Gary Coleman. You know, and that would be. I think we'd all agree that's fucking stupid.
CDB, they're leaving out a very important thing. Are you ready? I'm about to blow your mind. Wide the fuck open.
Hey, Destiny, give it to me.
I'm about to blow your mind. Wide the fuck open, okay?
Well, I'm ready, bro. I'm ready.
You ready? So what happened is after they think that the voting got fucked, they didn't agree with the way that the voting turned out. They said, okay, well, let's do a recount. And so they did the recount, but when they did the revote, actually, I'm sorry, not a recount, a revote. But when they did the revote, Danabo ended up voting for me as his first place. So then I ended up winning. And that's why now there's a whole bunch of trouble. They want to go back to what it was before, even though Danabo's vote before wasn't like
I think that's very
really ranked choice because he didn't do like a second or third thing. So that's where the real drama is coming from.
I think that's a dishonest framing.
So the real drama is Danabo, huh?
And the really funny thing is too, now this isn't really relevant, so I'm just shit stirring here, is that when you watch Demon Mama stream, she kept pressuring Dylan to do another debate right now. We'll do it right now. We'll do it right now. We're doing it right now. But after they started going back and forth, and after I said, I think Demon Mom actually probably would have won based on the points or whatever. Then when Dylan was like, well, let's do another debate. Then Demon Mom was like, he said so many horrible things about me tonight on Twitter. I don't know if I can actually have another debate with him.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Okay, wait, stop. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. I know you admitted to shit stirring. Wait.
You know what? Look, if you're just going to talk over Destiny when he was specifically talking to me, then
stop! This is so stupid. I've been trying to talk for like.
And I just want to hear my own fucking voice, and I'll just keep going, right? So Destiny,
I'd like to correct the record.
Oh my Jesus! Right. So Destiny, if you would please, sir,
This is terrible.
Finish off what you were saying. I know you were there at the end.
This is just terrible.
All right, this is too much for me. I'll see you guys later.
All right, see ya.
See you later, Vadim.
This Destiny, if you would please.
Well, Destiny walked away.
So.
Oh, Destiny left.
Yep. He had to I don't know.
This feels like even worse than it did at the beginning. I mean, I've literally been trying to talk here for I don't know, quite a while. I know Destiny openly admitted to saying that he was shit-stirring with this. And so, I mean, I think we can just pretend like he didn't even say that because he openly admitted that he was shit-stirring.
Everything I said was 100%
okay,
true.
yes, except it wasn't.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
I literally we all watched you go back and forth. Like, we've watched it happen on stream. Like, after you thought you'd lost, you asked Dylan, do you remember this? When she said over and over again, debate him, and then when it looked like she was going to win, she was like, well, he said a lot of really nasty
No, that's not true. That's not true. Hold on. No, stop! Let me fucking speak for myself. I'm so tired of this. I've been screamed over so many times. Let me fucking speak for myself. Because this is the thing that has been happening throughout this entire day. This entire stupid thing. This entire bullshit process has been people screaming over me and just abjectly lying about me. When Dylan and I were negotiating about things and going back and forth because he came on my stream, he literally called me when I had accepted the loss, okay? And Dylan called me. And then I said, all right, well, here, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest in what I think about the situation. And I said, let's do it now. It's the night of the Hippy Dippy. If you want to pin on another 15-minute round, I got the time. Everybody's got the time. And then he said, well, we can just make it another show. We'll give Destiny the championship, and then we'll have a second match for it. And I said, that doesn't seem fair to me because I think that's honest. I think that's dishonest. I don't think that seems fair to me to reschedule and give it away. Fine. If you want to take it, if you want to make the executive decision, give it away. Fine. Own it. But everybody's been screaming over me, lying about me multiple times. Not just you, Destiny, and maybe you misheard, maybe you misunderstood. I don't want to say you're entirely lying, but CTV for sure has been lying and openly admitted to it and been screaming over me.
Lying? Hold on. Now you want to accuse me of lying.
Oh my God.
Specifically from
yes, I'm going to.
Oh my God.
No.
As you accuse somebody of lying, they want to say something, right? So from here, from the top, right? As soon as you decide.
Okay. So. There we go. This is an easy solve. I'm done with this. I'm done with CTV screaming at me. I'm done with him walking in, literally admitting that he didn't watch anything. I'm quite done with that. So, sorry, I took a little bit of executive action on my own, which is to not have this drunk idiot screaming in my ear. So yeah, whatever you all want to do, go for it. I think I made my case very clear. I think that whatever you want to do, it's your call, it's your show. You know that I've supported the show, that I've always done it. You also know that I wasn't fucking whining about it. I brought up my honest thoughts about it, simple and clean. And now we're in a mess. And I feel...
Can I say what? Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I feel remarkably disrespected in all this. Not that that really matters, but the screaming, the accusations, the fact that CTV was even brought in while drunk off his ass and decided that he was going to say that I was whining about stuff without ever watching it, based entirely on a couple of chatters in his chat. Wow, what an accurate representation of things. And then he was allowed to sit in here screaming, literally screaming, fuck you, fuck this, something about conservatives, all this nonsense, and here we are. What the hell's the solution? What do we do from here?
I want to say real quickly that she's absolutely correct. Destiny was mischaracterized things when she said that she did not want to have a debate. She meant in the future. She was totally down to have a debate here and now. It was kind of the like in the future type debate that she objected to.
Okay,
so
real quick. Okay,
that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Okay. Now, real quick. Okay. Firstly, fuck you. Okay. For going from like my brain is fuzzy because of some weird thing to now I'm gonna perfectly recall.
Dude, come on! What does this have to do with anything?
You're
just screaming at a judge now.
I just want to get the point. But also,
you're screaming at a judge.
I can't believe that I'm in this situation. This is so fucked up that I I thought I was doing a favor here, and this is like an excruciatingly.
No. You're a victim. Okay, yes, I give you that.
No, I'm not.
Nice.
However,
I'm not
super nice.
Fuck you, Destiny.
It didn't have to do with her. Okay.
Oh man.
It didn't have to do with her not wanting to do it in the future. She literally said, "Okay, I don't want to talk to Destiny." He said a lot of horrible, mean things about me.
That was in reference to the future. Go watch the VOD. That was in reference to a future one. I don't want to schedule another debate with you.
So you don't want to have a future debate with me because I've said mean or nasty things about you, but you want to have a present debate with me.
Yeah, because it's today. I've prepped. We're all prepped. I was very clear with this. You can watch the VOD back. Anybody can go watch the record. It will be publicly available. You can go watch it. You know you're mischaracterizing me. You know you're mischaracterizing me.
Wait, hold on. Is there like a spawn time on like mean comments I've made where they become worse in the future when they've been said?
No, Destiny, because I signed up for this event and I'm going to finish this event, but I'm not interested in talking with you or talking about you or anything to do with you because you have been nothing but a rotten, horrible person to me every single time that we've talked. And guess what? If you want to finish it today, if you want to finish the fight today, we can do it. But I don't want to schedule some future event, giving you the title, and then coming back and doing some stupid song and dance, so I have to keep dealing with your bullshit for on and on. All I asked for.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, because I take this shit seriously. Yeah, sure, I do. Seriously within what it is. I'm a political edutainer. I make it fun. We've had fun. Okay, but this isn't even interesting anymore. This is just madness. And all that I've said,
I'm just saying it's
listen,
very strange
all along,
I'm so offensive that you can't do a future debate with me.
I don't want to. I don't want to do a future one. Today is the day of the Hippy Dippy. I signed up for the Hippy Dippy. We counted the votes. The votes looked like they were in my favor. I said, damn, it sure does suck. I gave you your congratulations. And I offered Dylan, let's solve it right now. Let's have this over with. Because I don't want to deal with you anymore going into the future. At all. I don't want anything to do with you. And, it's really funny because you always blame everybody else and all this shit. And you always got everything, but you're just a fucking dickhead. You're an asshole who directs fucking harassment towards people, and it's annoying, and I don't want to deal with it. And you know what? Fine. If you want to have your fucking opinions about how you engage with people, and you want to have your opinions about how everybody's wrong but you always, fine. That's fine. But I don't want to deal with it outside of today. I want to do the debate. I wanted it to be finished. So I offered that. I don't want to sit here and give it away and just yield back on nothing. When I'm asked my honest opinion, I think I was cheated out of this vote. I think it's very clear, even you admitted, that I won the first vote. And then Dylan had a whole bunch of different things that he was weaseling back and forth. And sure, I was negotiating. I was negotiating honestly. And that's what brings us here. But don't lie about me. Don't fucking misrepresent me. Don't fucking scream at Vadim and do fucking whatever shit you want to say that's saying that he's a liar multiple times, which you've done here. This is ridiculous. This is this is just ridiculous.
Hey, so my problems with Vadim are separate from you.
Well,
funny that
okay,
I'm too
fine.
offensive to like deal with in the future, but not right now.
What? No, it's that I don't want to deal with you outside of today. I want to finish this thing.
To be clear, I think that the voting would have stood the way it was, but unfortunately, you guys complicated things because you agreed to do a second vote. But then when it didn't turn out how you wanted it to turn out, well, now there's a big problem. When in reality, there's actually not a problem. There was a second vote. The second vote should stand. That's how it should work. Because it seems like Danabo didn't understand the rank choice.
Are you not remembering what happened?
There was no ranked choice in the beginning. I was the only one who voted second. And that's what Dylan said. He said one person has changed their vote.
Yes, which is a miscommunication. Right. This is on. Wait. But let's remember exactly what happened, which is that we can go watch the VOD. It'll be very easy to verify this in the future. But I believe that Vadim has been telling the truth. I believe that Vadim has sat here and engaged with this, being screamed at by a drunk guy, being accused of things by you. I think that Vadim has been more than honest. I won't say anything else than that, but I think he's been honest. And if he honestly says, and I believe, because I remember this, and my chat seems to remember it, which I got a hell of a lot of people in here who should be able to fact check this, that Vadim brought up concerns with it. When Dylan straight up asked him, well, who would you vote for? He told his honest answer. But I don't think that means that he agreed to the validity of the vote. I'm fine with whatever fucking solution it is. I accepted the original loss. Obviously, I would love it if we wanted to go back and it be just and have me win the title that I deserved. Of course, I would love that. I would fucking love that. That would be perfect. I think that would be fair as well, given that we have the votes here and I won and you concluded that I would have won. But if Dylan wanted to do a second vote or Dylan wanted to do a second debate, that's fine. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to spend another week thinking about you. I don't want to spend another fucking week with you needling at me and doing all this stupid bullshit because I have to prepare for a debate with you in which you're going to be an insufferable asshole and say all kinds of terrible shit all over the internet. I don't want to do that. So I said, we finish it tonight. We finish it tonight, or we don't. There we go. That's what it is.
You should probably just abdicate this entirely, because what if you end up winning and then I end up challenging in the future? It sounds like I'm like way too much of a trauma trigger, I guess, for to exist in the same.
Has nothing to do about.
I
mean, is that something? Is that a point of pride for you, Destiny? Is that a point of pride for you? Is that a point of pride for you? Also, I would ask that you. I would ask
free mental health advice.
I would ask that you don't give me any mental health advice or any health advice. Seeing as how it's a massive hypocrisy for you to do so anyway.
Can we stop? And let them know that there is somebody.
This is terrible.
Got to go online. They probably say you probably should avoid that person.
Please. Okay. So this is in what I've always advertised it and always said it is. This is like a wrestling program, right? Mm-hmm. This is the fun thing. There's a belt. And people fight over the belt, and there's like drama over the belt, and who's the real champion, I'm gonna take, and all this stuff. We shoot promos and stuff, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Let's not take this, let's all make sure we're not taking this shit too seriously. This is all meant to be like a wrestling program.
Yeah.
This is a wrestling program. This is a wrestling program. And it's gold, there's stuff being created here. Like, there's drama and stuff over the belt. Ultimately, that's what's going to happen with the belt. This is a wrestling belt. There's going to be situations like this. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to me streaming for the last week or so. I don't know why I have to explain this. Or in today's program, I was like saying Vosh screwed Vosh, and like I hit Xander Hall, just threw him out of the ring. Like, the whole thing is like half performative.
Okay. So what have I done out of line here? I think I've done nothing out of line here.
I'm not saying you're doing anything out of line. I'm just trying to make sure that we all understand.
Well, but I mean, you just brought in CTV to fucking scream over me for like literally 20 minutes or something.
Demon Mama, this is a wrestling program.
Sure.
Dylan.
Okay, wait. So what's the problem? So what's the problem then? If I'm sitting here on my stream, streaming normally, and I'm making just my honest case for myself, what the fuck's the problem? What am I doing wrong here? How can you say that there's anything I'm doing wrong?
That.
Are you trying to like say that I should just like stop entirely so that it makes an easy decision for you?
No, I'm not saying you should stop entirely. I just think there's a few people who are taking this a little too seriously. I think this is like
who's
like, I don't
taking
know,
too
like
seriously?
this, I'm giving out fucking like I don't know, like the fucking peace medal, like who's the next Jesus?
I mean, but you have a lot of people who like your show, dude. There's a lot of people who really respect your show. A lot of people really like it, and a lot of people want it to be fair. And I just gave my honest opinion. I took the record fucking shows. I took the L and I walked off the show. And then a judge spoke up, and I said, "Hey, that seems pretty motherfucking unfair." And here we are. And I'm not just gonna lay down and just say, "Oh yeah, give it away," because of course I want that belt. You know I want that belt. You know I've wanted that belt. I fought for that belt.
I just like to know, Destiny. I already know his take, but Dylan, do you think that I've been dishonest here? Do you think like that's like where I've been coming from? Like
the conversation here is whether or not people are being dishonest. All about whether or not there's confusion with the voting process.
Which there was.
Well, CTV and it's fun.
I don't think you're being dishonest, right?
Okay.
If you want my genuine opinion, after there was a revote, like that's like it. Like what am I supposed to do now? Undo the revote and say actually we're gonna go back to the original thing and let's go back to the original model. Like I can't do anything. That is why I offered to have another thing. Now obviously Demon Mama doesn't want to have this match against Destiny again because of the
I just gave you like another hour debate.
What was that?
I just gave another hour debate. I just spent in here arguing back and forth with CTV and Destiny. This whole nother show's worth. Wait, hold on. I'm not done right yet. Let me talk, please. I've talked by far.
Yeah, this isn't your show, Dylan.
I mean, it's not a matter of that. I just really want to actually have my voice heard at some point. The thing is, that when we go back and watch this, I think that Vadim is being honest in saying that he didn't feel comfortable with the situation. That you asked him a very direct question. Can you acknowledge that you did do that? That you might have just asked him a question without fully explaining what the process was going to be to Vadim? Can you recognize that?
It was essentially just, it's time to vote. He asked whether or not the person is for winner or loser, and he said winner. I told him winner. He gave what the answer was, and then afterwards we went to like a second round of voting.
But you do realize now though that multiple judges and this is me, maybe I'm being a little weird here. I'm speaking out on behalf of the judges, but multiple judges now. We have 2 of the 3 judges that were selected have expressed both issues with both the first and second round of votes. Why don't y'all come to a conclusion? You're the showrunners. Why don't you fucking decide? You could decide we bring in a whole new panel of judges. There's a ton of people who watch this. You could bring in judges right now, and you could say, fine, let's see. Let's bring in impartial judges. You could do a whole bunch of things, but we're not. We're just sitting here trying to decide whether or not anybody's being honest. That is what it boils down to, because by saying that you don't think that Vadim felt uncomfortable with the situation, you're trying to cast doubt on Vadim, and I don't think he's being dishonest. I think he's been I think he's been very honest. I think he's been exceedingly honest and exceedingly willing to deal with stuff, as have I. As has even Destiny. I'll give credit to Destiny here.
So wait, I never said that Vadim was being dishonest.
Okay, yeah, but that's what the implication is. If we're saying that he's not,
no.
If he doesn't feel like he understood what was going on with the second vote, or whether it was fair or not from the get-go. You asked him a pretty direct question: who would you have voted for? Who would you vote for? And he said Demon Mama, and then you went forward and made a call that was going to be the second vote. But Vadim doesn't feel like he had a say in that. He's your judge.
Okay,
he's your judge.
What? Okay, I understand he's my judge.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I understand that Vadim is the judge.
Yeah.
But I'm the chief executive.
Fine.
And I am making the decision.
Exactly.
They were running by the second vote.
Okay.
And the second vote, which you agreed to.
Sure. Yeah, I did.
Is what we're going to go by.
Okay.
And now I'm offering you
Yeah.
like another opportunity at the belt. I haven't done this before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making that offer like publicly.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make it again privately. Hell, I mean, if Destiny agreed to it, I'd even not crown him champion, just schedule another match, and boom, we could see who becomes champion then. But again, Destiny would have to agree to it, and that wouldn't be good terms for Destiny, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, like, I am making that offer for a second match after we've agreed to it, so I can't do anything.
But
What
that's
you would
not
be
fair
telling
to
me
your
is
participants.
to tell you that you have to go back on your word. That you actually, when you told me you were fine with the second vote, that was wrong, and we have to go back on it.
Wait, I was fine with the second vote. I was fine with the second vote.
You
but
were.
Vadim wasn't.
Exactly.
And Vadim doesn't feel like it was fairly discussed.
So Vadim is wrong. Well, he in that scenario said,
All right,
I'm going to
Dylan,
defer
listen,
to Demon Mama
Dylan,
because they're the party in
whatever
question.
Dylan, whatever the fuck you want to do with this, just fucking do it. Just fucking
I mean,
spine
for
up
the
and do it.
record. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'm talking over you.
I've sat
Go
here.
for it.
I've sat here getting screamed at. I've sat here getting like literal lies just told about me. I've been told that I'm like a whiner, that I'm doing all this bullshit. And honestly, at this point, it's getting very tiring. So you know what? Just make your call. Make your fucking call. And if you want to try and schedule a second debate, well, I'll think about it. But honestly, given everything, including how this conversation went, why would I ever want to participate? Why would I ever want to get involved with this ever again? Why would I ever want to talk to Destiny again? But why would I ever want to engage with any of this? This isn't even, like, cool. It isn't even, like, fun.
And the Hippy Dippy Championship doesn't sound like it's for you.
Well, maybe. After everything.
I mean, this is literally what it's about. It's about defending it no matter the contender,
I mean,
right?
and
Like,
I
choose
did,
who the
though.
contender,
And
no,
I
we
won
do
the
this.
first vote. And even Destiny admitted I won the first vote.
But if, let's say I gave it to you and I said Destiny's the challenger, would you accept that?
Destiny's the challenger? Sure. If I was defending.
Yeah, what if I did that? Because I can do that.
Yeah. Although, wait, didn't Vosh have it and then got disqualified? Like, isn't it ultimately like whether you have to challenge?
Go
her?
in within the proper like time to defend the belt, like 2
Look,
and a
I
half
don't know.
months. It was supposed to be one.
If I was to defend it, sure, I'd defend it.
So you would debate Destiny.
Well, if I have to defend it because that's a favor that I'm doing to you, yeah. But I'm not going to do it for no reason. I'm not going to do it for no reason. I'm not going to get cheated out of a vote and then go fucking deal with somebody I don't want to deal with. But if I get the belt that I won the first vote for, and that's the way that it goes, then of course I'll do my duty. I've always done my duty for your show. You know I have. You can't contest that. I always have.
What would you want me to do to you, Mama?
What would I want you to do? I don't know.
What would you want me
if
to
I
do?
could have complete control of this situation, I don't know. I would have said, fucking pause the fucking vote back when it was still happening. Communicate with the judges.
Well, no, now that's all
now.
gone.
What do you want me to do
now.
now? I don't know. Let me think on that.
Yeah, what would you want me to do? Because if you look at my situation,
I don't know.
you agreed to a second vote. Like, do I just that's dead now?
Well, what?
Seems ridiculous.
Well, I mean, Vadim is the one. Vadim brought that up, and I'm fine. Look, if he
should Vadim deem it? Should Vadim, after he said he would defer to you, should he decide it?
If Vadim wants to decide what happens next, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like right now I don't even know what I'm being asked. Like,
from from my point of view, I want to say this real quickly, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Demon Mama.
It's fine, go.
But we were talking for about like 20. I mean, what felt like 20 minutes, at least 10 to 15 minutes before Destiny jumped in, and we were talking sense. We were explaining why you were wrong about the ranked choice voting, and Destiny even seems to admit that was incorrect. And yes, I did, but only after trying so many times to say, like, look, this is the fair thing, and he kept on insisting, like, well, I don't get it, I don't he just didn't understand. So I was just like, it was very I don't know, it was just like the situation where I didn't. I was just like, fine, if this is what I fucking have to do. It was just like I felt like there was no other alternative. I had tried so many times to speak up for what was the justified thing to do. And then when it seemed like I could only do this one thing, that's when I was like, okay, fine, I'll vote. But it was not something that I wanted to do, it was not something that I felt was fair.
Okay, wait, real quick. I have to leave because I'm doing my other thing. Dylan, can I talk to you for 2 seconds, and then you guys can figure out what you want to do, okay?
What do you want to ask me?
Hold on, I'll be back.
What? Open? In a private?
Okay. Well, this has been an interesting experience.
If we had established ranked choice voting from the top and Destiny had won that, I would not have a problem here. I would not be speaking up. I've only spoken up because I thought it was the fair thing to do. And if the shoe was on the other foot and I had actually voted for Destiny rather than Demon Mama, and Demon Mama had been handed the, I would be arguing in that way. So I was not expecting to get roped into all this shit. Yep. Now I'm getting all these, okay. This is the thing. It's like, I feel really shitty about this situation, but I know that the more I say, Destiny is just going to fucking use it as he's gonna be just calling me a liar or weaselly, and I'm already getting shit from his community. There's just no. It's a lose-lose situation for me in this
lose-lose situation
here.
For, I think,
and all I've tried to do was what I felt was the justified right thing.
Yeah. Listen. All right. I think I'm done. I think I'm done with this. I'm seeing that on Twitter, lots of people are getting things shouted at them, and this is ridiculous and silly. And yeah, so all right, I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna go chat with my chat and discuss things. And yeah, if Dylan's really gunning for that second vote, if that's the way that he wants to run the show, that's fine. All right, congratulations, Destiny, you won the belt. Good job, buddy. All right, sound good? Everybody sound good? There you go. All right. Good night, everyone.
Okay, well, thanks for...
Yeah, if you all want to work it out, I was a contender, okay? I was a contender. This is between the judges and the show. And I think it's very unfair. I think it's really shitty. It does feel bad, but whatever. It is what it is. I've been doing this thing for a long time. So, all right, let's call it, okay? No bad blood between you and me, Danabo. No bad blood between you and me, Vadim. Same thing goes for Dylan. Can't say the same for Destiny. But whatever. Such is life. Okay? So there you go. Congratulations, Destiny, on being the winner. However it worked out. Alright? Alright. Good night, everybody. Okay?
Night, Dan.
Good night. Alright. I'm done with this. I'm done with being strung along. I'm done with this silliness. I'm done with all of it. That was remarkably silly. That was super, super dumb. People are lying about me all over the place. And guess what? I did good. I kicked ass in that debate. And I'm very happy with that. I think I was very honest here. I think I was very calm and measured here. I think that people lying about me, people saying, I knew they were going to do this. I knew this was going to happen no matter what happened. I knew that people were going to say this, that, or the other thing about me. But the record stands for itself, okay? It really does stand for itself. I believe that I was graceful. I believe that I handled this well. I took the loss on the show, which was the main show. I sat here. I started talking with my chat. I got a call from Dylan. And I tried to sort it out as fairly as possible. It's okay, Saschan. You can go. You can leave. It's all good. I mean, it's whatever, you know? Like, at the end of the day, this is just silly. It's a silly thing, and it's okay. It's perfectly fine. One belt does not make or break it. And anyway, we have a lot of viewers here. So, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for supporting me. I hope you enjoyed the show, regardless of how wild and shitty it got at the end. Just realize, yeah, of course I respect Hippy Dippy. Y'all know, I've been on Hippy Dippy since fucking, I think it was episode 2 or episode 4. I always get it mixed up because, honestly, it's really funny. I get it mixed up because of the Final Fantasy 2-4 switch up, and I can't remember which episode I was on. I've showed up for every show. I show up on time. I do my promos. I do all the cool stuff. That's fine. Nobody can say that I disrespected the show, and I think it's very dishonest for people to claim that I was whining or anything else. But as we all know, the dishonesty is through the roof anyway. As I exposed in the very beginning of this, we know how dishonest all of this is. We know how shitty it is. And it sucks. It sucks because it's not as much fun. But at the end of the day, I fought like hell, and I'm very proud of how I did. Yeah. If you're here and you've enjoyed the show, you've enjoyed the spice and the drama and whatever, please hop on over to my YouTube channel and press the subscribe button. I stream and post content on YouTube. I'm super, super engaged. I make a lot of content. Three politics shows a week and 1 video game show a week. I do cool costumes like this. I do all kinds of fun stuff. Political edutainment for all. Would love to see you subscribe. That would be very fun. That would be very, very fun. Yeah. I mean, it is how it goes. Yeah. I mean, it was a little weird. There's a lot of issues, but I mean, we've already been through this. Hey, thank you for the 5,000 bits. Deeply appreciate that, Yowlitz. Means the world to me. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Yowlitz. Really, really appreciate that. You know, let's listen to some music. Shall we chill? Shall we chill and listen to some music? Hey, thank you, JD. I appreciate that. JD says, sup, I came from Destiny's channel. You did pretty good. I hope you have a good night. I will. I will have a very good night. I smoked too much today, but that's okay. This was a high-pressure event. This was the biggest show that I've ever done. Yeah, let's play some music real quick. Hold on, I got a good song. I got a classic chill song that we always listen to when we need to chill. Shall we? We'll keep talking. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. We're gonna talk for a little bit, alright? Here, let's listen, shall we? Hey, LV the Soviet, holy shit! L3V the Soviet with the 100 tier 1 subs, oh my god! Thank you so much! Holy moly, thank you so very much, that means the world to me. I really appreciate that. Holy shit, thank you so much! Thank you so very much! One minute. Let me change this. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna get the music. Give me just a second here. Gotta plug this in. Whoa! I caught onto my own thing. Just plug this in here just a second. Oh. Excellent. Let's have a listen, shall we? Let's have a listen to some nice, calming, beautiful music. We'll chill. Thank you so much for the subs. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. Yo, that's very loud. That's a whole ass dress. Yeah, I got some donos. Argo, thank you so much. Shark wants to come on and chat and vibe? Maybe, yeah. I'm a little overwhelmed right now, so I kind of want to just chill. I'm gonna read my subs and donos. Yeah, give me a second here. Where's Shark Zero? Where's Shark? Hold on, I will. Yes. Hold on, I will. Hold on, everybody. Please. Please. This is Darkwood, yes. Argo with the tier 1 sub, thank you so much. Lazy Gales with the $5, thank you so very much. Didn't get to catch the panel, had games to play with some friends. Sorry to hear it was such a shit show. Thank you. Angel Brat with the $5, thank you so much. Ivysaurus F12 with the tier 1 sub, thank you so much. Phantom Queen May with the tier 3 sub, truly, thank you so much. Cherry X with the $5, Zan's manager here sending love for the support. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Amber RCK with the tier 1 sub, Avocado Child with the tier 1 sub, Morgporg with the tier 1 sub, Molag Balling with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so very, very much, all of you. This show is 100% viewer supported, and it means the world to me. Kumikine with the $10, sending love from DGG. We don't hate you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I wish that was more true, but thank you. All right. Thanks, Lodger. I appreciate it. Zoe Vex, thank you so much. One Messy Angel with the $5. It's all good. Thank you so much. Sorry, Glooby with the tier 1 sub. You want Cat Jam? There you go. Thank you. Reza Sutra with the 5 tier 1 subs means the world to me, and we are caught up. Amphi76, thank you so very much. Really appreciate that. Those kind words, Amphi76. Thank you so much. Shark is in the waiting room. Oh, I just changed everything, though. All right, hold on. Thank you, Hyana. It really means the world to me. Leah with the 50 tier 1 subs. Oh my god, thank you so very much. Datura Dude with the $5. Oh my god, Leah, thank you so much. That is unbelievably generous. Wow, we have a hype train? We haven't gotten a hype train in like a million years. We haven't gotten a hype train in a fucking million years. So if you all want to contribute to the hype train, there's a hype train going. I can't even remember the last time we got a hype train, but oh my god, we hit level 5 already? What the hell, did I miss something? Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, Ham Monkey. Thank you so much for the 4,000 bits, Ham Monkey. Thank you very, very much. It means the world to me. Thank you so much, everybody. Seriously, thank you so much. It really means the world to me. Because at the end of the day, I do this for y'all. And for myself, obviously. You know, I have fun with this. This was a bit stressful, I won't lie. Leah HCIC with the 5,000 bits. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so very much. We have demolished the hype train. We are at 1,947% on the hype train. Absolutely amazing. Amber RCK with the $25. Thank you so very much. Really means the world to me. Thank you. If anybody could just tell Shark, I'll have him on in a minute. I wanna chill for just a minute. Thank you, Mac Goldfish, means the world. Sisyphus says, Destiny says he feels bad. Don't feel bad for me. I'm fine. Don't feel bad for me. I'm fine. This is a show at the end of the day. And yeah, I think it was a little unfair. I think there was a lot of lack of clarity. I think it was mostly uncomfortable for the judges, a little uncomfortable for me. But thank you. I appreciate it. Butterfly House. With the tier 1 sub, thank you so much. Somniostatic with the $50, thank you so very much, Somniostatic. Really means the world. He agreed up to the point of the second vote. Yeah, that's fine. I understand. I don't know. I don't even know what was going on. Yeah, I agreed. I feel like a second vote would have been fine, but I just feel like Vadim didn't. I feel like Vadim was being honest and that he didn't feel like he was being fairly listened to, and that's fine. Thank you very much, Calzo AJ with the 1,000 bits. Thank you very, very much. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, we completely demolished the level 5. Sol Gracchus, to your continued health and happiness, thank you so very much. Pain Sama, with the 10 tier 1 subs, you are the ultimate demon for which hell could never contain. True, hell cannot contain me. Somniostatic, is this the Darkwood OST? Yes, it is. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 100 bits. Sobe, thank you very much. Chaonautical with the Prime sub, thank you so very much. Thank you all very much. Whew, boy, it is getting really hot in here. Oh my god. Are we in the bad place right now? Maybe a little bit. I have like 2K followers right now. You mean 2K viewers? Thank you, viewers. Please, if you are here, Saren Kitty with the 100 or 200 bits. Thank you so much. Morgporg with the $5. Thank you so very much. Means the world to me. If you're here and you don't follow my YouTube channel, YouTube is my primary platform. I stream on YouTube and on Twitch, but I post all my videos to YouTube. So please, if you don't mind, I'm gonna put it in the chat right now. go on over, click that button, and go sub to my channel. And if you have it in your heart, press the like button on my video, because that is how the channel grows. And my goal is to bring entertaining, educational content. I am a political edutainer, and yes, I am always Grow Bossin. Thank you, staring blankly ahead with the Prime sub. Means the world to me. Thank you so much, Pepe Silvio 887 for the 100 bits. Means the world to me. Once again, if you are enjoying the show, if you think that I have potential, I believe I do, please consider clicking this YouTube link right here and just giving the little subby button. Sub and ring, and you'll be able to catch when I go live. I do a lot of fun content, a lot of wild, funny content. Thank you very much for the 500 bits. Oh, thank you, Spanish Moss Che. It was a bit of a mess. Jin Chan 33, thank you for the $25. I cannot for the life of me figure out how to give subs, but here's something anyway. You did great. Thank you so much. Jules Chrysler, thank you so very much. Thank you so much. I disagree with you on self-diagnosis, but I still want to see you grow. Thank you, appreciate that, Pickle. I think there's mostly a bit of a misunderstanding, but all right. I just feel people weren't very charitable to my take, but you know. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. I don't know if I've missed anything in YouTube chat. Here, I can check and see if there's any that I missed. I don't think so. Well, that's fine. It's all right. I'm super, look, I knew there was, look, as Dylan said, there was like a 6% chance. There was like a 6% chance that I ever won this at all. And I got to the very end. I got to the very fucking end. I'm proud of that. Hey, you. Hi. How you doing, huh? I'm super sweaty. It's like super hot in here. Damn. Choo-choo. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. Thank you very much. All right. Real quick, would you mind doing me a favor? I don't want to lose it. Can you unplug the, from the, headphone jack and then just pass it up to me over here so I can plug it in and we can talk to Shark? I hear Shark wants to talk, so let's talk. Let's talk. I mean, I think that people should be reasonable enough to understand what I'm saying, and I think it's a perfectly salient use of the word. I really think people were super, super uncharitable with how they interpreted my video. Other people have said similar things, and nobody made a mistake. Yeah. That's fine. Don't worry. Look at your meme real quick. What's the meme? Oh yeah, I already saw this one. All right, very silly, Posadas John. Very silly. All right, let's bring Shark in. I really like talking to Shark, so let's talk with Shark. Hold on a second. Shark, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, nice to see you.
Hey, nice to hear you. Hold on, let me get your name up on the screen. Shark 300, correct? How it's spelled?
Yes.
Shark.
Oh, and also I hear myself.
Oh, that's odd. I don't know why that would be. It's probably some audio feedback. How bad is it? Is it intolerable?
Well, it comes back to me actually louder than.
That's really weird.
Wait, I think it fixed itself.
Okay, all right, sick. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know.
We love it when problems fix themselves.
Yeah, me too. But it's I've been having some issues with my audio setup, so it can be a little bit frustrating sometimes.
No, you're fine.
So
me and my chat, we were just thinking, only if we could get everyone together from this Hippy Dippy and we could get into a Discord call and all listen to John Lennon's Imagine.
Yeah,
I think it would basically fix all of our problems.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we listened to some Darkwood. The Darkwood soundtrack is very soothing to me. Now I'm feeling quite calm. So
that's great.
Hey, you did fantastic.
We were watching
tonight, by the way.
Oh, thanks. I really appreciate it. It was the first time I was ever on Hippy Dippy, and
Wait,
it was a wild experience.
I swear to God. Awesome. Thanks, dude. Sorry, I just somebody just there we go. Super chat. Somebody threatening me with docs via super chat. That's fun. Love
I'm
that.
so sorry.
Oh no, this has been going on for quite a while. I actually have quite a lot of people who are out for my blood, I guess. Whatever.
It's incredible how far people take like tiny internet beefs.
Yeah.
Like in real life, like jeez.
It's pretty weird.
I'm not even like full time like streamer or anything, and it's I can see the stuff that you guys go through. It's a lot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a lot. Honestly, it's very tiring to me. It's the harassment is probably the hardest thing I've dealt with in all of this. I have never lived with this many people having their eyes on me, and a lot of people apparently put their eyes on me and decide they want me dead or hurt, and that's very weird to me. A very weird thing to grapple with. Still learning how to deal with it. But you roll with the punches, I guess. And
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. We all just wish that we could just, we all would just want to make the world better, in our own way. Just, make good content, help people learn, make the world more fair. And, just some people, they just can't handle it, I guess.
Yeah, some people some people just, I don't know. I think people have, different viewpoints of how the world works and
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And some of those people include, getting very angry at people that they deem are degenerates on the internet, and then justifying basically anything that they say or do about them. It's very unfortunate. It is that is truly the most exhausting part of all of this, and the part that makes me wonder how much I can actually take. It's hard.
Yeah, I mean, you'll definitely. I mean, you 100. I mean, I don't even think I get like a quarter of what you get, and I take breaks sometimes. Just for me, but it's I did want to call in to say hey, you did really well, and even though it was the whole thing was stolen from me, I think you did great.
You did really. You use he him pronouns, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just want to make sure. I realized I forgot to ask because I'm actually getting quite tired. And I apologize.
No problem. I had to click on your account because I know you use like she her and also they them. I was like, I don't know which one.
I use she her. I mean, I've sort of experimented with they them on my server, but I usually just list she her. But I'm okay. I'm not going to be harmed or anything or mad if people just they them. No problem. I haven't really. It's something personal that I've sort of been figuring out what I want to do for myself, and so on my Discord server, I'm a little more comfortable with people. Doing that, but everywhere else I put she. But it's not a big deal.
Yeah, no problem. Like, I mean, for me, I just do it as like a respect thing. For me, it makes sense. In the black community in my family, names are very, very important.
Yeah.
And get them right. I remember my grandma was always up on people when they'd mess up my dad's name. His name's Aaron. Something would be like Aaron or something, and she'd lose it.
Yeah, I mean, names are one of those things that they sort of a piece of how we declare our identity. It's a huge part. I try to be respectful. The thing is, I have a lot of problems with pronunciation. I do remember a lot of people's names in chat, and usually when people correct me, I've been historically pretty good. But sometimes, chat moves too fast, and I can't remember the pronunciation on everybody. So, yeah.
Oh, I'm terrible with names. It's honestly one of the hardest parts about streaming. Mm-hmm. You see someone's name pop up, and you're like, well, I gotta call this name out because they just subbed. But also, I'm not even sure if in the English language, letters go together in that way to make a sound that I would recognize. So.
I get some funny names. I have somebody in my YouTube chat whose name is I read it out, and this one I'm proud of getting every time because they're a long time chatter. But their name is I think it's I am high and a little pog champ. Ooh woo ooh woo ooh 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 woo. Mama Mauled.
You got that right on the first try?
I think so. I might be misremembering because they do change the emotes that are in there from time to time, but I do a pretty good job getting it down from my YouTube chat. I've really tried to get it memorized down so I can fire it out because I do a roll call kind of joke thing at the beginning of every stream where every name I see I just kind of call it out. Oh, I forgot actual God. That's right. I forgot they added actual God recently. So see, I didn't even remember it correctly this time. Usually I can pull it off when it's in chat. Try to do a roll call of everybody.
So that's incredible. You're like giving Noam Chomsky a run for the linguistics with that one, honestly.
I hope so. I mean, listen,
Listen,
the seat's gonna be. Oh no, that's a terrible joke. I hope Noam Chomsky lives for a very long time. I really actually hugely respect Noam Chomsky, but he is like 2,000 years old.
He's like. He's up there. How old is that man? Like 90?
I think he's. He looks 90. Actually, I can tell you. We looked it up before. I think he's 93. Is what it was. But let me double check. Hold on. Noam Chomsky. How old is he?
Being that old, he should like
92.
He should, like, DM the Queen.
92. Yeah.
92. He should DM the Queen. Maybe they could hit something off.
Yeah, maybe they could hit off. I don't know. I think he has a. I mean, he's kind of anarcho leaning, right? So no gods, no masters. I don't know how much of a fan he is of monarchy.
Yeah, but you can treat his lady like a queen.
True. That's true. I mean, you bring up a good point, but maybe they can. Maybe it'll be like they'll be star-crossed lovers, the anarchist and the literal monarch.
Yeah, it's perfect. I'll email it. He replies to all the emails, so maybe he'll
ask him
reply and be like, this is a good idea.
Would you if you send an email to Noam Chomsky that just says, "Would you pound the Queen of England?" Do you think he'd respond to that?
Yeah, you'd be like, agree.
Yeah. There you go. He'd be like, yeah, sure, totally. Sounds great. Yeah, let's set it up.
Definitely. Have you seen her?
Yeah.
Set it up.
Yeah, listen, woman of power and stature, I guess.
Truly powerful. We love powerful women.
Yeah. Always be a girl bossin'. Always be girl bossin'. We got the girl bosses in chat. We got girl boss Marcy in chat. We've got the girl boss, the original girl boss.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
You know what? Okay,
GB.
We just got done with drama, but I'm here for more drama. All right.
You're here for more drama?
It's too late.
What's the drama?
I'm here for more drama. I was watching your stream earlier before Hippy Dippy was live, and I saw Vermin in chat, and they said that the only reason that they were watching was because you were there, and I shed a little tear in the pre-stream.
Well, I mean, what can I say? I have a lot of allure. So sorry. I'm sure you can take that up with Vermin. I think Vermin's been called out enough tonight, though, to be completely honest. And so,
oh no, what happened?
Oh, you didn't catch the end? It wasn't very nice.
No, I didn't. I was just chilling out with chat after that. I had to cool down.
Yeah, Destiny had some choice words that he decided to scream out about Vermin. Something that I don't really think is super respectful.
Doesn't he still blame them for like getting banned during the Kenosha stuff?
Yeah, but that's a conspiracy theory. That's such a conspiracy. Like, I don't know. Do we allow that type? Like, I don't know. Do we let that just fly? Like, with no evidence whatsoever? I think that's very silly.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that I just remember that's the animosity that I remember.
I mean, he said a lot of things about me in the last couple of days that are really dishonest. But whatever. I'm not a big fan of the level of dishonesty. I'm not a big fan of like how much shit has been lied about me. It's very, very frustrating and draining. Especially as somebody who really does. I really do my best to be honest. I'm not like a weaselly person. I'm very straightforward. If people ask me things, I tell them my opinion very honestly.
The thing is, like, this was like surprisingly far-reaching. The self-diagnosis thing that even reached my chat. My chat's usually pretty chill. They typically don't bring drama stuff like that to me. So I was like, this is interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I think that. I'll give you my very honest. By the way, I'm giving you a fancy name in chat. Just so you know.
I appreciate
it.
Yeah, but before, can I?
Sure.
I was just gonna say, so like I didn't watch your your thing on it, and I wasn't a part of that
nobody else did either. No one did. No one actually watched the segment.
So I was like, if I was to imagine, what Demon Mama's point was, is that it's important to understand the symptoms that you have and be able to relay that to a doctor or to be able to cope with perceived like mental illness that you may have. And that's what I imagine like the take was, and that you use the word self-diagnosis.
Yeah, because I mean, lots of people
had contention with.
Yeah, I don't know why, because people use the term self-diagnosis all the time. It's just like commonly used, and again, I literally have in my community multiple licensed professional counselors who are like, there's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing that you said that was wrong here. People just lied about not only the context but also the conclusions, like just straight up, and then everybody has been reacting to it because I don't know. There's a lot of animosity towards me. People have a lot of opinions about me. People say some pretty wild shit that I don't think is based on anything in reality. Also, I don't think it's based. But yeah, so it was very frustrating for me. This particular, like, I don't know, do you want to call this a cancellation? I don't know, whatever the hell it is. Was particularly surprising to me because the level of the rhetoric was like, I'm dangerous, I'm harming people, and like my video was super long. Like my video was really long, and I go in great depth to discuss things, and people brought up in chat like, oh hey, like, you know, don't are you trying to say like doctors are bad? And I'm like, no, I literally never made that argument. In fact, but I do point out that there are massive flaws in our medical system, especially here in America. We have some serious issues with it, and sometimes that can affect an individual. And there are certain best practices that people should do. Self-diagnosis, being aware of what's going on with your body, being aware of what could be wrong with you, is how you find your way to go get any sort of professional diagnosis. And it also, that sort of thing, patient advocacy is another term that people use for once you start talking to a professional. Patient advocacy is incredibly important. It is a documented fact, a well-documented fact, that people of color, women, and overweight people are severely under-listened to by their doctors. Patient advocacy touches on this, and like I said, if doctors are literally the only people who get to make any decisions about their patient's health, not the patient, don't we believe in bodily autonomy? This is ridiculous. If you feel like the doctor that you're with isn't doing a good job, get a second opinion. I literally talk about that. I literally tell people that if your therapist is like I had a therapist who was a Christian therapist who told me to wait, that I shouldn't rush into transition, even though I'd been thinking about it for a very long time, even though I knew what I was talking about, even though I knew what I wanted, who said that I should wait a decade. So of course I sought out a second opinion, and the second opinion actually diagnosed me under the current rules at the time for diagnosis. The first one refused to even attempt to diagnose me. He was a Christian counselor, but who had a license. And unfortunately, those types of people exist. I've met a lot of people in my life who have had poor experiences with specific doctors. This is not anti-intellectualism to say patient advocacy is incredibly important. And in fact, something I didn't get to bring up on the panel was that the biggest healthcare provider in the United States, Kaiser Permanente, published a massive research on this, talking about how there's a huge issue specifically in mental health, with people's needs not being listened to. People who end up getting a depression diagnosis, who were desperately trying to tell people that they had depression for years, and then upon further investigation, again, this is a private company self-auditing and challenging the American medical system. They're saying that diagnosis is extremely fucked in America, and the reason for that is because there are a whole lot of psychologists who let their ideology get in the way. There are people. There's a lot of bias. There are people who aren't up to date. I mean, I have a personal experience with this that I've talked about in the past. When I went to when I was getting a gender confirming surgery many years ago, and not even the full SRS, just a minimally invasive gender confirming surgery. I had to have 2 psych evals, which I think is an injustice to begin with. But the second psych eval that I had, it was very hard for me to find another person who accepted my insurance, and the person that I got ran me through an eval from the DSM-2. Do you know what number of DSM we're on?
We're on 5, right?
5, yes. And at the time, it was 4. The 5 was just about to come out. They were giving me questions from the DSM-2, and that was what was standing between me. And I knew this because I literally saw the papers, and I knew the questions because I did the research. I know what they ask you. This is publicly available information. And I knew that I was being asked questions from the DSM-2. And there were 2 options. I could either engage with that and get my psych eval, or I could say, oh, I need to appeal for this. I need to get a special thing that would have pushed it back for months. And as it turns out, it's a very complicated process. You get pinched and put in a position. So yeah, I mean, thankfully, nothing bad happened. But it's really crazy that I have to do 2 psych evals, and one of them is not even using up-to-date materials. There's nothing you can do about that. What am I supposed to do? Bring up sue them and bring in the state and go to court over whether they use the right version or not? I don't even know if there's a legal pathway for that. And so I think that there's a lot of stuff to be talked about, and I feel that with this, sorry, I've been ranting for a while, but with regard to this, there was a lot of, in my opinion, very motivated reasoning going into this, a lot of exaggeration and hyperbole, and every single person I asked whether they actually watched the video, turns out they didn't actually watch my video. That's really unfortunate and super disrespectful.
Yeah, I mean, everything you just about say is agreeable. I'm just the only like real contention I would ever have would be using the term self-diagnosis, just period. Okay. Like for me, when I think about it, when I hear self-diagnosis, and for me personally, I was never in like a special kids class, but I was like I had like tutors and stuff with my ADHD growing up. It was a lot worse when I was in baby mode. Yeah. But with like that being said, we didn't like to use that word like self-diagnosis, and I saw that a lot when I was growing up. People like self-diagnosing themselves, like not going to the doctor, and like doing the small amount of reading that I have. Some doctors, they said they had a problem with it, not necessarily because you could be wrong, but you could be right and then not go into the doctor because you feel like you have it handled. For me,
but again, that's then. No, I wish people would have engaged with what I actually said, because I never once said that people should seek out.
Self-med. You didn't say that.
Oh, there actually is a spot. There is a spot where I would, where people probably would get very mad at me, but I think that there is a very justifiable argument out there, for a certain level of trans self-med, especially in places like the Middle East, where it's literally illegal. And in fact, I'm not the only person who agrees with that. Literally, numerous doctors have published public documents with the necessary parameters so that you can get blood tests to safely do it, and the exact dosages that you would need to self-med, because they believe that the treatment of trans people is so disgusting that it is justified for some people to self-med. Now, I would say people should be very careful with that, but it is something that I think is a very real problem, and I think that people who ignore that are doing a disservice to trans people who've been very wrongfully treated. That's different than mental health, but it certainly can be. It can certainly complicate mental health.
No, yeah, definitely. But just saying, like, and I can definitely agree with that. Just for me, if I was to bring it up on my stream or like do a segment on it or anything, personally, I would say like, self hypothesize about what what you could have.
This is ultimately the thing. I was being framed by many people as being irresponsible, dangerous, I think was the word that Destiny used for me multiple times. That it was that I should be removed from the platform for it, and all of this over whether they think my use of the word self-diagnosis was correct or not. I think that's a ridiculous.
No, yeah, no,
I feel where you're coming from. I get you, but like at the same time, is it really that contentious for me to say something like self-diagnosis? Like, I never said anything about self-med. I never said anything about avoiding doctors. In fact, in my video, I explicitly tell people that for a lot of people, that is the absolute answer. For some people, if you have a inkling that you might have ADHD and you decide to adopt some of the practices, the like at-home practices, which are published online by major psychological organizations to specifically help people who might not be able to get a diagnosis, you can implement those habits. And of course, you should go see a doctor if you're going to be taking any medication, especially for ADHD. But nobody tried to engage in this in real faith. Do you really think it's like?
Nothing about that is what I'm bringing here. Right, for me personally, all I'm saying is if I was in your position and this like came across my desk, like, oh, we should probably cover this. All I'm saying is that I would like personally, and this is from a rhetoric standpoint, but from my diving into politics, I've started to come to realize that sometimes the way you say something is sometimes even more important than what you're saying. I mean, the right just completely runs off of just pure rhetoric, and they've built an entire political movement off of it. So, and I feel like they have very, very little like actual policy at all. So sometimes a small change in words can be one of the biggest things that you could do. Yeah. Just so all I'm saying is just for me personally, if I was to tackle this, I would just say self-hypothesis, because then you could like for me personally, I was in engineering in high school. So I have that more like analytical sort of approach to something like that. I'd be like the hypothesis, and then it would go very well with what you said with like, it's the most important step, right? How do you have a scientific process? I mean, mental health, diagnosis, that's a science at the end of the day. One of the most important things that you can do is have a hypothesis. How do you even get started if you don't have a hypothesis about anything? So you can understand what you're doing. You can understand your symptoms, and you can be like, hey, I have this hypothesis that I may have this, I may have that. And then you can go to the doctor about that. I feel like if I was there on like ground level, That's how it's tackle. I just wanted to bring that idea to you.
I mean, I feel
what do you think about it?
No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, personally, I don't think that's I don't really agree that it's necessary. I think saying self-diagnosis is a perfectly good way, especially in the context that I brought it up and the way that I described it. I do agree that like rhetoric and the way you say things is important, but I don't think I did anything. I don't think I did anything irresponsible. I think if some people were really confused about it, which some people apparently were, but interestingly, this video is a video that's been out for quite a while. Thousands of people have seen it. Nobody had a problem with my take until somebody reviewed it and said that I was being morally bad. And that's very interesting to me. So I think there's a lot of unfair uncharitability towards that. Maybe people could say it's the wrong word. I don't think it's the wrong word. I think I was perfectly clear in what I was saying, but that's fine. I think that's always the case. And I mean, this hardly is the first time I've been accused of this as well. I mean, I was called for weeks transphobic because I said that I believed in gender self-ID, and I do believe in that, and I have a very strong argument for that, I believe. But,
are you referring to like the infamous RGR debate?
Yeah, it was horrible and stupid, and people were very dishonest.
Me and Stream, we went over that. Yeah, I think I agree with more your point, but still, like once again, like I think one of the biggest things probably just is the rhetoric. Just
well,
and,
yeah, but I mean,
but
again, context again. I understand that people want to have a rhetoric problem, but keep in mind that this was literally hour 8 of my stream. The context for that debate was that it came on the tails of a debate about King Kong versus Godzilla. And I tried to leave the debate. I tried to leave the debate multiple times. The moment I even shared my opinion, I was immediately jumped on and told that I was irresponsible. I was an irresponsible trans public figure, which I think that's a pretty fucking low blow. That hurts. And I
think a lot of the stuff that was said about you was pretty
horrible. Yeah,
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the only thing I would say would be that sometimes when we're talking and we feel like we've been very clear, sometimes it's how the audience takes it. Mm-hmm. And obviously your audience is probably perfectly fine with it. But to like a broader audience sometimes, sometimes we can get lost in they can get lost in the sauce.
They can get lost in the sauce. But I mean, come on, like we all know where this came from. We all know who reviewed the video. We all know what they said about it. I don't think that this is a situation where I should be like. I feel like the margin of error is deeply on the side of people having a hostile and uncharitable interpretation of my video based on clips that were reacted to by somebody who admittedly hates my guts, wants me to disappear off the internet and die. So yeah, I get you. I hear where you're coming from. It's just I just don't think it applies very well here. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just when you have so many people that just like hate you,
maybe I should just not say anything at all. Maybe I should just shut up. Maybe that would make so many people hate me. They're going to keep misinterpreting me. I guess I'm doing damage by speaking. I don't know. Sorry, I know you're not really making that argument, but like you hear where I'm coming from, right? Hear where I'm coming from. Like the idea that I'm constantly beset by the most uncharitable interpretations, and the conclusion of that is that I need to be driven off the internet. And God, it sucks. That's just a horrible.
Yeah, why would anybody? I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah.
But I don't want to pretend because I'm not in your shoes.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah. I just wanted to bring some ideas to you.
I feel you. I hear your critiques. Yeah. I respectfully don't think that I chose my words particularly badly, and also even if I had chosen semantically the wrong word, I think that my overall argument, the full video, speaks for itself. Which again, nobody watched. But that's okay. Whatever. We live in a post-truth era, so such is life.
But it's not okay, right?
No, it's not okay. It's not okay at all. But what say do I have in that? I haven't had a say in that for fucking a long time. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what the truth is. Especially in this space online. Nobody even tries to give a shit about what the truth is. There's been so many lies that have circled around me that are just verifiably false. It's so constant that it makes me hate everything. It makes me hate engaging with this space. And it sucks. And I understand why there's basically nobody, there's very, very few trans streamers, why there's very, very few minority streamers in general, why there's very few femme streamers. Yeah, sucks. I understand it. I understand it firsthand. So, yeah, it's not okay. It isn't, but whatever. It happens. It's happened many times. It's happened for 8 months since I got that Vosh raid and got a little bit of bump in notoriety and came on people's radars. That's what's happened. So, yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't got anything to be sorry for. You've been fair to me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like being fair to people.
I have a lot of respect.
Last thing, just treat your neighbor how you want to be treated.
Absolutely.
I think that can take people very far. It seems like a lot of the times, power overrides truth when it comes to that. Whoever has the most power in the situation, people flock to them and think that they're the most correct, no matter what they're doing. A lot of the times.
Yeah, I think that's
if
true
you've ever
too.
seen that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's I don't know. I think a lot of people, a lot of viewers, look at this and they see it as the like text in a box. They don't believe, or they don't really internalize that there's real people involved, that there's real stuff that people don't like being lied about, and so they're okay. They're very cavalier with their willingness to repeat things, to say things, to call people names, because I think there's like this mental gap of like, oh, this not a real person. This is like the TV, And I think that's a problem. I think
people definitely when they go online and everything, it just feels like it feels a little fake. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I was there and I was in the Discord. I mean, I'm not gonna say I get like super starstruck or anything, but going from I don't know, just being in my college dorm and like watching politics to sitting in the Discord with everyone, I'm like, what's happening? It does. I don't know. You don't realize how fake I guess it feels until you realize that it's real.
Yeah, it's wild, and it's hard, and I don't know how we cross that gap. I know that like we don't have a lot of help from like tech companies. They don't do a whole lot to encourage that because it's in their favor that like people just engage as much as they can, because that gets the ad clicks, that gets everything.
And hate drives a lot of engagement.
Hate drives a lot of engagement, especially when it's like when people feel like they can jump on board and sort of like, yeah, we're doing a good thing. I mean, and I think there's certain rhetoric that encourages that. I think that like constantly framing people as like morally bad, making every issue like a massive moral issue instead of like a misunderstanding. I think these can very, very significantly contribute to that sort of mentality and that sort of thing unfolding. But yeah, I think that's part of it for sure. And I do think that there's a bandwagoning effect, that people feel reinforced when they're in a chat that's moving fast and people are saying this person's so bad, and it's like, yeah, we got to take them down and everything like that. And people go and do wild shit, and it sucks. But I don't know. Maybe we'll make progress. I certainly try to. I try to remind I remind my audience that I am just an internet political edutainer. And that this isn't the revolution. This isn't anything like that. This isn't the truest take, the truest truth finding you'll ever find. I do my best. I try to be honest, and I try to present my points, but I also try to do so as honestly to the audience as possible, because I'd like my audience to keep their head on their feet on the ground, if that makes sense. Still there? Did I lose you? Oh, Shark, did I lose you? Shark, you're muted. I lost you.
Hello.
Hey, are you back?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
I keep forgetting one of my Discord mutes is tied to a button that I normally press.
No.
I don't talk to that many people in Discord that often, so I keep forgetting to change it.
Yeah, I think that happened a lot on the panel tonight. People's mics were like blown out. I'm like, oh no, you got to turn off the auto gain you got to turn off auto gain in Discord. If you leave it at the default settings, it will just make you be like, which is what we had. But I know that
you sound like like a subwoofer from a tricked out fucking Nissan Altima.
Yeah, that's driving by you really fast. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
just terrible.
Yeah, it's just like it happens, and I feel for people because like Discord is, first of all, Discord, like its default settings are meant to be like user friendly, not like optimized. So people go in with the basic user settings, having using different software, Zoom or whatever, for different types of calls. They come into Discord and it's like all fucked up, and it's just like, oh god, that sucks.
For being such terminally online people, apparently we're all such complete boomers when it comes to the technology that helps run our job.
I mean, I've gotten better about it over time. I mean, I'm still a boomer on some things, but I don't know. I've learned a lot. People, the more you got to use it, the more you learn. It's just, people don't have a reason to go explore those settings sometimes. So.
Oh, definitely. But no, yeah, like harassment has always been a really big thing on the Twitch community. I remember I try to cover it as much as I can. I remember we did an interview with the ever amazing Merrick.
Yeah,
and also Yeah, we love Merrick here.
We love Merrick. I think Merrick's in chat, or Merrick was in chat earlier.
Are they really?
Yeah. Yeah,
Wild.
Merrick was. Yeah,
Wild
Merrick is
stuff.
amazing. Yeah, there's Merrick. Yep, Merrick's in chat. We love Merrick.
Let's go.
I had I don't know if you ever saw my fucking groundbreaking breaking news interview with Merrick, where Merrick happened to come on my show to talk to do an interview about the harassment while the whole thing where people were saying that she was the Nashville bomber or whatever. That happened while she was live on my show. It was wild.
Mind blowing that people just like meme like that. I can't imagine. Just like doing that. I don't know. I just maybe they have been online too much and they forget that when you turn the phone off, that like real life continues. I don't understand it personally. But one thing that I want to do is like try to help with online harassment. I feel like people really get gung ho and kind of forget that we live in the real world. And that the stuff that you do online does follow people. Yeah, it's just kind of wild. I think really informing people, like just talking to people, right? And the more that we're online, kind of helps a little bit. Yeah. I think Twitch has definitely gotten better. I think the online space has definitely gotten better.
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I think Twitch is in a rough spot. Honestly, I was expecting YouTube to be like worse. I think YouTube comments are worse, but YouTube chat is actually fantastic. We actually have very little problems in YouTube chat. And now Twitch chat, we constantly get so much transphobia, and I don't even know, I don't know where that started, but I mean, we've always had that, but Jesus Christ, it's gotten even worse lately. I don't know what the heck's going on. I don't know. I think Twitch has a couple of missing tools that would be very, very helpful for moderation. But also, I think if they took a little bit more of a serious stance towards serial harassment, if you have an account that's getting banned in every single chat, they should probably look into that account.
There may be a problem going on.
Yeah, I mean, some of these accounts are I click on them, they're saying it's like troll bot stuff, but then you click on the account and it's like, no, wait, this is an account that is subbed to other people. This is an account that's been around for a while, and it's like this person just coming in and dumping raw transphobia into my chat. It's like, ban them. Then they go over to another one of my colleagues and do the exact same thing, and it's like, how hard is it for Twitch to go hey, we've gotten multiple reports on this person. Let's go look at their message logs. Oh shit, they've been dropping slurs in multiple people's chats. Yeah, we should probably permaban this person from the platform. Yeah, I can think of a couple. Some people even know Juche Gang. There's this person named Juche Gang who sends like the weirdest hate you can imagine, slurs, sometimes even
I think I've seen that person around. Yeah,
they're infamous. Yeah. So I don't know.
Imagine,
I think in some ways,
you actually have nothing better to do with your life than run around and get banned in Twitch chats. Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand the mentality, but all I know is that while we try to figure out the mentality that creates people like that, or whatever whatever people need like that to be rehabilitated, or whatever you want to say, I sure wish that in the meantime we would get the tools that we need to protect our communities, because it can become very unpleasant.
Twitch moderation is just awful. It's just really bad.
Yeah, it is. It's rough. Some of the tools for an individual. Go ahead. No, please go ahead.
No, I think YouTube, honestly, in the last couple of months, especially nearing the end of 2020, took some really big steps to clean up their community. Honestly,
yeah, they have.
When they added those new rules and regulations when it comes to pushing for supremacy, and that bumped off people like Stefan Molyneux, who I honestly never thought would get clipped by moderation like that. I was like, wow.
I mean, Stefan Molyneux's content is disgusting. There's a lot of people who are still up there whose content is just raw, and you can find many examples of it. I think there's a lot of room to go.
There's definitely
there's so much to talk about with deplatforming. I thought we were going to talk when Dylan said there was a deplatforming topic, or the deplatforming round. I thought he was referring to the topic, and I was like, oh shit, we're going to.
Oh yeah, me too. I was like, oh sick. I get to yell at critically thinking vegan about deplatforming.
That killed the chat, by the way, when you called him critically thinking vegan. That was good.
Oh, I've always called him critically thinking vegan ever since he I talked to him about making all of Africa into a single state, and then putting nuclear power plants every 3 miles to desalinate water and then turn it into a rainforest.
God, I remember that. I remember this take. He also believes that the United States should just expand to absorb the entire world. It's It's not serious.
There'd be no more wars. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, definitely. But all the wars that we would need to get there, I mean, just ignore those. Let's brush those under the rug.
Yeah, but after the war's done, there's no wars.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, like Sprouticus said, you know. I mean,
Sprouticus
we just gotta drop in and forget about the rest.
I'm amazed that he can operate his camera for stream, because some of those takes
Sprout is such an incredible specimen of a human being.
That's true. He is an incredible specimen. I never thought that I didn't think that I was going to hear invade Cuba on behalf of this 1,000 person protest. That was a bit of a take. That one threw me for a loop for sure. I'll say that much.
I'm not gonna lie, that did really surprise me. And I remember last panel he was on, I'm not sure if you were there, where he said that Nazi rhetoric doesn't lead to violence. I was like, man, I guess this is the lengths of just incredible takes, but no, he's packed full of them, like a Christmas stocking on a good boy's Christmas Eve.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of respect for his takes. Let's just put it that way. I've been on 2 or 3 panels with him, and well, look, the right, I think they're sending their best. It's just, they just don't measure up to everybody else. Let's just put it that way.
When the right sends her people, she isn't sending her best.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. You got it. Fucking repurpose that. Hell yeah. Well,
I actually love that line.
Yeah.
Just about it.
It's funny.
It's way down compared to I'm gonna come, because I'm gonna come is it's classic.
I'm gonna come. Yeah, it's a good one.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah. There's a lot of good ones.
Do not come.
Do not come. I'm gonna come. That one's gotten a lot of popularity lately. It deserves it. It's a good one-liner.
It deserves it, honestly.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Wait, what? Oh, come on. Somebody just tagged me in. NBC Miami has reported there are Cuban Americans this weekend that want to take their personal boats to Cuba with guns, water, and food to foment a revolution. The U.S. Coast Guard is warning them, please do not. Oh my god,
bro! What's happening?
Oh my god!
Is
it going to be the Trump?
They're going back.
It's going to be it's a bunch of Trump boats with Trump flags. They're just going to go in and knock each other over with their own wake. Oh please! Oh my god, that would be hilarious. It'd be terrible, but it would also be
Trump
hilarious.
boats too? That'd be incredible.
Yeah, exactly. The fucking Trump boat parade where they all sunk each other with their own wake because they were so irresponsible. Love it. Oh my god, I love it.
But can you imagine being rich enough that you're like, oh no, I sunk my boat this weekend?
Damn it! I guess I will have to buy another one. Damn it!
Dang! No, my mini yacht.
My mini yacht.
It's the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. Now we're gonna have to drive the main yacht around. Oh, this is my winter yacht.
It's my winter yacht.
Fucking winter yacht. Listen.
Seasonal yachts.
I think it was, what is it? Betsy DeVos. Is that her name? Betsy DeVos? Is she the one who had old
education secretary?
Yeah, the yacht with the yacht inside of it, and then her entire family owned 15 yachts. She's just like, what the fuck? You think you got a few too many yachts there? Think you got a few more than you might need?
Never enough yachts. Come on, you know.
I know. Listen.
You
what?
You never know when you need your mini yacht.
Yeah, but you never know when you need an entire personal fleet of yachts that can I guess you could have a cookout on all 15 at once. Yeah.
Into the thick of it. And so you have the big yacht that carries 2 small yachts, and each of those small yachts carry 2 jet skis, so you can go in between them.
Wow, that sounds super pog, although very dangerous. If your jet ski got knocked over, you'd probably get shredded by the engines.
Have you ever been on a jet ski?
Yeah, I have many times. I used to be terrified of jet skis, and then I learned to drive them, and then I was just slightly less scared, and then I got pretty much not scared anymore. But I used to be terrified of jet skis. My dad had a couple of jet skis when he lived on a lake. I lived in a super rural state, so you want to have fun. I don't know. You hope your dad has a jet ski, I guess, and then you boat around.
Yeah,
or you take the kayak, and then somebody with a jet ski runs you over, which that happens too.
Yeah,
but
you and your buddies just do an entire can of Copenhagen chewing tobacco.
Totally,
good old times.
Yeah. Well. Hey, Shark, thank you so much for coming on. It was great talking with you. Like I said, ton of respect for you. I think you did fantastic tonight, and you got it stolen from you too. But don't worry about it.
Yeah, I even have my own WWE World Heavyweight Championship belt.
Damn, you were prepared. You had your own in advance. You don't got to worry about anything. I should have done that. I should have had my own. I should have bought my own, given it to myself.
You should. You
Yeah, I
should.
did that.
But
I'll treat
thank you so much. I want to come on. Just when we were watching your stream, you didn't seem too happy. So
Well,
I
I was
wanted to
pretty
be like, hey,
frustrated,
you know,
yeah.
you all right?
I'm just a little tired of it, like it got a little out of hand. It felt pretty unfair, but whatever. It is what it is. I accepted the loss on the show. People are gonna say whatever they want about me, but I don't really care. I've gotten pretty much to the point where I don't really care what people say. I mean, okay, that's not entirely true. It still gets to you sometimes, but I've gotten better.
Oh yeah. Never let them see you cry, Demon Mama. We love you. All right.
Don't
Take
worry.
care of yourself.
I never cry. I'm so tough. All right. See you later.
Have a good night.
Bye. All right. Hold on a second. All right. Well, that was fun. That was a good conversation. That was a fun conversation. I am like super tired and super, super, super hungry. I got robbed. What is this? Here, let's watch this. This was Occam's edited something. Let's watch it. Here. Wait, oh shit, I need to plug this back in again. Oh my god, here. Can you plug that back in back here now that we're done? Check DMs when I get a chance. I'm gonna check all my DMs after stream. Yeah. All right, thank you for plugging that in. All right, let's watch this, everybody. Let's watch this thing. I don't know what this is. This looks like a WWE reference. Let's watch it. I love WWE references. Let's watch it.
Looks just fine to me. How about you, Doctor?
Oh, I'll take it from here, nurse.
True! True! Wait a minute. That's not really how it worked out, though. That's not really how it worked out. But I love it anyway. Yasarian, thank you so much. Oh my god, I probably missed a lot of stuff. Ham Monkey asked me to talk about Baha'i. I actually don't know enough about Baha'i to really comfortably say anything about it. I apologize. I wish I knew more. Maybe I'll learn more in the future. I hope it was fun. I had a lot of fun on the actual panel itself. It was wild. Zelda Remaster is extremely addictive. I'll have to give it a play. Yeah. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. I am going to be taking a couple of days off. Probably just to rest up because this was a lot of work. Love you all. Non-parasocial. We're going to raid out real quick. Let me decide who we're going to raid to. Let's figure out who we're going to do. I'm sorry. Silax, oh, okay. Post-panel discussion stage. Oh, right. Okay, hold on. I'll do it. Hold on, everybody. If you are interested in discussing things, we are my Discord community, not me, but my Discord community is having a post-panel stage hangout. If you want to, that's on the Discord. Join the Discord, discord.gg/DemonMama. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, please, so you can actually know when my videos go live. That would be awesome and pog. But we're having that stage afterwards. That is a community event. I'm not involved with it. It's still super fun. The community events have been really awesome. I have a Poggers community. And we are going to go and we are going to raid Keffels. That's right. We are sending you over to Keffels, who is an awesome memer, and you should go have fun with Keffels, okay? Have fun with Keffels. Oh, thank you, Nacho Dip. I appreciate that. Good to see you and hope that you decide to stick around. We always love new imps. Thank you all. And again, much non-parasocial love, much communal love to all of you. Mwah. We're raiding out. Bada boom. Go watch Keffels. Hold on, I'll link you all to Keffels. Oh shit. Go watch Keffels. Go watch Keffels. Oh shit, it's loud. As you can hear, the memes are wild. Go watch Keffels. Go watch Keffels. Go.